Hello everyone and welcome back to He Makes Me Play. I am Marius and I'm blind. I can't see, and so I make other people play video games. Generally, that's what we do here, usually with my friend Vincent. Hello Vincent.
Hello.
Yes, and today as well we will be playing Baldur's Gate again. But first, we have a little bit of something special planned. Isn't that right, Vincent?
Yes, we have, Marius.
Yes, so
What do we have?
As you probably know, on the 7th of December, the Game Awards, the Video Game Awards, will be held. And it just so happened that my good friend Geoff Keighley, who makes the Game Awards happen, he called me the other day and said, "Hey, don't you want to cover it?" And I said, "Who is this and how did you get my number?" And then I woke up and I thought, hey, Vincent, we should cover the Game Awards. We should totally restream them when they are happening.
Makes sense to me.
Right?
Yes.
And this, just, quick announcement. We will be doing this on the 7th of December. If you want to watch the Game Awards, don't watch them. Watch our stream. It will be much better. So, yeah, we will be covering them. Like, we'll just restream the stream. And we will be talking over it with our genius commentary.
Exactly.
Maybe there will be something said even about accessibility and stuff. So, because that's our focus here.
There's a whole category about accessibility.
That's right. And oh boy, will I talk about that one. But so that's happening on the 7th of December. That's still a ways away. But today we thought, okay, just as a little bit of preparation, we want to go over the nominations real quick. And have a little bit of a discussion, because I noticed that me and Vincent, we didn't know some of the games. He actually checked some of them out, and we definitely had some, rather intense discussing that was possible there, we noticed. And actually, so we will go through the nominations and like talk over about stuff. And in case, because Vincent and I tend to have different opinions on some things, which is great. That makes things interesting. But occasionally, like, we get too heated, and when it gets too heated, I have this device here, which is, I call it the peace button, okay? I will just push the peace button, and it would sound like this.
Perfect.
Oh, that's
it's
perfect.
already working.
Peace button, don't let me down. Good thing I tried this out. The peace button is really just my phone.
What? You can't reveal your secret.
Here, this is peace now. This is stupid.
Why isn't it working now?
I don't know.
Is it showing an
Hey,
ad
Vincent,
again?
I'll give you the peace button.
Yeah, it's showing an ad again, I think.
Oh, see, this is accessibility live, because the peace button app
What the?
actually does not work probably with Apple accessibility.
So,
You
somehow,
fixed it?
Oh no!
Maybe
It's
it's a bad idea.
so I think what happened is it showed you an ad. You clicked on it, and it sent you into Safari.
No.
Here's your peace button.
All right. Well, we'll see how this works and if it actually saves.
Don
me.
Solarione, hello guys, classical technical difficulties at the beginning of the stream.
No, not exactly. Well, actually, yes, you're absolutely right. Yes. Welcome to the show, by the way. And here's what that hopefully sounds. There. Right? Just to have a laugh.
Yeah.
This is a... Oh, it doesn't stop it. Okay, stop now. You can stop now. Okay,
Well,
good.
it will interrupt
Yes,
the discussion.
it will absolutely tank every reasonable discussion. And this, I wonder if other countries have this. This is a traditional German device, at least the electronic version of it, called a Lachsack, which is the literal translation of which is laughing sack.
Traditional German
It is,
device.
yes.
Sounds so sinister.
Don Solarione, stream starting strong already lol.
Yeah. And the laughing sack, I used to have this as a child. You could buy it at stores and you push on them and they have a big smiley face on them and then they laugh in like a hilarious and stupid way.
Yes.
And this is the thing. And whenever it gets too heated, the laughing sack will be
Deployed,
invoked.
yes.
So, without further ado, what's the first category of nominations for the Game Awards 2023, Vincent?
So, the website wants us to start with Game of the Year. I vote against us. I say we start.
No one does that in that order.
Yes,
You
we start
do that one last.
at the other end.
Yeah.
And the best, the first one is Best Esports Event.
Oh, this is our award, Vincent.
Uh-huh.
I have like literally nothing to say about that. I used to like play Counter-Strike and stuff, maybe even in some league, but that's the gist of it.
I think Blast is Blast TV Paris Major 2023 a Counter-Strike thing? Maybe. I know the other.
What's
four.
the award even for? Is it for teams of esports?
Let me read it.
And to be fair, I mean, I used to follow StarCraft a little bit, even in the like, what's that league called? The Korean league.
Oh,
with
the
tasteless
GSL?
commenting. Yeah, exactly.
Or
I
GSL
love
or
that
Codas,
stuff.
Yes. So the 5 nominees, or the award is for best esport event,
Yeah.
recognizing an event
Event. Okay.
across single or multiple days that deliver a best-of-class experience for participants and the broadcast audience.
Right.
And the nominees are League of Legends World Championship, which just happened, the Blast.tv Paris Major 2023, which I think is Counter-Strike, but I might be completely off. Then Evo 2023, which is a fighting game
Yeah, I know
competition.
about those. Okay, I recognize more of this than I thought.
Then the International, which
Yeah, it's
even
Dota.
includes, yes, the International Dota 2 Championships.
Okay, now I sort of care. Keep going.
And the last one is Valorant Championship 2023.
Okay, I don't know that one, and I actually have no idea about Valorant. Please
Valorant-
explain to me what Valorant is.
Valorant is the shooter that was made by Riot Games. It is sort of...
All right, okay.
Laura Carvalho, hello.
Hey, welcome
Hey,
to the
hello.
show.
It's sort of based on Overwatch, I would say.
Right.
Where it's more about, well, it's not a pure shooter, but rather a character-focused
Yeah.
shooter with abilities and stuff like that.
Vincent, I'm old. I know these types of shooters as Team Fortress.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly. Just with even more abilities and weirdness.
Right. So,
But yeah, these are the 5.
do you have a favorite? I would
seen-
say probably Evo is most fun.
Maybe. I have seen
Based on
exactly-
nothing.
I have seen exactly one, which is the League of Legends World Championship.
Yeah, that
and
makes sense.
I will say this year around was very good because they added the so-called Swiss stage. Instead of having a group stage,
It's like Swiss cheese, like a tournament selection thing.
yeah, exactly. They have like the first stage of the tournament is a Swiss stage, which worked very well because it mixed best of 3s with best of 1s. And basically the idea is every team has to play until they either have 3 wins or 3 losses. And I think as soon as they get 2 of either one, they have to start playing best of 3s.
This is a public service announcement.
We have like Soma FM in the background, so you get a public service announcement. But that's great. I was also trailing off. Vincent, your explanation is excellent, but like,
Yeah, I would
couldn't
just say
follow.
compared to the
I need
earlier
instant
years,
gratification. Like this.
you had games where
not
the
doing
outcome
anything.
didn't matter, and with the Swiss stage, every game matters, which is great and worked very well in my opinion.
Yeah, okay.
So I vote League of Legends.
Yeah,
World
I totally.
Championship.
He Makes Me Play gives the award to League of Legends.
Yes.
What Vincent said.
We have to sign into vote. Well, I won't do that now.
It's
but
okay.
Yeah, that's our vote.
Next category.
Is best esports coach. Oh yeah, the esports coach judge
This is really made for us, yeah.
to be the most outstanding for performance and conduct in 2023.
Yeah.
We have,
What a weird award. Did they do that last year?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I feel like the whole esports scene part of this awards ceremony grew and grew and grew.
Did they get them on stage, the coaches, to receive the award?
Probably. I
That
don't
might be cool.
remember. But then again, they did have some of these smaller awards where they just walked through them real quickly.
Right. Yeah,
so,
sure.
I don't know.
But that's not one of them. Are those even listed here?
The smaller awards?
Yeah, I feel like they've got tons of those.
I don't know if
Yeah.
they are unlisted awards. Maybe.
Yeah, we'll see, I guess. Well, let's just. Would you be so kind as to quickly read out the names, and then
Yes.
we'll probably move on.
We have Christine Potter, Chi, which is Evil Geniuses and Valorant. Danny Zonic Sorensen, the coach of Team Falcons and Counter-Strike. Then there's Jordan Gunbar Graham, the coach of Florida Mayhem in Overwatch. Then Remy XTQZZZ.
Cool name.
Yeah, no idea. Quonium, which is the coach of Team Vitality in Counter-Strike. And finally, Yoon Homme Sang-young, which is the coach of JD Gaming in League of Legends.
Sure. I vote Potter because she has a name like Harry Potter.
Yes. Also, more women in esport. It's good.
Well, yeah, that's not the only reason, but sure.
Yeah.
We're not just giving it to her for that.
Great criteria.
Yes.
Exactly.
Here's your award because your name is cool and you're a girl. Welcome to gaming.
Yes.
Yes.
Then the next award
Yes.
is Best Esports Team.
Oh, we're still in the esports. Oh, man. Okay.
I think there are two more.
Is Team Liquid on the list? I don't know. I don't know.
Actually, no, it's not. Best Esports Team. Recognizing a specific esports team, not the full organization, judged the most outstanding for performance and conduct in 2023.
Right.
And
You've been
nominees-
watching LoL, Vincent. Maybe you know some of these and have a favorite.
Not that much. Also, there's JD Gaming for League of Legends.
So since we've been doing it consistently, would you be so kind as to read out the names quickly?
Yes,
For the benefit
there's
of people who are just listening, maybe.
Evil Geniuses in Valorant, which, remember, that's the team that Coach Potter coached.
Yeah.
Then Fnatic in Valorant, Gaimin Gladiators in Dota 2, JD Gaming in League of Legends, and Team Vitality in Counter-Strike.
Right. I even remember Vitality. I remember the name. But, of course, today it's a different team, I'm sure.
Yeah.
We want to give it to JD. That makes sense.
Sure.
Yes.
I have no strong feeling about this.
Here,
whatsoever.
JD, receive the HeMakesMePlay award.
Exactly. Okay, next one. Best esports athlete. The esports athlete judged to be the most outstanding for performance and conduct in 2023, irrespective of game.
Do you think they will just, like we do, rattle off the esports stuff at the start or in one big segment? Or like
Laura Carvalho,
Pep-
do you play League? Vincent.
I was about to answer, but I'm not just going to answer.
Sorry. But the way she said my name was weirdly intense.
Do you play League?
Yes, I do.
Vincent?
Mm-hmm. I do. So the nominees are Lee Faker Sang-hyuk
Right.
for League of Legends,
Yeah.
Mathieu Zaivu Herbout for
Yeah, names
CS:GO.
are hard, right?
Yeah. Max Demon 1 Masanov in Valorant, Paco Hydra Rusevis in Call of Duty, Park Ruler Hyuk League of Legends, and finally Philip Imperial not sure, Dosen for Apex Legends.
Right. We give it to Faker, and Vincent gets the honorary award of name pronouncer. Under
Yes.
dire circumstances.
Yes.
Yeah.
Faker is,
Even I know the name.
yes, and he has very great conduct in his
Is he an honorable warrior?
yes, very much so.
Like a real sportsman?
Yeah.
A good sport?
Okay,
Cool.
do we finally get something that's not esport? Almost. We're getting a mix. Best esports game.
Right. Well, I mean, I sort of care about that just based on sort of opinion,
Sure.
right?
For the game that has delivered the best overall esports experience to players.
Let me guess, not Overwatch.
It's not even on
Is
the
that
list.
an option? Is not Overwatch on the list?
No.
Okay.
Inclusive of tournaments, community support, and content updates, irrespective of genre or platform.
Right.
There is Counter-Strike 2 from Valve,
Mm-hmm.
Dota 2 from Valve, League of Legends from Riot Game, PUBG Mobile
Oh, wow.
from Lightspeed/Crafton/Level Infinite,
Yeah.
and Valorant from Riot Games.
So what's your choice, Vincent?
Well, I do know that Counter-Strike 2 had some issues when it released. For example, that it basically deleted or overwrote the previous Counter-Strike iteration, which wasn't well received.
But people also sort of lost their shit when just Counter-Strike 2 suddenly appeared. But
True,
then you
yes.
also didn't sort of hear about it anymore.
Uh-huh.
I like Dota 2 because I used to play Dota
Sure.
like a real gamer.
But isn't League of Legends also Dota 2?
I don't think so. I think it's a total baby game.
Yes.
Hold on, button. It's not working, Vincent. We need it already. God damn it.
Yeah, I think it's between Dota or League of Legends.
I'm fine with giving it to League of Legends. It's honestly the bigger scene. I can totally acknowledge that. It is, right? It's like way bigger.
I don't know anymore, honestly. But yeah, I think the League of Legends devs do a good job, and I don't know about the devs of Dota.
You've never tried Dota, right?
I have for a day,
Oh, okay.
and it was way too complicated and annoying for me. Like the fact alone that characters had a turn speed was
Oh, yeah.
maddening.
And like they have like actual interesting abilities and not just shields and like heals and stuff.
Exactly. Yes, yes. I
Yeah.
just want to be a cat riding along with somebody else who does the
Right.
movement.
I mean,
Laura
it's,
Carvalho, Valorant is getting huge, though.
yeah,
Yes.
it's a good argument. I just know nothing about Valorant.
I've never played Valorant, but I have tried Overwatch, which is, I think, sort of similar. And I don't get that.
But people
appeal.
don't like Overwatch anymore. Even I understand that. And like Valorant, maybe that's a good iteration of it. I'm sure Riot has good game
Sure.
designers.
Yeah.
Like pretty much everything they touch seems to sort of turn out nicely.
Well,
I was thinking of that show, Arcane. I don't know how
True.
involved they were though, but
they have released multiple games. Like multiple games. And if you know exactly two of them, League of Legends and Valorant, you're like most people, I think.
well, I know they had the auto battler as well, and that didn't gain traction.
True. Well, that okay, that's the third one in the mix. But there was a card game.
But okay,
I think that's pretty much.
I've
There-
never heard.
Laura Carvalho, I used to love Overwatch, but I hate Valorant.
Oh, interesting.
Valorant is much more like CS.
Interesting. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna ask, can you explain to me in like one sentence that's easy for the screen reader to say, like what the difference is between Valorant and Overwatch? And also, have you played Team Fortress? Because that will be my touchstone. Or Team Fortress 2.
I think Team Fortress is quite a bit different. But
How? Maybe you can explain.
Well, I do wonder what Laura has to say about
Yeah.
it. But
Well,
I think Team Fortress is just the characters don't have like in Overwatch and Valorant as well. They have literal abilities, like in Dota or League of Legends.
Yeah.
and
And
that-
in Team Fortress, it's more like, okay, they have like special weapons, and
yeah, exactly.
maybe the sniper can like one-shot people, and like the scout has a baseball bat or whatever.
Yeah, but it's
But
just-
okay, yeah,
it's
that
basically
makes
Counter-Strike with special weapons. And,
Yeah.
Valorant and Overwatch are more like these MOBA games from a
Laura
Euro
Carvalho,
perspective.
the main difference is gameplay-wise. Overwatch is frenetic, you're not supposed to stay still at any given time. In Valorant, it is more heavily based on ground control like CS.
Oh, I see. That's an excellent explanation. Thank you. Because
Yeah.
Counter-Strike is all about camping, right?
Uh-huh.
And like denying areas with like the AWP and stuff. I remember that. That was fun. I mean, I like that, but I guess if I wanted that experience, I'd just play Counter-Strike. And I did, in fact, like the difference between Counter-Strike and Team Fortress. My touchstone that you didn't have to wait for the round to end, and you could just
Chaotic
instantly get
Team
back
Fortress
in.
is different because it doesn't have girls. This is the biggest and more important difference. It is therefore shit.
Wait, is that true?
Oh God!
You're right. I never noticed that. Oh, actually, no. Isn't there a huge controversy that the pyrotechnics guy might actually be a lady? Because you can't see the face
Laura
or the
Carvalho,
body.
that's true, and not in Team Fortress.
Yes, exactly. I think they did release the pyro video, and
Oh yeah,
it's pretty obvious that that's also a dude.
it's oh man. Holy
exactly.
shit. That never yeah, it really is, I guess, a game from another era.
Yes.
And, yeah. Okay. That is a bit weird, isn't it?
See, that's why I'm saying more women in esports, especially Team Fortress. Apparently,
It's weird. Like, yeah. Could have at least made them sort of toggleable. That would be fun. But then they have to make 2 models for each of them. And, yeah, okay.
yeah.
But I get the thing with Valorant. I think we should move on from this award, although I enjoyed the discussion. Though
Hey,
this
me
this
too.
is what this is as well. We're like talking about the awards, but we also want to get some context so we can actually, when the Game Awards are happening, we don't have to go and, oh, what is Valorant? while the show is moving and
Yes.
stuff. So, yeah. I kind of want to give it to League of Legends.
Sure.
But what do you want, Vincent?
I think League of Legends is a fine choice, and I don't know about the other ones.
Yeah.
I vote against PUBG Mobile because it's
Oh
a
yeah,
mobile
nobody
game.
cares about that. Like, we didn't even mention it.
I mean, it's probably
Yeah.
bigger than all the other 4 combined because it's a mobile
It's
game.
mobile, sure,
still.
but hey, go to the mobile awards. It's
Yes,
fine.
exactly.
Yeah. Okay, moving on.
But okay. Content Creator of the Year.
Oh, this is interesting.
For a streamer or content creator who has made an important and positive impact on the community in 2023.
Yes, please read out the nominees.
We have Iron Mouse, People Make Games, Quackity, Spreen, and Cypherpuck, or something like that.
You tried.
Yes.
That's it.
Laura Carvalho, where is HeMakesMePlay?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Next year,
we
just
will-
wait for it.
Write a strongly worded letter.
Look, since we are covering the awards, we would be,
Oh,
it wouldn't
yeah,
be
well,
right for us to
it
be
would be-
nominated.
yes.
That's why Geoff Keighley said, "Sorry, mate, it's either one or the other."
Yeah. That's why he called you in the first place, right?
Yeah,
to
yeah.
ask, do you want to be nominated or are you planning on covering?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Uh-huh.
I didn't know any of these, but that's cool, I guess. That's part of the reason for the award. Also, I don't follow things, and like, it's not surprising that I don't know it.
Okay,
But I heard about Iron Mouse,
I
and she's a VTuber, right?
yes,
So-
very big on Twitch, and I mostly know her through her subathon, which was, I think, either the biggest or one of the biggest ever on Twitch.
Right.
I also, after seeing these nominees, I learned that People Make Games is a YouTube channel.
Yeah, the name is intriguing.
And
Did you look at it?
not too much, but I read that they cover Disco Elysium and the whole drama of that. They have like a 2.5 hour video. on that.
I have watched that. I may have watched
Okay.
that without. Okay, now I want to give them the award because
Yeah,
that
me
was
too.
a really good video. Really
feel like
recommend that video.
I watched part of it too.
Yeah, it's like super, but it's like in depth. It like goes into the
Yeah.
whole Zaum thing and into the like background of the main writer and stuff. And I really recommend it if you haven't watched it and you're into disco. Which, let's face it, if you're watching us, you probably are. But
Sorry to say, but
yeah, but
that's who you are.
I need to look at their other stuff. I did not pay attention to the channel, I guess. I just sort of randomly watch YouTube recommendations.
Yeah.
Iron Mouse was interesting as well, though. That subathon sounded fascinating. Also, I just find the VTuber thing. Do you actually call her that? Or is it like a V-streamer? What's the correct genre?
I think VTuber is still.
Yeah, that's the handle. That's just
Acceptable, yes.
fascinating. I can't say I watch any of that, but I just find it's such a fascinating phenomenon. And I don't know, it's kind of cool. It's like we've arrived in the future.
Yeah.
People doing that.
It's also it's wild. Like between AI and VTubers, we're this close to never needing content creators ever again.
It's true, yeah. Just as we're getting big, Vincent, we're being replaced. Yes.
We just got here.
Yeah. So the other ones, I don't know anything about. Do you have anything to say about them, Vincent?
Nope. Don't know.
Yeah, all
about
right.
them.
I vote for People Make Games.
Yeah. me too.
Though I predict, like this would be our choice, but my prediction is Iron Mouse for the actual award.
I mean, she has apparently a huge following, so
Yeah. But
Maybe.
this is cool. This is what I'm looking for in the nominations, because then it'll be sort of exciting to watch and
Yes.
see,
also
who gets it.
just for context, I believe the these votes we are currently doing, and anybody else can do as well, count for 10% of the final result.
Yes. Our HeMakesMePlay vote literally counts for 10% of the final results.
Exactly, yes.
Yes.
No, and
Yeah, it's a popular vote in every category, right? It's
exactly,
10%,
but 10%
yeah.
is popular and 90% are...
The list of judges, right, which you can
Yes.
find on the website, which is quite immense. We went over it, and there's lots of people from the industry and from like games journalism and stuff.
Yeah.
It's a cool list.
Okay, next award. Most anticipated game.
Oh, here, I need to start getting out my peace button again. But, like, I think this one might be still fine. What are the nominations?
Recognizing an announced game that has demonstrably illustrated potential to push the gaming medium forward.
All right.
The nominees are Final Fantasy VII Rebirth by Square Enix, Hades 2 by Supergiant Games, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth by Ryoga Kotoku Studio / Sega, Star Wars Outlaws, Massive Entertainment / Ubisoft, and finally Tekken 8 Bandai Namco Entertainment.
Yeah, that's okay. It's interesting. I predict there will be no fight between us. Do you wanna? Should I count us down and we both say our choice simultaneously?
Okay.
All right.
Sure.
And then we discuss. Okay. So 3, 2, 1. Hades. There you go. I knew it. Yeah, because I did not actually play Hades or like know much about it, but you did tell me about it once, and like I listened to the music and stuff, and I really enjoyed that, and it seemed like totally a game I would love.
Yeah.
So it's like not a big question for me to sort of pick Hades, and that would also be my prediction for the awards. But the other ones are strong as well, right?
Yeah, they have such. I mean,
the Star Wars one is interesting, and this is not like it's not a unique opinion to me, but that game would be more interesting if Ubisoft didn't make it.
Yeah, and honestly, I watched the gameplay trailer they showed, and that didn't look great for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of game is it even?
It's sort of a third-person RPG / open world exploration game.
Right.
You play
So is it
basically you play Han Solo.
Okay, sure, but like what kind of gameplay is there? Is it just going to be like Assassin's
Don
Creed?
Solarione, BTW, the narrator lady from BG3, is also a narrator in Hades 2.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. Amelia Tyler, right? I think that's her name.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
but
I
it
think
makes
she
sense
worked
to
on
me.
Hades 1 as well, maybe. I might be wrong, but
Don't
yeah.
know, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the entire voice cast of Hades 1 was fantastic.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I
wouldn't be
believe it.
surprised.
But like that narrator lady, man, we'll get back to her later, and then we can talk about her. But she did a lot of work on Baldur's Gate. It's just it's just if you look at the amount of hours versus
Chaos
the other
Serial.
voice
I agree.
actors.
I don't know if it will come out on top of the awards, but I personally am only really excited for Hades 2 out of this roster.
Yeah, interesting. That's
Well-
Chad agrees with us. This seems like it's so like the other ones have no chance.
the thing is, okay,
Nobody cares about Final Fantasy.
one, I do like the Yakuza games, and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth as Yakuza
Yeah, I
games.
was gonna
Don
ask you about
Solarione, where is BG4?
well, it's not even announced.
No.
The next
Roll
Larian.
Cowbell, me too, yo-yo.
Yeah. Oh, Chad really cares about this award. It seems.
It's the first non-esport.
Yeah. We went so hot on the esports coach award, huh? But as far as I know, the next Larian game is at least sure to not be a Baldur's Gate game. So we might have to wait a little bit for BG4.
Did you speak to Sven about that? Did he call
Yeah, he
you?
caught me right after. No, I think he said that on Dropped Frames.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure. Well, of course, like what he said like a couple months ago. Who cares, right?
Yeah, but what I wanted to say is
The Yakuza, yeah.
I enjoy the Yakuza games.
Yeah.
They're great. Don't think it will win the award, but it is a close second for me. And
I'm very, very curious about those games. I've heard so much about them, and they do have like enough story and stuff that I would even be interested for our format here. But they also feel super daunting because it feels like this huge series to get into.
Yeah, but I think, I mean, I don't even think I have even played one of them.
Right.
But I've watched a lot of them, and I never watched the latest games, the 4, 5, and 6. And it's still fine. Like the story of the first two, the what are they called? The Yakuza Kiwami or something like that. That's already great.
All right.
Also, regarding the awards, Star Wars and Final Fantasy have a huge following.
Yeah. Do you think they
that's-
have a chance of winning against Hades?
I think Star Wars would have won it if they didn't show the gameplay.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. Okay, but we put our money on Hades. Let's move on.
It's yeah. Okay, best adaptation. Recognizing outstanding creative work that faithfully and authentically adapts a video game to another entertainment medium.
So this mostly movies now, right?
Movies and series.
Right.
Yes. We have Castlevania Nocturne.
Yeah,
by
I did not know this existed, and I probably need to watch it.
Hey, I've heard good things about the Castlevania series, but
I used to play that, and I like it.
have never interacted with the series whatsoever, so no idea.
It's like gothy and stuff. It's cool. I like it.
I believe it. There's vampires apparently,
Yeah.
which is cool. Then we have Gran Turismo.
Yeah, that one I also didn't know about, but probably
that like-
don't need to watch
Is
it.
that like the Need for Speed movie?
That's hilarious, man. I mean, but why not? There
Sure.
used to be this. You told me about this. You were so hype about it, and then you never talked about it again.
was I?
That Formula One show on Netflix or whatever. Do you remember
yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's-
people love shows about cars. Apparently.
I mean, that's almost more about the drivers and their drama. But yeah, it's a good show.
But, I mean, cars featured heavily, I assume.
Less than you would expect in a Formula.
All right, yeah. And maybe
sure,
that's
yeah.
the case with Gran Turismo as well. I don't know. But yeah, what are the other ones?
So Gran Turismo by PlayStation Production / Sony Pictures. Then we have The Last of Us.
Oh, we
also by
got some
PlayStation
FX to it in the
Production.
background, I think, by the way. Sorry. I couldn't shut up about that.
So The Last of Us. Then we have the Super Mario Bros. Movie by
Oh, people really like that. I haven't seen it.
Illumination, Nintendo, and Universal Pictures. I watched it. It's okay.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. Doesn't do any revolutionary stuff, but it's
Yeah,
fine.
but the thing is, okay, let's continue. Finish the category.
The last one is Twisted Metal.
right.
which-
Also car based, right?
Yeah, sort of. I have also never played the games or watched the series, but I've heard good
Yeah.
stuff. And it's sort of car-based post-apocalyptic survival,
Sure.
where they strap
Like
guns
Mad
to
Max
their,
style.
yeah. With
Okay.
lots of guns on cars, basically.
Yeah, these car-based TV shows don't really pique my interest, but that's fine. Maybe for other people. The Super Mario one is interesting to me because there used to be a Mario movie, right? And it was like awful.
You mean the real life?
It's like from the 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
really terrible. Like to the point where like people who were working on it like have really distanced themselves from that movie. I think it had like some famous actors. Do you want to look that up?
Sure.
Like we don't have to dwell on it, I guess, but it's just.
No, now I'm interested.
But the new one also was pretty high profile, right?
Yes, it has. No. Okay, I've got it right here. It has Chris Pratt, it has Jack Black,
Right.
Charlie Day.
Chris Pratt as Mario is hilarious to me. Because I'm right about this, right? Chris Pratt used to be a little bit on the chubby side. And then he buffed up
Yes.
and played Star-Lord. And now to play the Italian plumber Mario, did he like chubby up again?
No, I mean it is not a. He's just
Oh, he's the
voicing
voice?
the character. Yes. it's
Okay,
a
but to do
completely-
method acting, I'm disappointed now. I thought it was live action.
No,
I was
it's not.
hoping for that.
That would be
Maybe that's why
yeah.
the 90s one failed so miserably.
Probably yes.
Who was in it? Can you look at that on IMDb?
Yes. Okay, we have the Super Mario Bros. From '93.
Right.
We have Bob Hoskins as Mario.
Okay, don't know who that is. Maybe I was completely wrong.
Maybe the face is familiar, but I couldn't tell you where
Right.
I'm from. John Leguizamo as Luigi,
All right.
which has become quite a famous actor. He was in John Wick.
Huh. Who did he play? Luigi? The John Wick's sidekick?
No, he did not. He played the car.
His plumber? Maybe?
Stop it, Marius.
Okay, yeah. I'm trying really hard not to fake a bad Italian accent, which would be funny to anyone.
No, he played. I don't even know what his. He was the owner of a car shop, basically, and
Let's leave it at that. We're about to go like 3 levels deep into Inception of looking up stuff for awards and so on. So let's finish up Mario. I just want to know if there's one famous person that I know.
Dennis Hopper as President Cooper.
He was probably the one who was embarrassed. Yeah.
Possibly. Samantha Mathis as Princess Daisy. Fisher Stevens as Iggy Cooper. Richard Edson as Spike Cooper. Dana Kaminsky as Daniela Verducci. Fiona Shaw as Lena.
All right.
And more. I don't think I know.
Not as
any of them.
high profile as I remembered, but still fine. What's the rating?
This is Wikipedia, but let me...
Oh, okay. I thought you were on IMDb. It's not that important.
No, let's go
All
there.
right. Vincent understands this
4.1.
format. I'm expanding He Makes Me Play to He Makes Me Look Shit Up on
Yes.
IMDb.
It is a rating of 4.1.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. As far as IMDb goes,
Yes.
that's awful.
That's pretty bad. But
Yeah.
even watching the trailer, I can understand how they got to that.
Sure.
Is that Bowser? Oh, God. What
Yeah.
did they do to Bowser?
Yeah,
Let's close
it's a
this
whole
and,
thing. Yeah.
do
So
something
do you
else
understand why I
instead.
was really hoping that the new one would be live action? And really surprised that people liked it.
Yeah, no, this is
So, yeah.
animated.
So I would say, just from hearsay, I watched none of these. From hearsay, I would say the award will go to either Last of Us or Mario movie. And I would put my money on the Mario movie.
Interesting. I agree with it's probably between these two. I would put my money on The Last of Us.
Yeah, it sounded like a really good show.
Yeah, also
And also a really faithful adaptation.
and it's sort of the same as Oscar bait movies, right? It has just more drama and more serious acting and all that, and
Yeah.
it's not just fun. So
Do you think we will see this, like, video game award bait? And what would that look like? And would has cinema sunken so low
Well-
that they will start to bend towards the tastes of video gamers?
let's wait for the indie category.
Yeah, okay, sure. But it would look different, right? If you baited with games or if you baited with like shows and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's a really impressive category because video game movies and shows used to be really bad, and that has really changed.
Yeah, and it's insane that there are 5 shows that are probably all at least okay.
Yeah,
Shows/movies, I guess. But yeah,
yeah.
I remember the Far Cry days, and that was not good entertainment.
Oh, is there a Far Cry show?
Oh, movie.
Oh,
Yes.
really? I didn't know that. Yeah,
You missed nothing.
I believe it. All right, so it will either go to Last of Us or Mario movie. That's fine. Let's move on.
Okay. Best multiplayer. For outstanding online multiplayer gameplay and design, including co-op and massive multiplayer experiences, irrespective of game genre or platform.
Right, and the nominees are?
Baldur's Gate 3, Larian
Right.
Studios.
Yeah.
Diablo 4, Blizzard Entertainment. Party Animals by Recreate Games. Street Fighter 6 by Capcom. And Super Mario Bros. Wonder by Nintendo.
So this is a weird one, right? Because we're now getting into the awards where like Baldur's Gate is on every list.
Chaotic Yoyo, BG3 will absolutely body those other losers.
Yeah, it's like so, and this is it gets into peace button category, but I don't think for this award yet, because I'm obviously partial to Baldur's Gate 3. We played it a lot. We're still playing it. We will play it today. And it's on basically all the like non-esport, non-movie award lists.
Yes.
And I love it, and I will tend to give all the awards to it. But this one is a bit weird because, honestly, if you play Baldur's Gate multiplayer, like, you can technically do that, but you shouldn't, in my opinion.
Laura Carvalho. This looks like the Lord of the Rings Oscars year.
Ooh, because every Baldur's Gate will win everything? I'm not sure about that, honestly.
But it is though. I totally agree.
Maybe.
Because it's
We'll
also
see.
it's such a you see where this is going? Why I have the button? Vince, for some reason,
gonna come over there,
it's
Marius.
like super anti Baldur's Gate, and like I really don't understand it. But that's also what gives this the spice. So that's fine. We have the dialectic going on here. But in this category, I don't want to give it to Baldur's Gate 3 because I don't want anyone to play Baldur's Gate 3 in multiplayer.
Then what do you want to give it to?
Right there. So what's Diablo 4 on the list?
Yes.
Yeah, that people said this. I'm just repeating other people, but it's like that's hilarious, right? Because Baldur's Gate 3 is technically a multiplayer game, but it sort of sucks if you play it multiplayer. And Diablo 4 is like sort of designed as a multiplayer game, but everyone plays it solo. It's like an inverse, right? It sucks if you play it multiplayer as well, but in a weird way.
Well, I would say I didn't play Diablo 4, but I played a lot of Diablo 3.
Yeah.
And I also played a lot of Path of Exile.
Sure.
And I always find it interesting how different they work for multiplayer. Because in Path of Exile, multiplayer to me feels not that fun because it's just hard to keep up with the other players because everything is moving so fast.
Right.
While Diablo tends to favor slower movement and setup, so you have like people that group up mobs together, and then you have somebody else that controls them, and they all add damage bonuses, and then you have that one guy that is purely built damage, and he gets all these bonuses from the others.
Right.
So I would say Diablo 4 is a decent multiplayer game if it's similar to Diablo 3.
Yeah. I don't know. I was sort of inclined to give it to Diablo, even though, you know, with Blizzard and stuff, nobody likes Blizzard anymore, and the game also had some trouble at launch and stuff, and just generally, like, I used to play the shit out of Diablo 2 and stuff, loved it. I would probably not feel very drawn to this franchise anymore, but it still sounded like a good experience. Probably.
Again, I didn't play it, even though I played basically every other Blizzard game.
And to be fair, like I was sort of recommending against Baldur's Gate multiplayer, but of course, many people out there probably played this as couch co-op, and that's probably a good experience, and it's fun to do that.
I can totally see that Baldur's Gate 3 is a good experience in multiplayer once you have finished it yourself at least once.
Yeah. Or you always play it with your spouse.
Yeah, all that. But I also heard experiences where people are just confused because other party members get into discussions with NPCs and they don't know what's going on or where to go.
Yeah,
and it's just the usual co-op issue for
Vincent and I have a friend who we will not name who plays Baldur's Gate 3 since it came out exclusively in multiplayer with 3 other people. So no origin characters at all. Like there might be in the camp, but they're not getting their story. They're not playing with them. It's all custom-made characters. His group decided, for some reason, to all make tanks, and he plays a bard. Last time we heard from him, they were in the Underdark. And he, like, in a 1-2 hour play session, he died 6 times and said, quote, "I don't like my bard," end quote.
And it's not, he didn't go down 6 times, he died 6 times. Which is pretty rough.
And it sort of takes forever because nobody deals damage. And that's why I say you shouldn't play the game that way, in my opinion. I have a strong opinion on that one. But anyway, let's just give it to Street Fighter.
Sure. I mean, we haven't talked about the others, but I think Party Animals is also...
I don't know much about that. It's probably great.
Yeah.
What's the other one?
Street Fighter and Super Mario Bros. Wonder, which is, I mean, it's Nintendo. They know what they're doing.
They're all probably
a
good.
ton of fun.
I kind of like Street Fighter. I'm curious about it. I might actually play that one day because you can play it blind, but I don't know if it gets this award. I predict, it's going to be a toss-up between BG and Diablo, in my opinion.
Probably.
We'll see. Let's go to the next one.
Best sports/racing.
All right.
For the best traditional and non-traditional sports and racing game. And the nominees are Esports FC 24 by EA Vancouver, EA Romania and EA Sports. F1 23 by Codemasters and EA Sports. Forza Motorsport by Turn 10 Studios and Xbox Game Studios. Hot Wheels Unleashed 2 Turbocharged by Milestone. And The Crew Motorfest by Ubisoft Ivory Tower /Ubisoft.
Yeah, maybe this is a category we don't dwell on super long. Do you have a favorite? I have literally no opinion.
Yes, I vote Hot Wheels because...
Yeah, me too, because I played with them as a child. Yes.
It sounds
It's
fun.
like literally
Just-
the only
Yeah,
reason.
just seeing like a race car followed by a monster truck on these orange loops. That looks fun.
I bet Forza is like an awesome game with like super
Sure.
loving developers
Uh-huh.
who like are really invested in their craft and
Yeah.
stuff. But
And the
that like
cars look-
sorry, like it's not called Hot Wheels, so you don't get the award. Yeah.
The cars look more real than real cars. But
Hot Wheels had like loopings
does it-
and stuff.
Yes, does it have plastic loopings?
And cool 90s ads
Uh-huh.
for children. So it gets the award. Let's move on.
Also, it has turbocharged in the name.
Yeah, man.
Okay, let's go on.
Yeah.
Best sim/strategy. Best game focused on real-time or turn-based simulation or strategy gameplay, irrespective of platform.
Right.
And the nominees are Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp,
I have no idea.
Way Forward /Nintendo.
Yeah.
Okay, looks the picture they have here is very anime-like with a trio on top of a very small tank.
Oh. It's like an anime World War II game by Nintendo.
Sort of, yes. Then the next nominee is Cities Skylines 2 by Colossal
Right.
Order /Paradox Interactive.
I'm familiar with this one.
The third nominee is Company of Heroes 3 Relic Entertainment /Sega. Then we have Fire Emblem Engage by Intelligent Systems and Nintendo. And finally, Pikmin 4 by Nintendo,
Yeah.
EPD, and Nintendo.
So I have a question. Okay, first, I need to do this question answered, and only then can I call absolute bullshit on this category. When was the Dwarf Fortress Steam release published?
This year, I think.
That's right, isn't it?
I mean,
So, like, why is it not nominated?
that's a very...
Clearly, it is a simulation. It's even a city builder, much like City Skylines.
Yes.
And it absolutely
Oh.
deserves the award.
December 6th,
God.
2022.
Okay.
Which I think would still fall in this...
Because it
year
was
of-
after the Game Awards last
Yeah,
year,
or
right?
like a day before or something like that.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
You know.
What the fuck, Jeff? Fix this.
Yeah, call him, Marius.
There's still
Call him.
time. So yeah, I would totally give the award to Dwarf Fortress, no question.
Is Advanced Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp, is that like a remake?
Because it has reboot in the name? I don't know.
Yeah, also because it's 1+2? I don't know.
It's a bad name. I hate the name.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know.
And
I'm
I'm
so-
generally against voting for reboots or remakes and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's a whole. We'll get to
Yeah.
that one. But like, I'm so disheartened now because of
Uh-huh.
Dwarf Fortress. I cannot have an opinion. Do you have one, Vincent?
Well, I don't have strong feelings for a game. I do have feelings against the game, specifically.
Those are the best feelings.
Yeah, against City Skylines, because the game is currently basically unplayable.
Yeah, but
Even
that's
if-
just sad.
Yeah, even if you have the best PC out there, you can hardly play it, and even then, there are plenty of bugs.
Wasn't that also made in Unity?
Possibly.
And wasn't that also part of the like they have technical issues, like
Yeah.
really strong technical issues, and Yeah, I don't know. I didn't read enough about it to say anything interesting, so I won't. But it's
I
just
mean,
kind of sad.
I still want them to succeed.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I believe they will, because the City Skylines is an amazing game, and I think they can do the same for the second game. But you can't vote a broken game as best strategy or sim.
I wonder if next year they will have an award category for like best cleanup of a mess a game company made.
They already have best ongoing support or something like that.
Sure, but that's not exactly the same, right?
I mean, that's the No Man's Sky award for the past 8 years or something.
Did they get that? I don't remember.
I think multiple times.
Oh, wow.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, but they also... Well, okay, we'll get to that award, but I agree that this one should not go to City Skylines.
Yes.
But then who do we give it to? Or who will receive it?
Well, the only other... I have not...
Maybe Company of Heroes. I used to play that. It's fun.
I have not played Pikmin 4 or interacted with that game in any way. Neither have I played Fire Emblem Engage or interacted with that series in any way, though I've heard good things.
Yeah, I heard about that as well.
And I do recall that Company of Heroes 3 had substantial issues when they first released. Like, they did an early release or early access release.
Yeah.
And they had a lot of issues gameplay wise.
All right.
And apparently they listened to a lot of the feedback and changed like some fundamentals of the game. And
again, best cleanup. What's it with all these strategy games?
Well,
tanking.
Yeah,
coming
but
out
they
bugged.
did it the right way, right? They released an early access and then looked and listened to their players, and
Yeah, you're
now
right.
they
That's-
released it in a state that is, if not fantastic, at least good and playable.
It's kind of what early access is for,
Yeah.
I guess.
Exactly. So yeah, in compared to the others, which I either don't know or know that they have issues, I vote Company of Heroes 3.
Yeah, I vote for it too because I liked the original Company of Heroes. But I predict this will go to that advanced reboot 1+2 thing that we don't know.
Sure.
Yeah. All right, moving on.
Best Family.
Yeah, this is for us, Vincent.
We have Best Family for the best game appropriate for family play, irrespective of genre or platform. There's Disney Illusion Island by Lala Studios / Disney.
Sure.
Then Party Animals again by Recreate Games still. Pikmin 4 again by Nintendo.
Yeah.
Sonic Superstars by RZest / Sonic Team / Sega. And finally Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
Yeah, don't have strong opinions here.
It's
I haven't played a Nintendo game in forever.
Yeah, it's probably still gonna go to Super Mario, right?
Maybe.
This
Is Party Animals, is that a game like Mario Party? Because I used to play the shit out
No.
of that on the N64.
I think I might be wrong on this, but I think Party Animals is basically a silly fighting game.
Oh, really? Okay.
Where maybe I'm
I could
thinking
beat him
of
up.
Not even that. Like there are no combos or any kind of strategy involved. It's just hey.
Oh, so
you
like
can-
Super Smash Brothers.
Yeah, exactly.
Joke.
It's just you have this. Well, humanoid is almost too much. It is humanoid, but it's basically a blob of goo, and it has arms, and you can grab onto things, and then you can throw people off the platform or.
Laura Carvalho, there is no strategy involved. That sounds like a skill issue to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vincent,
Probably.
it sounds like you can't control your blob very
Just like Melee, right? There was no strategy at the beginning, and then people found strategy.
well. But you can't even wave dash, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what wave dashing is. I'm totally out of my ass. I apologize. Though I did play Super Smash Brothers on an emulator way back in the day with my neighbor Jan. Shout out to Jan.
Man,
Yeah, it was fun.
what a great guy this Jan.
Totally, yeah.
Let's take a minute to remember Jan.
He's not. I don't think he's dead. Let's move on. We give it to Party Animals. Let's go to the next one.
Sure. Best fighting. for the best game designed primarily around head-to-head combat.
Well, I have strong opinions, but please read the
Is
nominees.
it party anime?
Well, it's probably not in here, right?
No, it's not.
Because there's no strategy. It's a baby game
It is.
for families.
Yeah. The first option is God of Rock by Modus Studios.
Yeah, that sounds awesome, but nobody knows what it is.
Yes.
Did you look at this game, Vincent?
No.
Because if it's like a music-based fighting game, like I'm into it.
Might be. I mean, they they had strong feelings about character design. I will say that.
What do you mean by that?
Well, they,
You have to explain these jokes to the blind people out there.
yes, there's for each of these games they have a single picture.
Yeah.
And in this one you have 5 of the characters, and the person standing in the front alone has like a giant.
Cleavage. No.
No, a giant hairdo, similar to Elvis, I would say.
Is it like an anime game with giant hair and swords?
Yes, not with swords, but anime. Yes, sort of a mix between cyberpunk and anime, basically. Yeah,
And they're all like music themed. You said Elvis. Does the other one look like Mick Jagger and stuff? That would be fun.
No, more like. God, with music everywhere.
Yeah, we're getting arrested because I said Geoff Keighley called me, and it's not true.
It doesn't look too music themed, but maybe it is. I don't know. Or
Sounds
maybe
interesting.
I just don't recognize the other characters, but I don't think so.
What are the other nominees?
Mortal Kombat 1
Right.
by NetherRealm Studios and WB Games. Then Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2 by Ludosity/Fair Game Lab /Game Mill Entertainment.
That's a Game Mill game. Oh wow, they've been sort of on our radar lately for multiple reasons. One of them being they made Skull Island: Rise of Kong, which is it deserves a category of its own. I feel like.
Yeah, but apparently this Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2 is good enough to be in compared to the other best fighting games of this year.
I'm unironically hoping for next year to be a best worst game category. Right? I don't want worst game. I don't like these negative awards. That you shouldn't give people that much exposure. But within the category of like embarrassing shovelware, who did the best job, right?
Yes.
That might be an award.
Yeah. I'm curious, but this looks sort of like Super Smash Brothers, just with Nickelodeon characters, right? There's SpongeBob, there's Garfield, there's
That's cool.
from
Who
Avatar.
wouldn't want to kick the shit out of Garfield?
Exactly. I am curious.
Oh, you want lasagna, huh? Now you're getting more than you bargained for, cat.
eat this?
Yes. Exactly. Yeah. Do they have Peppa Pig?
Not on here.
I don't even know if that's a Nickelodeon character. I'm
probably.
out of touch. I just know what my niece and nephew sort of watch.
The next one is Pocket Bravery
Right.
by Starterra Studio.
Know nothing about it,
Cube.
but it's okay. What's the next one?
And Street Fighter 6.
Yeah. I want to give it to Street Fighter 6 because, you know, beloved franchise. I used to play that back in the day, and it's accessible. Maybe one day I'll actually play it.
Yeah, sure. I also heard that Mortal Kombat is still good.
Yeah.
Does apparently amazing stuff in their stories.
I totally believe it. And that probably deserves it as well, but I have not heard about how it's accessible and stuff, so I totally shit on it. But realistically, this award will probably be a head-to-head between Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter, in my opinion.
Yeah, probably. Okay, let's go on. Best RPG. So the best game designed with rich player character customization and progression, including massive multiplayer experiences. Already preparing the button over there, I see.
Yeah. Please read the nominations.
We have Baldur's Gate 3 by Larian Studios, Final Fantasy 16 by Square Enix, Lies of P by Round 8 Studio / NeoVis Games, Sea of Stars by Sabotage Studio, and Starfield
Yeah.
by Bethesda.
All right. What do you want to discuss first, or say your choice out simultaneously with me?
I'm honestly,
Maybe we don't even have any conflict here. I don't know.
I'm still.
All right.
I'm thinking if any of these can beat Baldur's Gate 3, and it's difficult.
Yeah, too bad Alan Wake isn't a fucking RPG, huh? They couldn't get away with that.
We'll get there.
Yeah,
next
we'll
year.
get there. Oh, we will get there.
Yeah, best RPG / Alan Wake. Game.
That would be the only way to cram it into this category. Is this the only category that Starfield made the list?
I think so.
That's so... Oh, man, what a message to Bethesda.
Yeah.
A game that, I don't hear much about anymore.
Last time I heard about it was people complaining that it has no good parts. To put it nicely.
Yeah, I'm sure, like, people have said this, right? And we don't need to start a long Starfield discussion now. That would go far, but it's like... It's probably a decent, cool game, like, for, like, 10 years ago and stuff. That's probably my impression of it.
A good version of that game is New Vegas. And
Yeah, that's even better, but it's
15 years ago, and I think it did it better.
Yeah, I'm
So,
old. Double the 10 years, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just not impressive enough for what people expected from Bethesda, I
Yeah.
suppose. And so I don't think it deserves this award. Though it is clearly an RPG.
True, yes.
Speaking of which, how did Lies of P get in here? Can you explain to me and everyone else what Lies of P even is?
I think. I mean,
Because I heard a lot about it, people like it, but like, what is it?
I haven't played it, but it's basically a Souls-like.
Right.
Which, I mean, the Souls-like are RPGs. Right? You can create your character and build it in any way you want.
I totally agree that it's an RPG. It's just kind of surprised me on this list because
Why?
because I just didn't see those games as RPGs first and foremost. I thought of them as Souls-likes, and mostly that's because I associate them with like really manual Twitch skills. Right, you need to be very skillful and proficient with them instead of just leveling up your character and stuff. But when you say the fact that you can build your character and there's like you play a character and all that stuff, it's totally an RPG. But I would say it's an emerging subcategory of RPGs, just like we already have CRPGs and JRPGs, which all are like a slightly different take on the genre, right?
Yeah,
but clearly RPGs.
I agree with that, but I will say, and probably Chad can back me up on that, there are builds in the Souls games that are significantly stronger than others. That can
So you
almost-
don't have to have the Twitch skills.
Yeah, like there are some games of those where the magic users at some point become so strong that they don't even really have to fight bosses anymore,
Right.
where they just one-shot them basically.
But that's cool, and you can set your own difficulty, sort of.
Yeah.
Even like how much RPG do you want in your RPG? That's
so
cool.
yeah, definitely
Yeah,
RPGs.
And definitely we give it to Baldur's Gate 3. Let's just face it.
Sure, yeah, I've heard good things of Lies of P. I actually played a little bit of Sea of Stars.
Oh yeah? Do you have anything to say about that one?
It's
I sort of
fine.
ignored it.
It's basically a JRPG,
Ah,
and I have never played the old ones.
oh, they're old ones.
Yeah, like the old Final Fantasy, I think.
Is it based on those?
I would assume so. But it didn't grab me,
Okay.
basically. Yeah, but I only played like an hour, and well, I can get into the other issues later, but it didn't grab me.
All right.
And-
Tease from Vincent here.
Yes.
No idea where this is going.
And Final Fantasy 16 is also apparently good, but
I believe it. It's just not.
it's not my
It's
kind
not
of
for me.
game.
I feel like
It's,
And sorry, it's probably not genre revolutionizing, games industry revolutionizing good, like
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate 3.
yeah, and from what I've heard and seen, it is just not as interesting gameplay. Honestly, it's
Right.
mostly, it's basically a movie hidden in a game.
Yeah, I
Which is-
associate the Final Fantasy
Yeah.
franchise as it is nowadays with long cutscenes. and long tutorials and stuff.
Yes.
I may be completely wrong. I don't know, but that's my association.
Yeah.
And if you like that, great.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah,
There we go. We agree.
we agree. See, this is not hard. We can do this.
Best action adventure. The nominees are for the best action/adventure game combining combat with traversal and puzzle solving.
Yeah. Just to be clear, to me, the paradigmatic action adventure game is Uncharted. Do we agree?
Oh yeah, sure.
Right? Or like, I
That's
guess if you're old like me, maybe Lara Croft, Tomb Raider.
Yeah, both of these are perfect examples.
Yeah.
We have number 1, Alan Wake 2,
Here we go.
Remedy Entertainment/Epic Games Publishing. Number 2, Marvel Spider-Man 2, Insomniac Games/SIE. Number 3, Resident Evil 4, Capcom.
Yeah.
Number 4, Star Wars Jedi Survivor by Respawn Entertainment/EA. And number 5, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom
Yeah.
by Nintendo.
This category, here it starts.
Uh-huh.
Begun the award wars have.
Yeah. Okay.
So, although the one silver lining is, as you noticed, I'm sure, Baldur's Gate 3, not in this category. But
we don't have to break tables. So
No. Actually, and this one might not be as tough, but
no.
so let's rule out easy ones.
Mm-hmm.
What was it? The Marvel game?
Marvel Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, people like this game.
Yeah.
I don't have a strong opinion on it. It's just I probably wouldn't like it that much. So subjectively, I would not like to give it the award, just because I'm not very hip on superhero stuff.
I hope to be able to play it before the actual awards, but for now, I agree. I have not played it, and even though I've heard good things, and I feel like I would actually like it.
Very worthy of this category, for sure.
Yeah. Also, we can probably rule out Resident Evil 4.
Oh yeah.
Because it's a remake.
What's this remake doing in my awards? I remember Resident Evil 4. It
Yeah.
was a good game.
Mm-hmm.
It was great. I'm sure had the Game Awards been around, it would have received many an award. But now they remade it, and now it's competing with other games that were actually made anew, and that's a bit weird.
Yes.
And I'm sure we'll I don't know. There's been a lot of discussion about this.
Yeah.
And I wonder, we don't have much to add, I'm sure. But
Laura Carvalho, that one is a fire remake, at least.
Fire as in good remake.
I was wondering for a second if Laura used some kind of smiley or emoji.
I've looked.
That's
over
a hot remake, and it just reads fire. But
Laura Carvalho, yeah.
yeah. So
I love that voice.
They're all good.
Yeah.
I would love to actually play that one day. I don't know whom I can get to do that, but I used to play Resident Evil 4 very briefly back in the day on PC. Actually, because there was a port back in the day, but the port was, and I liked it, right? I played the first half hour or whatever, and I could see this is a really good game that I would enjoy. I really loved the Resident Evil franchise. I used to play 1 and 2, and I have formative video game experiences with those games.
Okay.
But that port was dog shit, completely horrible, just performance-wise, and it was not a good PC port. So if this is a remake and it runs on PC, I'd be interested to actually in playing it.
Yeah. I mean, apparently it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Fire, as I put it.
Exactly. So I'm not against Resident Evil 4. I just wish that next year they will make a category for best remake, which probably there are enough remakes around, right?
And then ban remakes from every other category.
Yeah. Seems reasonable to me.
Don Solarione, I think it was keyboard only, no mouse.
Do you mean the port?
Oh boy.
That's very possible, actually.
Again, want to talk about indie games,
I
but
mean,
I'm gonna...
You used to play it with controls, right? And honestly, Resident Evil 2, I don't know if they ever changed it, but that had tank controls. It was awkward as fuck. But you can defend that choice in a horror game because horror is about disestablishment and feeling a lack of control, and so making the controls awkward. That's the one genre where I let you get away with that, right?
Okay.
Like in Penumbra and the Amnesia games, where you're not good at fighting because the game resists you and stuff because it wants to make you feel impotent. But okay, this is a horror discussion. Resident Evil 4, we all agree it's a good game, but doesn't get this award. Let's talk about Alan Wake for a second.
One more we can rule out, in my opinion, is Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
Oh yeah, I'd already forgotten about that one.
Yes, because it has, again, had massive issues at launch.
Yes, performance problems.
Yeah, just...
Still has performance problems,
yes.
right? Yeah.
But
But
it was awful.
But was that an action-adventure game, would you say?
Yeah.
All right.
I would agree with that.
Sounds like a perfect genre for a Star Wars game, honestly.
Yeah. And I think it's pretty good, apart from the obvious bugs and issues. But the last one was also like a solid game.
Yeah, but probably not going to get the award. This one will probably go to Alan Wake, except that there is this last one, which we haven't mentioned yet, which is Tears of the Kingdom, which is a massive game and really, really good. Came out at the start of the year, right? So people have a little bit maybe forgotten about it, but it's still fantastic. Everything I heard about it sounded really fantastic. I would probably love it. It's innovative, right, with the whole physics stuff and the crafting and so on. And I know that Vincent is just not a huge fan of the Zelda games. And unlike me, didn't grow up with Zelda.
Yeah, I just never played it.
Yeah.
And like I probably would play one of the newer ones if they weren't limited by the Switch engine. Or not engine, the hardware.
They look a bit dated, right? Is that fair?
Is putting it mildly, yes.
Yeah, okay. What weirds me out a little bit is saying that Zelda is an action-adventure game. Which, I mean, I can see it, but just like with Lies of P, it would not have occurred to me to label it as such.
How would you have labeled it?
Yeah, that's a good question.
A
fucking Zelda game?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but you can hardly make a category at the Game Awards Best Zelda Game.
Yes, again, it's Zelda.
Yeah. Honestly, though, we're at a point where they could almost make a category of Best Nintendo Game. Like, nobody would mind.
Yeah. Now I'm wondering what else would count as an action-adventure. Would a Sonic game count as action-adventure?
I'm sure, in a way, right?
Would
the Kirby games back in the day? Yeah. Is Mario the Mario action-adventure game?
Could you fill this up with just Nintendo
maybe
games?
those you would call them platformers, right?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
I would honestly, back in the day, on the Nintendo, where I played Zelda games, I would have called them RPGs. Because, guess what? It all comes back full circle. That's where they got their inspiration, right? Like Zelda 1, ancient as it is, that was basically a clone, or like it was heavily inspired by Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
And it was that you just run around this sort of fantasy world, and you go into dungeons and you find treasure and you solve problems occasionally.
Yes.
And there wasn't much story, right?
I mean, that's all you need.
Yeah.
Give me a dungeon and I'm a happy boy.
Yeah, and then they added all the plot and stuff and all the things we love Zelda for. Even A Link to the Past I would have still called an RPG, I guess. But genres evolve, and now I guess it's an action-adventure. I mean, when it made the move to 3D, that feels a lot more action-adventure-y to me. Ocarina of Time and stuff. Yes. But I honestly, I can't answer that question very, very correctly. I don't know what I would have called it. It just, again, surprised me in this category. And that's the best contender against Alan Wake, which is the Juggernaut in the Room, which we haven't mentioned. So would you say that Alan Wake 2 is an action-adventure?
That's difficult, because I would say that...
If it's not that, what else is it?
Yeah. See, I would say that Control is an action-adventure.
Right.
Because, as they describe it here, combining combat with traversal and puzzle solving. And,
and you see the Zelda in there, right? The puzzle solving.
Yes, and traversal as well for Zelda. You have your glider and stuff like that. And combat, of course. I don't see the traversal angle for Alan Wake 2 from what I have seen.
Vincent,
but maybe I'm wrong on that.
But if you're like, and this is annoying, I know, but sorry, you have to excuse me at least for a little bit. Like, I'm just
Don Solarione, it's point and click game but without pointing and clicking.
Oh boy.
So it's
We
a
may
movie?
have a non-Alan Wake fan in the room. I don't know, maybe that voice, which always sounds a little bit condescending, which is great, Don Solarian. That made it sound that way, but I don't know. So that's interesting. I have to ask more about Alan Wake, but I was gonna say, just by the definition, combat, traversal, and puzzle solving. Oh boy,
Yeah.
wouldn't that also apply to this little game we know called Baldur's Gate 3?
Just because you can throw the hobbitses?
Like, yeah, I mean, there's tons of like scenes where like I watch you like jump around and stuff, and then you complain, and then someone falls down and stuff. There's traversal in that game.
Yeah, and puzzle solving.
Definitely
and
puzzle
combat
solving. Remember
and
the
traversal,
illicit
yes.
mind puzzle? Like, that's a puzzle.
Definitely.
And there's combat. So
Yeah.
it's an action adventure,
agree.
and it wins the category. Done. Let's move on.
Yes.
No, okay. So it's gonna be between Alan Wake 2 and Tears of the Kingdom, right?
Yes.
And we're gonna keep talking about Alan Wake. Don't worry. But as an action adventure, okay, because Don Solarian brought it up, how do you actually control Alan Wake? I don't actually know.
I think with a mouse.
And you click, and then Alan walks, or whoever you play.
I don't actually know.
Yeah, because it's not an FPS, right? And it's
I
not
wish
like
I could play that game, but it's just jump scares are not something.
I know.
for
I was
me.
gonna bring this up. I'm actually.
Yeah.
This seems like it's totally a game for the channel. And
Yes.
I would be interested in it. It might be a bit long. I don't know if it holds my attention that long. But I need to find someone to play it with because Vincent is too scared.
Yes.
So I don't know. Maybe Stefan wants to play it. I don't know.
I'll probably watch you play it. But yeah, I don't know. I know that in Control it's been a while, but I
Yeah.
think you controlled with WASD, and the mouse was used to aim.
Right.
You had a gun in Control, right? And maybe Alan Wake is just.
But it wasn't first
WASD.
person. It was like camera behind. It was
Yeah.
third person. So does it just would make sense, right? Is it controlled like Max Payne?
Yeah.
Max Payne being the same game that is like, how was it exactly? The guy plays Max Payne.
Yeah. The what's his
CEO
name?
of Remedy.
Sam, is that Sam Lake?
I think so. Yeah. Was he actually CEO? Am I getting this right? Like the guy of Remedy,
Yeah, I don't know what his actual position is. If he's
lead designer, whatever.
Yeah. Max Payne is modeled off him. Yes.
Yeah. Which
First one.
that good-looking guy. Remember Max Payne?
Yeah.
That was a hot dude. I would say so.
Sure.
And also like a really cool game. Like this, they nailed this
Yeah.
whole film noir, like hard-boiled detective stuff with a little bit of psychedelics. So I like that, and therefore I would totally like Control and Alan Wake as well. I just haven't gotten into those yet.
Yeah.
But so it's probably controlled like Max Payne, which you could even call Max Payne an action adventure, I guess.
Yeah. So I imagine it to be controlled like Max Payne, but without the gun part.
Yeah.
So you can only interact with objects, I guess.
Yeah.
So if that is the point and click without pointing and clicking, makes sense to me, sort of.
Yeah. Okay, I think we've spent enough time on this category. I would say we both give it to Alan Wake.
Really?
I have nothing against Alan Wake getting this. I would just say Tears of the Kingdom is a strong contender, and I wouldn't be totally shocked if it gets the award, just because like the judges kind of feel bad that Tears of the Kingdom won't get many other awards.
Yeah.
And this is probably the most likely one for Tears of the Kingdom to win.
The thing is, like the one point I see here against Alan Wake is that I don't see it as a strong contender for action adventure game.
Oh, you mean
In this category?
viewed under that particular lens,
Yes.
it's not super strong.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Okay.
I would imagine the gameplay is
Yeah,
very much puzzle focused, and
and people said the combat isn't very interesting.
yeah. So I'd actually give it either to
Don
Spider-Man
Solarione,
or
Alan Wake is cool, but wouldn't call it action/adventure game.
Interesting.
It feels very similar to walking simulators like Detroit or Heavy Rain.
yeah,
that's,
exactly.
probably very accurate. That's exactly how I imagine that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd give it to probably Spider-Man
oh wow.
or Legend of Zelda. They're pretty close, I think.
It's not working. Furiously tapping the.
Panic button, panic button, panic
not-
button.
Why is it not working?
I don't know. Probably.
Oh no, it's doing the same thing. I'm now going to the advertisement.
Ah,
Okay. We're officially retiring the laughing button. That did not work. But it's okay. We've been getting along so far.
Yeah.
So okay, we're in disagreement, it appears. I give it to Alan Wake, you give it to Spider-Man. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
And then in the end, Tears will win it.
Yes.
And everything will be fucked.
As long as Resident Evil 4 or Star Wars the Jedi Survivor don't win, I am fine with either one of these.
You just
excuses.
have a chip on your shoulder against those games. huh?
It's not okay.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
Okay.
Let's move on.
On we go. Best action game. For the best game in the action genre, focused primarily on combat.
Yeah, if action adventure was weird, this is even weirder to me. Like, can you read the definition again? What is an action game?
For the best game in the action genre, focused primarily on combat.
Did you notice that they don't even define what the action genre is?
Yes, they define it by itself.
Yeah.
The action game, which is the best game
Action
in
game.
the
And then they
action
add
genre.
combat because they recognize that action game is too diffuse. Could be anything.
Yes.
But okay, what are the nominees?
Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon, by From Software, Bandai Namco. Dead Island 2, by Dambuster Studios and Deep Silver. Ghost Runner 2, by One More Level and 505 Games. Hi-Fi Rush, by Tango Gameworks and Bethesda Softworks. And Remnant 2, by Gunfire Games and Gearbox Publishing.
Yeah, so I have a clear favorite, but it's not based on much. I don't have much experience with this genre really and these games. Do you have a favorite, Vincent?
A very small one, yes. I watched a bit of Dead Island 2. That was fine.
It's a zombie game, right?
Yes, with a lot of parkouring.
Are those like that's cool? Are those like Left 4 Dead? Because I played those back in the day.
No, there was a game like Left 4 Dead released either this year or last year, I think. I don't remember the name. Dead Island 2 is really more an adventure game. More like
here we go. Would you say it's an action adventure?
You know, now that you ask.
Maybe it doesn't have puzzles.
Have you seen or played Far Cry 3?
Not as much as Far Cry 2, but yes.
Okay, Dead Island 2 is like an iteration on Far Cry 3
that's
in
weird.
a zombie world.
Wait, but does
basically.
it have like crafting from animals and you can
Basically,
like raid
yes.
outposts and stuff? Really?
Yeah.
Holy shit, okay.
Yeah, you have like a map and you have events and stuff you have to do and all these side quests and you can build your own weapons.
Maybe that's a totally cool game.
Yeah, I think it's fun. It's just what I watched wasn't so super interesting or super great.
Yeah, okay.
I think you
It's
can
yeah.
easily spend like 20 hours with it. And
Yeah, I can see that. I also just feel that collectively as a species, we have gotten over zombies.
Yeah, unless it's Left 4 Dead 2, which is still good.
Yeah, but that scratches the itch, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Probably forever. Even Left 4 Dead 1, for that matter.
Sure.
Like, they nailed it, in my opinion, what that genre is and what it wants to do.
Yeah. And
And
then you have, of course, the Walking Dead for the more serious and dramatic version of the zombie genre. And then,
yeah, that's the story version, and then you have DayZ for just serial masochists. Like the Armor mod. That's DayZ, right?
Yeah.
Haven't heard about that in ages, but that was interesting to read the stories that were so abusive and what happens in that game. Fascinating. But that's zombies. We're sort of done with zombies. So I just like what I heard about Hi-Fi Rush. I love music games in general. They're always fun. And just from the design of that game, it sounded like the people who made it had a lot of fun making it. And it sort of reminded me, it reminded me of nobody knows this game, but I loved it, and it reminded me of that game. That was called, it's an obscure indie game called exclamation mark, a reckless disregard for gravity. and it's amazing.
I think I've played.
Have you? Maybe it's not as obscure as I thought. I love that game because all you do is like select levels, and they came up with this whole backstory where, look at me now talking about a completely unrelated game, but
We always do that. Keep going.
So, like, science has created these like floating hyperstructures up in the sky. That's this whole story, and now like people have developed this culture of jumping off of these superstructures, and they just fall down to the earth, and then they have like suits on. They can glide and control a bit, but you basically all you do you load up levels, and then you just fall down, which sort of in a way feels like going forward all the time, but you're going through these structures, right? Because you're technically falling. And they were very creative with the level design. Sometimes there's like mountains that you fall down, or just skyscrapers, and sometimes there's traffic you have to avoid and stuff. And it's just they had so much fun making that game, and it was just silly, but it's also so I love these kinetic games. It had a great soundtrack as well. Like if those games are so good. I wish someone actually made a game like that that's like accessible and you can play blind. I don't know what that would look like, but like one of those like really actiony kinetic games connected with like music and stuff that's like blind accessible. That would be fun.
Would it be similar to Blind Drive?
No, because Blind Drive is stressful as fuck, and it's. Do you know what I mean? And Blind Drive is good. It's really good, but it has an actual story and stuff. And it's, to me, part of the charm of these games is that they don't take themselves very seriously. And granted, Blind Drive doesn't do that, but it kind of still does because it tries to construct a coherent narrative. Yeah, and succeeds, in my opinion, with the grandma and stuff. Check out our Blind Drive playthrough on YouTube. Very popular video.
#ad.
But I don't know. I don't know if this applies to Hi-Fi Rush, but it reminds me of that. It fits, so that's what I want to give the award to.
Sure.
You agree? All right, let's move on. We can spend a lot of time talking about nothing in these categories.
Well, I will say just briefly, I have not watched or what little I watched of Remnant 2 did not interest me at all.
Oh, what is that? Remnant 2? Yes, please mention what it is.
Yes. It's a third-person sort of RPG shooter, I think.
Okay.
But it's in a...
Is there anything interesting about it that makes it stick out? Sell it to me. Elevator pitch it.
Exactly.
You can't.
Again, I haven't seen a lot of it.
Get out of my elevator. You're fired.
Apparently, people like it.
Okay.
I don't see the appeal. But maybe if you play it yourself, it's more interesting. Armored Core 6.
All right, that exists. People like it.
Also great, and From Software people love it.
Yeah.
And
maybe they'll win. I don't know.
Yeah, I just love the aesthetic of Ghost Runner.
Okay.
I don't think I've watched anything from or played anything from Ghost Runner 2, but the first one was very solid, and it's like cyberpunk and great music and very energetic and fast, and it's a good game.
Is that your vote, Vincent? Ghost Runner?
It's sort of split between Hi-Fi Rush and Ghost Runner 2, but if you go Hi-Fi Rush, I'll go Ghost Runner 2. I don't
That's
think
fine.
it will win. I
That's
think
cool.
Armored Core will win, but yeah, Ghost Runner.
Yeah, then we can like bash each other's heads in at the Game Awards.
Exactly.
When it actually happens.
Yes.
Let's move on though. Before we continue, I need a very quick bio break, and then
Then
we've been doing this for a while, and apparently we will continue to do it. With it, so that's what you're getting today. Hope you enjoy it.
See you in a bit.
Be right back. And we're back. Hey. Welcome back, everyone. By the way, you're listening to Soma FM. Thanks to Soma FM, my wonderful favorite internet radio station.
Yeah.
I even have a sweater from them.
Which one?
This is DEF CON.
DEF CON, right.
Yes, they have wonderful stations like DEF CON and Space Station Soma, and the Goa one is good as well.
Goa.
I used to like listening to DEF CON while like programming and stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, very nerdy.
I think that's part of the description they had.
I'm sure it is, yeah.
Hacking music.
Yeah, yeah, and they have these voice lines which you've heard occasionally, these samples. Anyway. Yes.
Going off.
Please. A tangent presents itself.
Have you ever seen what's the name? Code Word Swordfish?
The movie with Halle Berry and John Travolta?
Yeah.
No, I don't know it. What? No.
Okay.
No, I have seen it. I mean, it has great depictions of hacking, right?
Exactly.
As far as I remember.
It's always
Yeah.
Every time somebody talks about hacking in a cool way, I think of that movie.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's awful hacking stuff in the 90s, but like, I think that this is real. Like, authors in the 90s had like this secret, like in Hollywood had this secret. How do you call that?
Competition?
Wettrüsten. Yeah, like a competition between themselves who can depict sort of technical and hacking stuff in the most bizarre and bananas and out of touch way and still get away with it. And like Swordfish is probably up there.
Yeah,
As far as out of touch, unrealistic and
he's
stuff.
making more monitors inside a monitor. How does he do it?
It's like there's what's the other one? Isn't it Julia Stiles has a cool hacking monologue in some movie? You don't know what I mean, right?
It
was some
do know
other-
the actress, but
She
don't-
plays like a 16-year-old cool hacker, and she has an amazing monologue.
There was the movie Hackers with
That might be
Angelina
it.
Jolie,
Yeah.
but I don't remember Julia Stiles. in
Okay,
that.
this is
Maybe.
technically still part of the break. Do you want to look up YouTube Julia Stiles hacker monologue? Just to humor us all. This is the worst nomination discussion ever, but this is how I would do it with Vincent if we were just in my kitchen.
In Ghostwriter? Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna. It's less than a minute.
Yeah, play it.
How about letting me write about the hacker for the next issue?
Do you know anything about hackers? Can you jam with the console cowboys in cyberspace?
What?
Ever read Neuromancer?
Huh?
Ever experienced the new wave? Next wave? Dream wave? Or cyberpunk? I didn't think so. I'll handle the hacker stories.
Yeah, I guess you should. Where'd you learn about all this hacker stuff?
In there.
Just
It's
pointing
a
to
world where
the
you're
sea.
judged by what you say and think, not by what you look like. A world where curiosity and imagination equals power. We need more paper. Let's go, people. Work with me here. Work with me.
This is even better than I was hoping for.
The best
Yeah.
part is she, like, all the things she
Don
talks
Solarione,
about.
it reality hacking at that time was usually calling random company worker, bullshitting them and asking for admin credentials.
Exactly.
Yes. But she makes it sound so cool.
Yes.
And
Have you
also,
ever read
Hey, Odyssey-Oil,
Neuromancer?
starting all my conversations with ever experience the new wave from here on out.
that was so quotable. I just want to make that, like, I don't know, the message on my answering machine, as if that was still a thing. Because look at me being back in the 90s. First I'll get an answering machine, and then I'll have Julia Stiles' monologue
You also
on
probably
it.
still have a tape in your answering machine.
Yeah, that's right. I recorded by playing this over while it records. And you hear me breathing in the background and stuff. But yeah, while she was describing, like, in there, like, where, like, what you say rules in the world of the imagination, and she's just, in my mind, she's just pointing at Reddit, and no, girl, that's not what that is. Walk away
she's
now.
sort of- this 16-year-old is sort of erotically touching a monitor.
Yeah, like all nerds at
Yes,
that
yeah,
age and
exactly.
time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah, anyway.
And then she finished by saying, "We need more paper."
Makes me want to watch the whole movie, honestly.
I'm not sure. Also, I don't know
For a
if
bad movie night.
Is
It's a good bad movie, probably.
it's not a movie. It's a series.
Oh,
That is
okay,
from
go. No.
season 2, episode 5. Who is Max Mouse? I don't know.
Who is Max Mouse, Vincent?
I have no clue.
You know what Max Mouse probably doesn't get?
What?
A video game award.
Probably.
Let's get back to the nomination.
Okay, we had best action game.
Yeah.
Let's see what's next. Best VR/AR. For the best game experience playable in virtual or augmented reality, irrespective of platform. And the nominees are Gran Turismo 7, Polyphone Digital/SIE,
Yeah.
Horizon Call of the Mountain by Guerrilla Games /Firesprite/SIE, Humanity by The Ltd/Enhanced Games, Resident Evil Village VR Mode by Capcom,
Wait, okay. Please continue.
and finally Synapse by Endreams.
All right. The Resident Evil game, is that another Resident Evil 4 related product?
No, I think Resident Evil Village is a new one.
Okay. Because in 4, there is a village at the very start.
I mean, maybe. I don't know much about the Resident Evil games, but
Right.
maybe our viewers can help us out.
Yeah, but I wouldn't know anything about this games as well as any of the other. Do you have anything to say about these?
Pretty sure Resident Evil Village was released last year or even the year before that, and it's now just the VR mode that was released. I watched a little bit of Humanity, which is sort of a puzzle game that is vaguely reminiscent of the Lemming games, where you just have a stream of people and you have to set the right. You have to give them the right directions, basically.
I used to have Lemmings for like the Super Nintendo, and looking back, I see it was a totally good game, cool concept. It was just too fucking stupid. Like I was
All
not a
kids are.
smart child, man. There was all too much. Like in Baldur's Gate, I couldn't get past Mulahi and so Lemmings. I would just make them use the shovel, and then I couldn't do anything else.
It is a new game, but the village of this one is inspired by the village of Resident Evil 4 for sure.
Ah, there you go. Okay. Interesting. But that's, that makes me very intrigued because I know a little bit of what goes on in that village.
I think was it last year? I don't know, but the main actress of the game won the best actress award.
Oh, that's a cool award as well.
Yeah.
I wonder. I don't even know who. Yeah, we'll get to it, I guess. So, who do we give this to? I don't have any strong feelings about VR until they hook it up with Neuralink and I can jack it into my brain and finally play video games. It will be the end of HeMakesMePlay, as I will only play games on my own.
So, going by what we did before, voting against humanity feels easy because I don't see what VR brings to that.
Yes, judging from the times we're living in, I too would vote against humanity, Vincent.
Exactly. We've been trying and we failed, so
Yes.
let's just end.
Yeah,
Laura Carvalho. He Makes Me Play will turn into He Plays.
I guess. That's a cool YouTube channel title. He plays.
Yes,
It's at least it's descriptive, I guess. Yeah.
it works.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just don't see how that puzzle game is greatly enhanced by VR.
Yeah.
I bet it's still fun to play in VR, but it's just you could play it with mouse and keyboard and the monitor. And
You know the one VR game that sounded intriguing to me ever? Because most honestly don't.
What?
The Star Trek game. Right? Where they have like Star Trek Bridge Commander or something?
The multiplayer one where you have to.
Yeah.
One of the players has to be the captain and then coordinate them.
Because it makes so much sense, and the VR enhances the experience a
Yes.
lot, I think, because you have to look around. That makes complete sense. You have like all these weird screens with Star Trek stuff, and you have to. Everyone gets like obscure, weird commands that they then have to shout out to the other person, and they have engage thrusters. We need isolinear chips and all that stuff.
yeah.
That's fun. That will like make you feel like you're really in Star Trek, right?
Yeah, I can also, in a similar vein, just generally, I think space is good for VR.
Oh, that's a really good point, Vincent. Yeah.
Because even if you're in a dogfight,
Yeah.
the ability to look around you is so.
Oh my god, and the
powerful
ability
and-
to just projectile vomit
Yes.
from motion sickness is also off the chart. God. Yeah, but you're right.
I remember all the times that they talked about VR on Dropped Frames with Rami, and he said like one of the first things he tried was switching the controls for the legs for people in VR, and that messed them up real quick.
Yeah, but there's probably people using that as a torture device.
Oh
out there.
God.
I bet. Also, like, can you tell everyone who you're talking about? That's Rami,
Rami Ismail. He's a
game designer, game developer, and games advocate, spokesperson.
Yes.
I like he's like, for instance, I think he's like consulting the EU on like gambling in games and stuff like that.
Sounds right to me. Yeah.
Yeah, and he just generally, you can follow him on Twitter. He has interesting stuff to say about games.
Yeah, and
Usually.
he's a regular guest on Dropped Frames, which we both
Which we
watch,
like.
and he
Both fans
has
of the show.
so much insight and knowledge of game development and game or both the business side and the game side of game development is incredible.
Yeah, love listening to that guy. So shout out to him.
Yes. And apparently he likes to play around with VR.
Yeah.
But back to the
No
actual
opinion. Let's vote
awards.
against humanity. That's fine.
Yeah, I guess Gran Turismo is the closest we get to space.
Yeah, that makes sense
Sort
as
of.
well. But I don't see the appeal.
Okay, next one. Best mobile game. Next one.
No, come on. Let's please
okay.
read the nominees. This is all mobile games, right?
Correct.
How big? Like how many fucking trillions of dollars is in this category?
Probably more than in all the other.
More than the rest of the games industry probably is assembled here in this nomination list, and probably
Yes.
more than I was trying to name a mobile game, but my brain literally refuses. So I'm just gonna shut up. There's a lot of mobile is big. Let's go through the nominations.
So we start with best mobile game for the best game playable on a mobile device. Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis, Applebot /Square Enix, Hello Kitty Island Adventure by Sunblink Entertainment,
Nice.
Honkai Star Rail by HoYoverse. Then we have Monster Hunter Now by Niantic /Capcom. And finally Terra Nil by Free Lives /Netflix.
You mentioned that earlier, and then I said,
Yes.
shut up, we'll do this on stream. So what can you tell me about Terra Nil?
Terra Nil is I want to call it a strategy game, but it's not really a strategy game, but sort of. So the idea is that you start on a square map, like you would in StarCraft or Age of Empires or whatever, and everything is a wasteland.
Right.
And your job is to create a flourishing ecosystem.
Oh.
And
Is it like the mobile game Waking Mars?
I
Haven't played it?
don't know that.
Okay, but that's about terraforming Mars.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably similar.
And then what do you do? How do you...
So you start by creating wind turbines usually to get electricity, then using detoxifiers or purifiers or whatever to rid the area of toxins and radioactivity and whatever else you find.
Yeah.
And then you add greenery, and that gets you to different biotomes, and that in turn gets you to more and more and more, and then you finally get to the point where you can introduce fauna, so just animals, exactly,
like rats.
Yes,
and make rats appear in the ecological paradise.
It's
How
interesting
about
because
snakes?
you have to make and then find them. So the game
You have
tells
to
okay,
make and find them.
Yes, so usually when you get to that point, that is the last stage of the game.
How do you make the animals?
I don't know, I'm going to tell you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So sarcastically critical. I didn't mean it that way. I'm literally asking, how do you make the animals? For instance?
So you create basically an area where they want to be. So the game tells you, hey, on this map, there's a total of 6 possible animals you can find. And for example, there are deer, and they need greeneries, they need access to water, and they need these temperatures and these humidities.
Right.
And then you create that in some part of the map, you create exactly these circumstances.
Yeah.
And then you they just appear there basically.
Right.
You find them.
Like a prize for, it's like an achievement.
Exactly.
You did this exactly the way that you were supposed to. It's like Dungeon Keeper 2. Right? Did you ever play that?
Yes, but how is that like done?
Well, because there, like, you could like dig out rooms, right? It was almost like a city builder, sort of. And then you would like say, okay, this room is now like square on a square by square basis. You'd say, okay, this is like a library square and stuff. And you could, and the rooms would generally attract beings, right? Libraries attract like wizards and vampires, I think. But you could do stuff where this was secret. So you would do like a library, but each corner square had like not a library square, but a temple square. And then you would get an extra strong super vampire or like an angel or something. And, you create the exact right conditions. And then. So what I'm saying is Dungeon Keeper was really a scathing critique of bad ecology. Just like, what was it called? Terra Nil.
I agree completely.
Of our abuse of the environment.
Yes.
I like that game. I like what that game is about.
The last step, just to finish the explanation,
Please.
the last step is then to dismantle your own buildings.
And turn them into resources.
Turn them into resources to build a ship, which then takes off and leaves the ecosystem and the environment in a perfect state, basically.
Oh, wow. Because you remove the humans, the last blemish
exactly.
on nature's perfect face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And basically,
poetic.
the difficulty comes from the fact that you have limited resources, and while your buildings give you resources back, that's limited on how effective that is. So you have to figure out. It's sort of like a puzzle, right?
You need to find the right balance.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because that's what nature is all about: balance and cycles.
Yeah. And while I will say I first watched about 2 hours of it and then played another 2 hours. The game isn't terribly long, I believe.
Sure. It sounds like a great mobile game too, though. You can just put it down, get it back out, look at something grow and develop. That's pleasant.
Exactly. I wasn't too invested into it as a full-on PC game, but as a mobile game, for like half an hour, I can totally see it.
Yeah, but I mean, this sort of gets to the heart of why, and I think you would agree with me here, that why we're both sort of shitting on this as a category, right? Mobile games aren't inherently bad, but they tend to be, in my opinion, this is the biggest drawback for them, is that they're inherently a distraction. And as that, they are sort of disposable content, right?
And then
they're
there's the whole gacha thing that a lot of these games have.
Sure, like predatory practices, but even if you like disregard that, like it's just I, as a consumer of video games, have always gravitated towards these big, clunky, fucking read the manual or read the wiki and really get into it games. Where they capture my entire attention and I get immersed, right? And mobile games I associate with the opposite of that, so I'm not too hyped about it. But this Terra Nil thing sounds like the best version of that. So I want to give that the award.
Yeah, I agree.
Nice.
I don't know anything about the others, apart from like I know of Final Fantasy and I know of Monster Hunter. But mobile games...
I was going to give it to Monster Hunter literally because I heard the name before and that was enough for me. But you convinced me. So that was a good talk. I think we knocked this category out of the park, Vincent.
Yes, we did it.
We knocked the mobile phones out of the park.
Also, Honkai Star Rail is probably going to win because it's...
Oh, really?
Like the Hoyo-verse is massive, I think.
I've never heard of it. But I don't want to get into it. Let's move on.
It's not a problem that you have never heard of it. Okay, next category. Best debut indie game.
Oh, here we go.
For the best debut game created by a new independent studio.
Right, Vincent. So please read these 5 independent games.
Well, I know what you're going for, but you
really?
are...
Have I not been subtle enough?
I think you're wrong on this one. The first one is Cocoon, Geometric Interactive / Annapurna Interactive.
Yeah.
Number 2 is Dredge, Black Salt Games / Team 17.
Oh, that's by Team 17? Sorry.
Yeah.
They made Worms.
That weirdly makes sense. They made Worms and then they created a fishing game.
Yeah. That was Dave the Diver? No.
No, Dredge is a
It's also a fishing game. Okay.
Number 3 is Pizza Tower by Tour de Pizza.
Right.
Number 4 is Venba by Visai Games. And number 5 is Viewfinder by Sad Owl Studios and Thunderful Publishing.
Right. Wait, but was Dave the Diver in this category?
Nope.
Oh, am I completely wrong?
That's
I got the category wrong, Vincent. Oh, shame on me.
yeah. There are multiple indie games, indie categories, I will say.
Well, then it is understandable that I'm confused.
Yes.
It confused my poor disabled boy brain.
Well, if you could have seen these games, you would have known. But
All
here
right,
we are.
then we'll get to that controversy in the next indie category. Then this one will be a peaceful discussion of what is the best. I have no idea. It makes me reading or hearing these names makes me think, Vince, we need to play more indie games because it feels like a category I should be very excited about, but I know I don't know these games.
Hold your horses.
All right, please elaborate.
So I've played or watched all of them, except
Okay.
Venba for some reason that somehow slipped my grasp. I played Cocoon. It is
right.
the marketing says it's made by the gameplay lead designer of Inside and what was the other game?
Flower.
No, I forgot the name. But there are two games, Inside and the other one, that are very similar in style and art and.
Yeah,
game set.
I might actually know something about this game, and I might even know the guy you're referring to.
So Cocoon, you're playing basically a beetle person,
Right.
and the whole idea of this game is that you can enter into other worlds
Mm-hmm.
and get out of them at certain points, and by doing that, solve riddles basically.
You have to go into these worlds
puzzles.
and find something, and you take it out again, and it's like clever
And-
with this going into cocoons. And
Yeah,
stuff,
and you
basically.
can even stack these. So you can take
Yeah.
one of these worlds, they are orbs, and you can take them with you into another world.
Yeah.
And once you properly unlock them, they even have abilities. Like one of them gives you the ability to run on paths that you
right.
can't see without the orb.
Is it a take on the Metroidvania genre?
Very loosely, I
yeah.
would say.
Okay.
I played about 2 hours. It's, I think, 5 hours long.
Huh.
And
How did you like it? Oh, apparently you stopped. So.
yes, I really like the design.
All right.
That was great through and through. The gameplay felt solid. The one thing that was completely missing was any sort of reason why I was doing this.
Oh.
It has no story, no lore,
No
as far as I can
motivation.
tell. I remember seeing the first boss and wondering why I'm even fighting this, and then
Yeah.
killing it and feeling bad because I don't know why I just did that.
So the
And
game's
I stopped after doing that a second time.
the game is called Cocoon.
Yes.
This strongly implies to me that thematically there would be a sort of narrative of a caterpillar really, really wanting to turn into a beautiful butterfly, right? A story of metamorphosis. Like, why did they not pick this obvious choice, like to somehow motivate that? Is that what you do? Like, you are a bug person, you have to turn into like another being?
Maybe that's what it turns into at the end, but for the 2 hours I played it, the main character didn't change at all.
Okay.
The game starts with him in a cocoon.
It's weird in a game presumably about metamorphosis, a main character not changing at all.
Yes, but yeah, basically he starts by being sent on a world in a cocoon, and then he
Right.
leaves that and starts solving puzzles for no reason apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, but overall the gameplay is fun, and I like Inside and whatever the other games.
Is Inside a game where you go into animals and then you're in a labyrinth where you can go into other animals?
No.
Okay, never mind. Disregard my question.
It's God damn it. The other game is on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember it. And I'm not going to look it up.
You
because
want to
I'm
look
stubborn.
up who made Cocoon?
I mean, it says it right here: Geometric Interactive and Annapurna
Yeah, just-
Interactive.
But like, who's the guy behind that?
Oh, sure.
Like, you don't have to. It might not even ring a bell for me. This might go nowhere, but oh well. Just like the game, apparently. And just other stuff they made.
What does it say here? Geometric interactive. Yes, okay. Can we learn more about that?
It kind of also, the way you described it, I could envision it as an Ian McLarty game where someone then made the mistake of actually adding gameplay.
Yeah, and making it very, very pretty.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
More visual fidelity. But also this may be cooler
Limbo.
as like an art toy. What? Sorry?
Limbo is the other game. Limbo and Inside.
Ah, thank you. Okay,
Uh-huh.
because I do know Limbo.
Yeah.
And that was actually good, wasn't it?
Chaotic
Yeah.
Is it inside in limbo?
Yeah, sorry. we totally give that to you.
We got there, but it's...
Yeah,
yes.
it's like a bit of a delay. But yeah, Limbo was like, it's like, remind me of this game, what was it called? Heart of Darkness? Is that the English title?
I don't know. What is Heart
God
of
damn it.
Darkness?
I don't know. It used to be that is, I think, the first version of that kind of genre where you play, it's a side scroller where you play a boy who goes to a fantasy land and how do I define this? And he, like, you have to do some platforming, but also sort of very light combat and environmental puzzle solving. And
Yeah.
the thing is, it's super deadly and sort of gruesome in a way that initially almost doesn't make sense because the game is so sort of whimsical and childlike, but
Yeah.
then the guy dies horrible death. Was I right with Heart of Darkness?
Yeah, I just pulled up some pictures and it looks similar.
I love that game.
Less
Yeah.
stylish than Inside and
It's
Limbo.
super
but-
old,
yeah.
right? But this is almost a genre that I think deserves a name of like side scroller with boy or like childlike innocent creature goes to like other world and then has to face horrible stuff and has
Yeah.
like these horrible deaths where also like the camera has to linger for a bit on the death scene with like maybe your legs still dangling out of the creature's mouth and stuff. I am totally describing Limbo right now as well,
Yeah,
right? That's
absolutely.
totally what happens in that game. Because those guys played Heart of Darkness and they said, oh, hold my beer. We can do this one better. And I've never played Limbo. Maybe they did it even better. I don't know.
They are very good.
Yeah.
I don't think I played Limbo, but I played Inside, and Inside is, though it's rather short, it's a very good game.
Right.
Has an amazing ending where you become sort of not John Carpenter's The Thing, but sort of a monstrosity, and you
Cool.
run through this science base. It's great. It's a great turnaround from, hey, you're this little kid that can do nothing
Right.
and has never any power, and then you turn into this living monstrosity.
Yeah.
Good fun.
Yeah, that's surprising because now it makes me think they should be good at story and narrative and character design and stuff.
Well, yes, but remember,
So why not in Cocoon?
These are not the same people. Some of them are the same.
All right.
The studio was founded by former Playdead employees Geoff Keighley, who was the lead gameplay designer on the internationally acclaimed award-winning titles Limbo and Inside,
Right.
and programmer-composer Jacob Schmidt, whose work on the music-based platformer 1040 won the 2013 IGF Award for Excellence in Audio. So they got the lead gameplay designer of Limbo and Inside, which
Right.
are, I mean, yeah, the gameplay is good in Cocoon. It's lacking the narrative.
Yeah.
And that
Weird.
was also a big part of why Limbo and Inside worked so well, because the narrative
Yeah.
and the
Absolutely.
ways you can interpret the story and all that worked fantastically. So yeah,
Yeah.
Cocoon.
It doesn't get the award, I guess.
No, it's an okay game, and I wonder what happens if you actually play it all the way through. But I bounced off it after a while.
All right.
Then Dredge.
Yeah. Tell me about Dredge. It's a fishing game.
It is a fishing game with strong undertones of Lovecraftian horror.
Okay, so what? You fish up Cthulhu from the lost city of R'lyeh. Is that
well,
what happens?
Basically.
Yeah.
Not
That story just writes itself.
Yeah, not quite that quickly, but the story is basically you have this small fishing boat, and you get to a remote island with a village on it, because they lost their last fisherman, and now you are supposed to support the town, and they are a little weird by telling you, hey, you shouldn't go out at night, for example. It's dangerous out at night.
But then you go out at night.
You go out at night, yeah, and you find fish that are not supposed to have multiple eyes and stuff like that.
Right.
And yeah, it's basically an open world fishing game where you continuously advance your own fishing boat.
You can like upgrade it and stuff.
Mhm.
That's the main gameplay loop. You fish, you make money, you upgrade your boat.
Exactly,
Can
yes.
Fish bigger fish.
Mhm.
And then eventually Cthulhu comes.
Yes,
And eats
basically.
you.
And the characters are interesting, I would say. They're not like they're a small part of the game, really, because there's not much voice acting. I don't even know if it has any voice acting, but there's not a lot of interaction with these characters.
Right.
It's about 6 hours long,
All right.
which really it just felt too short.
Okay.
But apart from that, it was a solid game.
I mean, yeah, it sounds nice, but also I'm not hooked.
Yeah, but
I'm just not.
that's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah,
'Cause-
a lot of the interest comes from the tension that going out at night and in dangerous areas gives you. But
Can you like die?
oh yeah,
All right.
definitely.
What do you die from?
Fish, monsters.
What do you do when a monster fish comes and attacks your boat?
You drive away as fast as you can, and sometimes that's not fast enough.
Sounds riveting.
Yes, and I mean the monsters are quite interesting design. For example, there are the monsters you would expect. There's like a rocky island part where there's just a giant monstrous fish, like the deep sea fish with like way too many teeth, and it attacks you. But there's also at night, for example, you sometimes see other ships.
Ah, okay. That's interesting.
And if you get close, the first time you expect a ship, but it's not a ship. It's an anglerfish.
Oh, because he literally fished you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because
That's
it's the
pretty
light. That's literally what they do under the ocean.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so devious.
Yeah, stuff like that is pretty good. There's also like a giant octopus, of course.
Of course,
And you have to
yes.
work around that.
Yeah, it sounds like the best version of that
Yeah.
kind of game.
Mhm.
I
It's
think.
just, again, it's like, it should have been 8 hours, honestly.
Huh.
um,
Okay.
Just it ended a bit too soon, but yeah, good game. Entertaining.
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm being so negative about it. It's just, I don't know what. I guess I've seen, like, the Cthulhu mythos is like
Mhm.
a well that especially like game developers love going to over and over again. And it's just,
Yeah, I'm
for
just-
me, the well maybe has runneth dry a little bit.
I'm not tired of it yet. But
That's
I can,
fine.
I
Yeah,
can
yeah,
see
that's
why one would be.
But that's probably my only problem with this. It's just this poetry layer.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't appeal to me so much anymore.
Okay.
At least not for a while. Just let it rest for a while. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, just like Cthulhu. Let it rest.
Yes,
man.
exactly. Yes. All right. What else?
Next one is Pizza Tower by Tour de Pizza.
Vincent, by the way, played all of these games in preparation.
Uh,
So,
Well,
did you play that one?
I did not play Pizza Tower.
Oh man.
I looked at it and immediately knew that I wouldn't enjoy it.
But it has the most fun title.
Yeah, yes.
A Pizza Tower. Come on.
Yes, it's a platformer in
Oh, is it?
90s cartoon
Oh.
style graphics.
Oh, that's not what I expected. I
that-
thought it's a fun cooking game.
No.
All right.
And also the entire world is made out of pizza and you're a pizza man and
Is this like a Pizza Hut advertisement game?
it sort of feels
Maybe
like
it should be. Like, remember those games? Some of those were the best. Like, I remember what's that lollipop brand? Does that
don't know.
exist out of Germany? Like Chupa Chups or something.
I have no idea. What you're talking
I also don't know if that even exists or if my brain that just makes it up.
We're
but
just making stuff up now.
no, but I used to love those lollipops as a child. Chupa Chups or whatever. I don't know. They made a platformer game. It was actually good.
Okay.
But it was a shameless marketing game, right? Or like
Did they do the thing where they just copied another game?
yeah, Mario,
one? Oh,
like
okay.
everyone, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, not world for world, but basically, kind of.
yeah.
But sometimes these weird advertisement games, I feel like if you get the right designer, they can be really good, and they really put their heart and soul into it. Like the Wendy's RPG. Oh, that was.
That was my flask. Sorry.
But you didn't spill. There's no.
No. That's
Disaster
the
in the
good
HeMakesMePlay.
thing about having a flask.
Yes,
has a
very good. I
root
approve of this
in-
flask.
Yes.
Yeah, anyway, I was going to mention the Wendy's RPG, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's another example. So, not much to say then about Pizza Tower, I guess.
Yeah, it's just not my kind of game, so I skipped it. But hey, if it's fun, sure.
Any highlights in the other ones?
There's Venba, which is that is the cooking game you were looking for. You were playing a Indian mother that I think got to the US with her family. Again, for some reason that skipped me. But
It sounds interesting to me. Is it like Card Life?
what is Count Life?
Oh, come on, I mentioned that to you several times, and it was always like a big candidate for HeMakesMePlay. Like an economic simulator where you are a migrant in the US and you don't understand like what's going on because you can't read the language and stuff, and like but you have to navigate the city, but all the street names are like weird characters
We
because
have talked about this
absolutely I showed it to you on Steam, and and then it's you are like running a cart or a little kiosk or like corner shop where you have to sell stuff, and then it's just these little encounters like the police comes and just asks you like, yeah, you got an ID, and then either you have it or you don't, that kind of stuff, and you have to like make ends meet, right? It's an economic simulator, and those games as a category sort of appeals to me. Now Vince got it.
Yeah, just.
I'm just wondering.
We talked about it.
Yeah.
It's
now
been a while.
now everyone also knows why we never played it, because Vincent sees it and is immediately dismisses it.
You know, we can if you really want to.
Well, it's like old.
Yeah, Venba is. I think the gameplay is there, but I think it takes a backseat to the story, which is really about family and growing up together and growing old together and maybe losing somebody.
That sounds yeah,
Apparently,
cool,
it's
but
pretty good.
it depends if it's well done, I guess.
I've heard that it's good, but I can't say anything more about it.
All right.
And finally, Viewfinder.
Yeah, the one we've all been waiting for. I've at least heard about that one, and it's like, got a clever like puzzle mechanic.
Yeah.
Can you describe the mechanic?
So the mechanic is that you exist in a world with multiple islands, and you can create things in this world by using photographs. So you hold up a photograph in the position where you want it, and then you click some button or whatever, and this thing appears. So it feels similar to Portal, honestly.
Yeah, it sounds very much like. Who made that game?
Sad Owl Studios and Thunderful Publishing.
Yeah, it's like one of those games where you're like, I don't know, this is bullshit. I'm putting this in their mouth, but like you're secretly hoping, like, please Valve, buy us. This is the next Portal, we swear. But they didn't need that at all. They don't need to be bought by Valve because this was very successful as well, I think.
I don't know, but probably, yeah.
I just heard a lot about it. I don't know.
I heard a lot about it. So
yeah.
I also played it, and I can say it's. I don't know. I didn't enjoy it as much as I thought I would.
Did you like the Portal games?
I liked the idea. I didn't like the execution.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's just not your type of game, right?
No, here's the issue. I really like Portal. And the reason for that is that you have a lot of freedom in this game. And in Viewfinder, I often found that, for example, you get a camera later on, later on. It was still pretty early in the game. Just like you get the portal gun in Portal.
Right.
And then you can make photos of parts of the map and use it in other parts of the map to continue.
Awesome.
Right? For example, you have two islands that are parted in each island has two parts, and there's a wall between it, and you can get from one island to the other with one bridge, and then you can photograph that bridge and turn it and use it to get to the other parts of the island.
Right.
And what I found out very quickly is that the setup they created made it almost impossible for you to be truly creative with that.
Oh, really?
Because in the bridge example, you have to find the exact right spot to place the bridge.
Right.
Otherwise, it doesn't work. Which means ultimately...
it's not as open as it makes you think it is.
Exactly, yes. It's sort of like Portal did that as well with limiting portals to specific surfaces, right?
That's true, but that wasn't everywhere, and you could
exactly.
still...
And even then, you still had a lot of freedom, and you had the freedom of moving your own body to where you wanted it to be, and then shoot the portal. Right?
Yeah.
You could shoot the portal to wall number 1 from the very entrance, or from the very end, or anywhere between, as long as you could see it.
And it generally just I don't remember there being a case in Portal where you have come up with a clever solution to a puzzle, but then the game doesn't let you, or doesn't recognize it or whatever. And there's always, or usually there was multiple solutions to any puzzle.
Yeah, and
here it's a case of put the honey on the cat hair and make a mustache. You know what I mean? That's my name for... Yeah, sure. Marius is having an aneurysm. Excuse us, everyone. No, this is from adventure games, right? Where it's like adventure game logic, where you have to put honey on cat hair to make a mustache, to then disguise yourself, and you have to find exactly what the developer wanted you, what steps they wanted you to take to solve the puzzle. And it sounds a little bit like that. That's disappointing. I was hoping for more with Viewfinder.
Yeah, me too. I vividly remembering trying in almost every level to break the game in some way. Not massively, just okay, can I use this bridge to get on top of the level or on top of that building? And the answer in 95% of the cases was no. The bridge is for one reason and for one reason only.
But you did interact with other objects except the bridge, right, Vincent?
Oh, yeah.
Because you mentioned that bridge a lot.
Uh-huh.
Maybe that's the only one that does that. It's sort of disappointing.
I tried that on a lot of different maps, but the bridge was the most disappointing and the most vivid in my memory.
The bridge of disappointment.
Yes.
It's the subtitle for the game.
The issue with the bridge was it felt so obvious how you could abuse that, and they just didn't let you.
Would you say the bridge had a lot of draw on you?
Sure.
I think we're done with this category. Once
also,
the puns start coming out.
I will say they have a story. The idea is you are in this sort of created world, and you're following in the footsteps of a few scientists who created this world, and they have different specialities, and you're learning about them in voice logs and through photos and notes and all that. And there was nothing interesting about that story. I wish
throwing shade, Vincent.
But
sure, yeah.
I mean, I played for, I don't know, maybe 4 hours because I really tried to give this game the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
And at the end of it, I was not any more invested than I was at the start.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Portal, of course, is beloved not only because of its genius puzzle design, but also because of its story and the characters. Everybody loves Gladys and the birthday
one
stuff.
Character, yes.
Well, there's also you, the player, and the companion queue. So that's more than many other games already, right?
Yeah.
More than Cocoon, probably. I don't know, probably not. And the story of Portal is right? This I probably said this before on stream because I love saying this, but it actually has this story, right, of like this theme of a young woman emancipating herself from her overbearing, intrusive mother. Right, like this point when in Portal you go into the flames and your mother has been berating you, like Gladys, obviously your mother has been berating you all this time and telling you can't make it and stuff, and then you either die or you go off on your own, and then you're like in the bowels of the portal, like mesa installation environment, whatever, and constantly still like the super ego in your brain, your portal Gladys mother is telling you, nope, that's the wrong way, you did wrong, you're making wrong choices, right? Like a young woman having left her restrictive family environment and making choices in the world for the first time, mid-20s or whatever. I always loved that. That's it's so well executed as like a game that is a metaphor for a real thing.
Yeah, they really knocked it out of the park with Portal in any way, shape, and form.
Yeah, see, so much. In fact, I love ranting about this.
Yes.
So thanks for indulging.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so. We should play Portal again.
I've never played Portal 2.
Oh.
So I don't know. Maybe one day.
Also pretty good.
I'd still, honestly, just like Viewfinder, what a nightmare game for our setup.
No,
holy shit. I don't know how that would work.
Yeah, no idea. Last thing, I heard the last level is very good.
Okay.
Haven't watched anything about that or anything, but I just heard that. I wonder if maybe they gave the player more freedom there, and that turned the whole thing around. No idea. Maybe. I hope.
But so. I enjoyed talking about indie games with you for a while. That's part of the reason why we wanted to do this. Look at the games that are out there. That's, for me, part of the fun of the Game Awards. And also figure out if we want to play any of them, maybe. It sounds like we don't. Not of these. Which is fine.
I think if we are trying to nominate who would which of these games we want to see as best debut indie game.
That's what I was getting at.
In my opinion, it's Dredge. Dredge is really good.
Oh, yeah, I can live with that. After your Viewfinder explanation soured me on it.
And hey, if Viewfinder brings out a DLC or an expansion or whatever with more freedom for the player, I enjoy the idea of the mechanic. I just don't enjoy the execution.
Viewfinder tactics.
Yes, exactly.
Put some guns in it too.
Turn-based Viewfinder.
Yes, sure. Just make it a mod for BG3.
Yes.
We'll be happy. It's like a sub-menu in Dimension Door or so, I don't know.
Stupid.
So we give it to Dredge, though honestly I would expect and predict that Viewfinder gets it.
Yeah.
It's like that kind of game, that Portal-like game is Game Award bait, in my opinion.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Finally done with this category. That was fun.
More indie games. Best independent game.
Yeah, there we go. Please read the nominations.
For outstanding creative and technical achievement in a game made outside the traditional publisher system.
Oh boy. Did they shoot themselves in the foot by actually spelling it out like that?
Yes.
But okay.
Option number 1, or nominee number 1 here. Cocoon. Still made by Geometric Interactive and Epona Interactive. Option number 2. Dave the Diver by Mint Rocket. Number 3, Dredge, Black Sword Games, Team 17. Number 4, Sea of Stars, Sabotage Studio. And number 5, Viewfinder by Sad Owl Studios and Thunderful Publishing.
I feel like because there is like innovative in the title, right? Maybe this one Viewfinder should get, in my opinion. Because it's still a cool mechanic.
Best independent game for outstanding creative and technical achievement in a game made outside the traditional.
Okay, innovative is not in the.
No, but
I mean, technical it is. I was literally wondering.
And creative achievement.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, sure.
As you were explaining it, I was literally wondering, like, how did they even do this technically, like programming wise? Because that was already that's also very interesting about Portal. Don't worry, Portal, and don't worry, I'm not gonna rant about the Portal.
I'm gonna I do. Leave
I've done this to you before. I know. But I'm not going to do it now. But that is technical. But of course, this has been talked about. But can you explain to people what the controversy is about Dave the Diver in this nomination?
I would love to. So after we talked about it, I actually looked it up.
Yeah.
Mint Rocket is what's it called? A subsidiary
Yeah.
of Nexon.
And what
Which-
is Nexon?
Nexon is a South Korean publisher, and they publish such indie games like as FIFA, Final Fantasy,
Oh boy.
and Counter-Strike in South Korea.
Oh boy. Huh. Yeah. Indie darlings.
Oh,
Right.
It gets better. On the Wikipedia page, and I tried to look at the actual article, but the actual article was in Korean, so I trust the Wikipedia translation in this
Yeah.
page. The vice president of Nexon America said about Dave the Diver, it might look like an indie game, but it's really not.
Oh wow, that's cool, but I haven't heard that one before. Oh boy, did they put their foot in their mouth? Jesus.
Yeah.
Also, what a dick thing to say. Why did he say that? Is he just throwing shade on the entire indie scene? As in, like, well, you know how indie games are shit, dear FIFA players. This fishing game isn't indie at all. Like, this is a Cocoon. This has an actual story.
I feel like he was more trying to save face, right? Somebody was, some interviewer was asking him about this game, and he just tried to correct him. Like, this is not an indie game.
I really hope that guy comes to receive the award
Oh, God.
at the Video Game Awards.
Yeah, I don't
And
know why I'm here or
look,
why we got this, but
Before I start reading from the teleprompter, I just want to say that Dave the Diver might look like an indie game, but it's totally not. It's like actually good.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks for the award.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I hope will happen.
yes. But, yeah.
That's perfect.
Dave the Diver, not an indie game. Don't know what happened there.
So what is the okay? Just to be fair, and I was going to ask this: are we? But you sort of cleared it up. I was going to ask: are we being sort of unfair? Are we just jumping on the bandwagon of Reddit and the internet, condemning Dave the Diver as not actually indie because it's like got a huge studio and publisher behind it, but maybe behind the scenes it was a small subsidiary and they didn't have that much oversight, and it was actually sort of run like an indie studio. You know what I mean? Maybe it was totally indie actually, but apparently that's not the case.
So, two things about that.
Yes.
One is, if it was an indie game, in my opinion, it would win this category because the scope.
Yeah, that's the
and
thing. It's really good, right?
Yes, it is a fantastic game. The scope is incredible. The cutscenes, the humor. Anything about this game, or everything about this game is great.
And it's
It's
about
also,
fishing again.
Yeah, it's about fishing and cooking,
Okay.
and it's basically a roguelike.
Huh.
But it's also like 40 hours long, and
Right.
it has like so many mini games that only appear once and just for this one specific thing, and then they disappear.
Right.
And all this feels to me very much like an indie game with an indie budget could not have accomplished
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
The scope is way too large for that.
And so it's like an 11-year-old in the kiddie pool here, because the other nominees probably didn't have that kind of budget.
Exactly. Like, compare it to Dredge,
Yeah.
which is sort of
Not in this category, by the way.
Dredge is in this
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
It's right next to Dave the
Wow.
Diver, but it's like a fifth of the length,
Yeah.
and it has no real, like, it has barely any cutscenes, and the progression is more limited, and Dredge is basically the indie version of Dave the Diver. It's still a very good game, but
Yeah.
you can definitely see where they reached their financial limits. And
hope
Dave the
that-
Diver just didn't have that, or not to that extent.
I hope that the Team 17 guys come out and receive the award. I hope they get it, by the way. Especially if they don't win the other one. And then they say, like, oh, before I start reading from the teleprompter, Dredge may look like an independent game, but it actually is an independent game.
Yes.
Unlike Dave the Diver. Thank you, everyone. Mic drop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Throws the mic at Dave the Diver.
Fish this, Dave. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe that's how the Game Awards get out of this slight debacle they have on their hands by just giving it to Dredge, and then no one will complain.
Yeah.
And then, though I would predict Dredge gets the other category, this one goes to Viewfinder. That's my prediction. I'm fine with us voting on Dredge on both accounts.
Yeah.
I guess that was indie, right?
I think there's at least one more sort of indie category.
All right.
But let's see. Best community support.
This one. Right.
Recognizing a game for outstanding community support, transparency, and responsiveness, inclusive of social media activity and game updates/patches.
Right.
And the nominees are Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077 by CG Projekt Red, Destiny 2 by Bungie, Final Fantasy XIV by Square Enix, and No Man's Sky by Hello Games.
Okay, let's start by the stuff we agree on, probably. Destiny 2 is hilarious in this category. I hear nothing but bad stuff about Destiny.
Well, in the last 2 months or so, with all the layoffs, it's rough, yes.
It may have been that they decided on this category way in advance and
Probably.
nominated them, and then they start like acting up, and it looks kind of weird. But okay, sure, they can just not give it to Destiny, I guess.
Yeah.
It's also, I just have to say, I thought it's a weird award, but also kind of cool. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I just...
Yeah.
Well,
It's just such a specific thing, and it's so specific to games too. Can you imagine the Oscars giving out an Oscar for like, best popcorn, or like the best merchandise that came along with the movie, or like what would even be the equivalent?
yeah, and also, I can't think of a game that I would really want to give this award to.
Yeah, I can.
Like
and
what?
here we go with let's get out the boxing gloves.
And I'm not talking about a solid game that deserves this reward. I'm talking about what is like the 10 out of 10, nothing even
Laura
compares.
Carvalho, Stardew Valley.
Oh boy.
Did that have good
Would
support?
that be the 10 out of 10? Everybody loves the Stardew Valley developer. He's charming as hell with his blog and stuff.
I mean, I believe that. No, I'm
They should just name this award after him.
I haven't played Stardew Valley, but I have played Terraria, and that is sort of similar in the community support, I think.
Oh, because they put out stuff forever, right, for
Yes.
that game.
And
that's true, but it's not as charming as the Stardew Valley guy.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, maybe Stardew Valley. Should look
Yeah,
into
but that didn't come out this year, so it's not on the list.
Yes.
Sorry. I would.
Well, No
obviously-
Man's Sky also didn't come out this year. Neither did Cyberpunk 2077.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay,
Neither
yeah,
did
yeah.
Final Fantasy
No.
14.
That,
Or Destiny 2.
okay, so it goes to Baldur's Gate. We're done here.
Yeah, but
I'm glad we agree, Vince.
It
Let's
doesn't
move
say
on.
best community support
Where's
of
the
this
peace
year.
button? Please, please.
You can't get out of this
Nachsack
one.
engage. But okay, we agree on all the other stuff, right? Cyberpunk, it's weird that it's here. They shouldn't get this award. You shouldn't reward people for bringing out broken games and then fixing them.
Yeah.
Put that in the next year's cleanup award.
Sure.
No Man's Sky, like that's been around forever. That I don't know. That story's done. They had their chance.
I mean, it's still
It's still getting new
impressive
content.
that they are continuing to push out new content.
Maybe I'm being totally unfair. I apologize. Easily swayed. But still,
Same problem with Cyberpunk. It's the same problem as
it
with
wasn't great
Cyberpunk.
on.
Yeah, they promised so much, and then they released a broken mess that had nothing of that in it. And sorry, I don't feel like rewarding fixing what you already promised would be there.
It's a bit weird.
And
we agree on
even
this.
now, what 8 years later or 6 years later, yeah, okay, now they're bringing in new stuff, and that's great. But you can't be best community support when you also released a broken mess.
Here's a hot take for everyone. If I had to, I'd rather play Starfield than No Man's Sky. Take that and smoke it in your pipe. No, it's not as funny as I'm making it out. But it's true though. Like No Man's Sky always.
Yes.
Do you agree, Vincent?
Yeah, and
Because it's sort of the same thing. You get to explore a huge world, but hey, in the Bethesda game, at least you get funny bugs.
Yeah, and also, okay, I've played
And
a
like
good
guns
amount
and
of
shit.
No Man's Sky.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, with the one that shall remain unnamed.
Right. Although I think in this case we can name him, except now we can't because you've established
I know.
a bridge. Then, yeah. He means Geoff Keighley, by the way.
Yes, the one who shall remain unnamed.
Yes.
So Jeff and I,
Yeah, sure. We're bullshitting.
yes, I played a good bit of it, and
It's not as empty and barren as I'm making it out to be, as I'm imagining.
no, but it's very procedurally generated. So
Yeah.
there's not a lot of actually interesting stuff going on because everything is basically written by an AI.
Yeah. And not a good one.
No, and in addition, just the gameplay and the UI experiences are not great. Like they are
Yeah.
very much made for consoles, and I hated it.
That's damning.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like they were ahead of their time. If we wait a little bit with the like transformer models and stuff, large language models, if you apply that to like planet generation or whatever in some way, I don't know what they're going to cook up, but you know, if AI just develops a little bit more, yeah, you can probably make a fascinating procedurally generated space exploration
let me
game.
also clarify. I didn't hate the game. I hated the way they had implemented their UI.
Ah, you meant that specifically.
Yes.
I understand. Yeah.
The game itself is fun, but yeah, I'd rather deal with the UI of Starfield, which is basically the UI of Skyrim and all the others, I guess.
Sure. At least you can mod it.
Yeah, and it works. Like, it's not terrible.
And there's probably more to do in Starfield, right? That would be my problem. At least in Starfield, like, yeah, the writing might be a bit bland, but at least it's there. There's like characters.
Yeah.
There's no characters in No Man's Sky, right? It's in the title, No Man.
Yes. Yeah. There's a lot to do if you want to build
Yeah.
bases and...
But I need humans.
stuff like that. Yes.
I need, or robots, or aliens.
Mm-hmm.
Someone to romance. Like in Baldur's Gate, a game that is also on the list. Let me make the case that I think is obvious to anyone
Go
who
ahead.
paid attention. But so, but not that I'm being combative or anything. So Baldur's Gate 3 comes out by Larian first as the alpha. They're supporting the community by letting them play their game early and actually listening to them from everything that I've gathered and implementing changes that the community requests. And doing a good job of it. It makes the game better, probably. At least the first act that was in early access. And then they released the game after doing an early release by a month early, probably throwing a lot of sand into the engine and the gears behind the scenes. It comes out, it's decent. There's some issues. They are like on it, like in a way that I might be wrong about this, but I cannot remember any other company being, at least the way it felt, they were so fast with like the patches coming out and addressing the issues that were there. And just from the way I've heard people talk about the launch and how they experienced it, everyone was like very, very pleased, and it was very positive.
Yeah.
Like obviously they weren't pleased with the bugs, the performance issues in Act 3 and stuff, but the way Larian handled that and just the overall picture that developed, it was very positive. And if anyone in, this year, like I can't think of a better support and community story if you're going to give an award to that, which again, I find slightly weird that we're doing that. But if you have to, this game would be my choice. And yes, I know I'm biased because it's like the only game I played this year and stuff. But still, I've made my case, right? I just wanted to say that, and that's why I would definitely vote for Baldur's Gate 3 here.
Yeah.
You don't even agree? Listen, this is not how we play this game. You have to disagree now vehemently.
Well, I will say, when I first looked at this award and when we looked at this award, I thought that Baldur's Gate did, and I'm only looking at the time since its launch, Larian did a good job. Not an amazing job, but a good job. They did everything that was expected of them. But really now, hearing you talk about it and thinking about it a little more, I agree, honestly. Everything before the launch was fantastic. The panels from Hell were incredible.
I was going to mention those, but is promo included in community support?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird, right? But those we agree that those were pretty cool.
But even after that, you're right. They fixed things. They were pretty fast about it. And they even added more to the game that at least I didn't expect. Like the mirror where you can change your appearances or the soap thing. Don't know about that. But yeah, sure.
They fixed the multiplayer stuff where you can't exchange characters if you started multiplayer and stuff.
Yeah.
And presumably there might still be stuff coming out, right? I'm still hoping for content.
Wasn't the respecking thing for Withers also not in the...
I'm not sure. I
think so.
With 80%, I would say it was there, but maybe not.
I think it was like in the first big patch or something.
Maybe, yeah. And that again came out pretty quickly. So
yeah. Overall, I wish they basically what I'm lacking here is like the next panel from Hell, basically.
That would be cool.
I don't know why they would do that at this point in time, or like why they would change some foundation of the game in a meaningful way. But overall, I agree. They did exactly what they had to, and they did even more, and they did it in a timescale that is quite impressive, I think. So yeah, best community.
All right, so it goes to
Baldur's Gate.
BG3.
Yep.
Here we go. We're in agreement.
Okay, next award. Best ongoing.
Yeah, that's a weird one. Why didn't they just call it MMO award?
I don't know.
Because I guess it's more than just MMO.
Awarded to a game for outstanding development of ongoing content that evolves the player experience over time.
Right.
We start with Apex Legend by Respawn, then Cyberpunk 2077 by CG Projekt Red, Final Fantasy XIV by Square Enix, Fortnite by Epic Games, and Genshin Impact by HoYoverse. That's also... Remember the
I
mobile
understand.
game?
Yeah, yes.
That's HoYoverse.
It's also... So, okay. We both agree that Cyberpunk being here is weird. And it shouldn't go to it. And it makes me wonder. Maybe they just want to put... Yeah?
Development of ongoing content that evolves the player experience over time. I guess if you don't put in some things that you promised and then put them in later, it does evolve.
It evolves, and they've changed the entire game. They've substantially, from what I know, they've substantially changed like the skill system and all of that.
Yeah,
it's also
finally added the police.
It's a weird game for me as well, because I've heard everybody knows the anticipation for it was huge, and I have friends who were like telling me about it. I have friends who bought entire PCs to like play this game, and then were hugely disappointed and stuff. And I don't know if those people have tried it again now, but maybe it would be good now. But and it has Keanu and stuff, and
Idris Elba.
That's right. Very high profile, and it's like what I'm saying is also it's a total candidate for us, right? It's like RPG and like Cyberpunk. That's all very exciting. Like I should love to play that game, but somehow I don't. And it's not just the bad launch though. It's also like that's a big part of it, but it's also kind of a part. Is there anything more behind it than just aesthetics? I guess is what I'm getting at, because I've never heard. I don't know anything about like the characters or the story that somehow hooked me in. It's like, oh, do you like the idea of cyberpunk? Then this is the game. But it's like, do you know what I mean? When someone sells me Shadowrun, it's like, oh, how about it's the future and it's like cool anarchy, politics everywhere, and a dragon is the president. It has much more color immediately, right?
Yeah. Well,
and now you go on these missions in Berlin or whatever.
I will say, the one thing that I heard people talk positively about when the game first came out was basically the story.
Maybe it's really good, yeah.
The parts that worked, that were bug-free, were apparently pretty solid. But
I might be totally unfair.
I also heard nothing like great about it, just, there's a good story.
Yeah.
And no specifics, nothing that really hooked me either. So, Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So
I
we
see the point.
agree on that. We can shelve that one again. Well, ongoing game was the category. And
Yes.
so Genshin is like huge.
Mm-hmm.
I also know people who are really into that, but
Yeah.
like I
Constantly receives updates with new characters and stuff like that.
yeah, but it's so huge I just sort of avoided it.
Yeah. Okay.
And like yeah,
Same for Fortnite.
yeah, but like I was gonna say give it to Fortnite. I'm like not in touch with that scene, but it just seems like that's been around forever, and they keep it fresh somehow.
Yeah. They also just did a Fortnite classic or original, whatever thing. And they apparently broke like the all-time player record of that game, which I would imagine was already pretty high. And just
Probably, yeah.
Apparently they figured out how to get people to play this game forever, apparently.
Or they just cycle. I would be curious about the demographics. Maybe it's you know
Yeah.
lots of people go out all the time, but new ones keep coming in.
That could also be it, yes.
I don't
No
know.
idea. But yeah,
okay.
Fortnite seems like a fair winner here.
All right.
I also heard a lot of good things about Final Fantasy. in
Yeah.
general.
Again, I don't know
but-
anything about that.
No idea if it did anything specific this year.
Laura Carvel Hall. They had the balls to remove the bizarre construction mechanics. That deserves recognition.
Wasn't that the
They
whole point of the
did?
game? I mean,
I
it,
thought so, yeah. Is that a specific like
so what is actually the game then?
type, or is it just PUBG now? PUBG
Yeah, I was
with,
gonna
like,
say if you remove
clown
that, it's just
hammers?
PUBG or some like DayZ, like just a shooter, right? You shoot in that game? I've never played it,
I mean,
but it has that
I
battle
wonder-
royale style, right? And you have make constructions on the map.
yes, and you could also probably still, like, if they still have buildings, you might still be able to destroy them, which would be fun.
Right.
Uh,
I mean, I have to say that does sound like fun.
yeah.
Sounds like something I would have been all over when I was like 17.
Yeah.
Not dissing it by saying it's like for children or whatever.
Laura Carvel Hall. They made a mode without it, and it became very popular.
Wow, it's like these kids just want to play Counter Strike. Fuck this fort building stuff.
Well, third-person Counter-Strike
Yeah,
with
sure.
power-ups and items. And
Okay, so nothing like Counter Strike. Well, here's something for you little children from Grandpa Morris. Have you ever tried playing Quake? How about that?
Oh,
Because back
God.
in the day, we had Quake.
I'm gonna go to the next category.
Couldn't make any constructions
Where's
because
panic button?
you know when John
not gonna
Carmack
stop.
invented
Guys.
the binary space
Help.
partitioning. Let's move on with. You have to stop me before I get going. It's terrible.
Oh, yeah.
All of my friends have heard the BSP tree rant at least once.
Here's the other indie.
Oh, here we
category.
go. Okay.
Games for impact.
Oh, right. What does that even mean, Vincent?
For thought-provoking game with a pro-social meaning or message. And the contenders are A Space for the Unbound by Mojikan Studio, Toga Production, and Chorus. Chance of Senna by Run Disc and Focus Entertainment. Goodbye Volcano High by Co-op. Chia by Avacat and Kepler Interactive. Terra Nil by Free Lives Devolver
Right.
Digital and Netflix. And finally, Venba, Visai Games.
The cooking game.
Yes.
I have 6 here. They couldn't decide.
I have played 5 of them. I have not played Goodbye Volcano High.
So this is the smelly hippie game category, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
This is like the flowers and the deer esters and the walking simulators, right? Which
Yes.
you may think I'm like I'm throwing shade on them. I'm really not. Like this is in some way this is like the category that interests me the most.
Mm-hmm.
Can you? So that's why again we'll probably spend a little moment on this because this is part of why I wanted to do this. Can you tell me a little bit about these other games? Have you tried them out?
Yes. So we talked about Venba and Terra Nil already.
Yes.
I have played Chia, which is made by a small studio, and the head of the studio or the lead developer is from an island northeast of Australia.
New Zealand.
No, it's like
Sorry.
some specific
Okay.
island group.
Sure.
And this game starts you off by telling you, hey, just for some added context, this game's purpose is to show you sort of that their style of living. And though they've created a completely fictional version of that, with like magic and stuff.
They don't have actual magic in Northeast Australia.
I've never been, so
Neither have I.
who knows? Maybe they can teleport.
I've had some Australians that I've known in my life, and they're all dope as fuck. So
pretty magic.
they probably have magic there. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you play the title character Chia, maybe 12-year-old girl.
Right. This is CHIA.
TCHIA.
Right. Thanks.
And you start on an island that you live on with your father together. It's like a tiny island. It's maybe like 100 meters long and 30 meters wide.
All right. How many guns?
Well, the
Do they have secondary fire mode? Come on, Vincent.
No, they do
Hit
not
me.
have a secondary fire mode, but the very first thing he gives you
It's a Beretta.
No, it's not.
This is how we live.
It's not a gun, but it is a slingshot.
All right. Cool.
And this is what I really love about this game is the gameplay.
But you're telling me there's only one gun.
Yes, but
No rocket launcher?
guess what I did immediately?
You wanted it to have more
I
guns.
turned around and started shooting my dad.
Oh, okay. And then what happened? What is the Chia way of life?
Well, he's not as damaged as I wish he was, but I still had a lot of fun.
You just can't hurt him.
Yeah, he
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
he reacts to it, but he brushes it.
Hey, Chia, easy there.
Yeah, he's,
That kind
he
of
goes
thing.
and shrinks back a little, and then he stands up, and it's fine.
Eats a mushroom and gets bigger again.
Exactly.
Right.
But yeah, you you explore this island with him. He talks to you a little bit about stuff. Basically, he gives you a glider. It's fun to use, and then
So it's
on-
like Far Cry 2, but with a sling.
it's
Li-
not
I
too
mean,
far off, honestly.
Look,
It
I
is-
was being a dick before, but now that's an actual comparison.
It is not too far off because
But, I mean, I liked Far Cry 2.
yes, that's the wild thing. Basically, he gets kidnapped really quickly. at
Oh
the
wow!
start
Now
of
it
the
gets really. I wasn't expecting that. I thought it's going to be walking simulator, but that's actually exciting.
game. And very quickly it turns into an open world game.
Huh?
And then you have you have this map with like a ton of individual small islands, and there's even a bigger one with a city on it.
Oh wow!
And
Now I want to play it.
yeah, the thing is,
You have to find your father.
yes,
That's cool.
That's the goal. And
Yeah.
you also realize that Chia has some sort of
Magic power.
though
I'm digging it.
I didn't get deep enough into it to actually find out what that was about.
Yeah.
But she sort of teleported and turned into a knife that the kidnapper was holding, and then turned back.
Okay.
My issue with the game was twofold. One, way too many cutscenes and rhythm
Oh.
games in the very beginning, like in the first
Oh.
hour.
Yeah.
And in general, the gameplay that you could choose yourself was fun, but the gameplay they made you do was not fun. Like
I understand.
lots
yeah.
of fetch quests, like, hey, get me to Yucca roots and a pearl, and then we can continue the story. And that like 4 or 5 times in a row. And then it would turn into, okay, now we sit around the fire and play a rhythm game. And then it's another cutscene where your dad gets kidnapped. And then it turns into another cutscene where you wake up on the boat of the friend of your dad.
Yeah.
And then it turns into another rhythm game. And
Kind
all I
of.
wanted was to explore the world.
I totally get that. That makes complete sense. I would feel the same. And it also reminds me of your problem with Viewfinder a little bit. Where it's also sort of constraining. Though with Viewfinder, I would be probably more lenient because what I would... my intuition tells me that if a game kind of sells itself as an open world game, which this apparently does, when you mentioned the open world aspect, I got really excited just now.
Yes.
then maybe don't put in these mini games and stuff, right? Then they feel sort of weird.
I mean, you can, but maybe
but different.
spread them out.
And don't
a lot
tunnel
more.
people into
Yes.
them and constrict them.
Mhm.
Because it's like, I don't know. It's just a feeling thing. Then it feels kind of bad to me. Whereas those little mini games might actually be really good. And if you had presented them to me from the get-go as this is a linear puzzle game and you will do these mini games, then I might be okay with it. Because I do, like, I can play a linear puzzle game like Baba is You or something, and it's fine. But so I get your problem with it. Now, I do have a big question, actually 2 questions. Number 1 would be, do you think this would be a candidate for us? And 2, this category is Games for Impact. What's the impact and the sort of message of this game?
Well, I don't think it's a game for us. And
All right.
the reason for that is that the voice acting is amazing, but it's in the native language.
Well, with subtitles, and you have
Yeah.
to read out the subtitles really quick.
Yeah.
Can we hook it up to Amazon Poly?
Oh,
Vincent?
God. Maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, the voice acting was
okay.
really, really good. But
What is the native language? Australian?
No, I couldn't tell you.
All right. Maybe a made-up native language or an actual native language.
I'm pretty sure they took the native
Like
speakers
Maori?
from that, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And
Okay, no, I can accept that. Not for us. Fine.
yeah. Apart from that, I don't know. I mean,
The
overall-
Games for Impact, like, what is it? What is the way of life of the Chia?
Yeah, I really didn't get too much into that, but the
Maybe
whole
you
game
didn't-
felt
Yeah.
a little like sitting down with a friend so he can tell you about his traditional upbringing, basically, or his culture, whatever. And in
I
that,
have never done that with anyone.
yeah,
Just saying, like,
I
not
know.
that that's a bad thing. It's just
and
you're
I-
saying that like that's a thing we regularly do. We don't.
yeah.
Maybe once I've heard of a Lebanese.
The point I'm trying to make is that was a problem I had with the game. That was what I was experiencing, and it didn't feel natural.
Right.
It's just here, have like Far Cry
Yeah.
2 or 3 in this area, but also like we put a lot of emphasis on telling you about this culture, which I feel like they just did it a little too heavy-handed.
Maybe. Yeah.
just
This,
set-
now I'm really interested in seeing how they do it. God damn it, Vincent.
Yeah.
Because I was just remembering, like, actually I'm lying a bit. I've sort of had this in my life, just from like meeting people and hearing like not their upbringing and not like this. It sounds so cheesy when you say, "Oh, let me tell you about my culture," and like you think of
That
like
was the
the
point.
dances we do and like the food we eat. But look, I had a friend back in the day from Lebanon, and he like told me the story of how he fled during the civil war and stuff, and that was like very touching and sad and intense. Like it was a good story too, but maybe that was part of why it felt natural to hear it, and it felt natural to sort of as a sideline in order to understand the story better. I learned about Lebanese culture a little bit.
Yeah.
Right, and that worked very well.
That is the good version of that, I would say, where of course if you have friends that did have a different upbringing or come from a different culture of you, like you will learn about that culture just by being in proximity.
Yeah, if you're at least a little bit curious, maybe.
Yeah, sure.
You're not closed off to it.
And that's why I'm saying Chia just did it a little heavy-handedly.
Yeah.
Like Chia was the version where a friend sits you down and just tells you all about their culture, and that's pretty rough. Last thing I will say about Chia, I would have played it more, but I encountered a game-breaking bug.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which
What was that?
I could not control the speed of the boat. I think it had something to do with the controller being connected.
Was it
and,
just super fast and you just zoomed all over?
yeah, basically. Like,
Oh, really?
It started at maximum speed, and that was fine until I left the boat, and then I couldn't get any speed because I could.
Your boat broke.
Yeah, basically.
And now it really sounds like Far Cry 2.
Yeah. No, I mean, it was a sailing boat, basically. And
it wasn't supposed to do that.
Yeah, I just couldn't. The forward start, whatever button just did not work.
Right.
And that was after already experiencing issues with the menu where it wouldn't save the settings and stuff like that. And by that time, I spent like an hour and a half maybe in the game, and I figured, okay.
I understand. You gave it a fair shot. Sounds very interesting. Thanks for this game report, Vincent.
Yeah, I had a good time with it. Just less mini games and less cutscenes in the beginning, and you got yourself a game.
Yeah.
Also, it was so much fun just interacting with objects in that game. Because
that's cool. Yeah.
Your standard option is like you have one interact button, and she just picks it up, and it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a melon or a cat.
That sounds good.
Yeah,
sounds like this game has lots of good stuff going for it.
And then you can, once you pick it up and she holds it over her head like a maniac, you can store it. So I just the first time I saw a cat, I picked it up and stored it in my bag. And then me and the cat went on an
it's also
adventure.
everything you're saying from an indie studio, a small studio, sounds pretty impressive. Like,
yeah.
I'm intrigued.
Totally. I'd give the game a 7 out of 10 with like a few small changes, and it might be an 8 or 9.
Yeah, and just make it an American boy in Kansas or something.
Exactly.
We can't deal with
and
this foreign culture shit.
Give us more guns. We need more guns to hit our
sling,
dad.
a BB gun, and make it a little boy who has to travel to a fantasy world. But it's an open world, and then it's good.
Yes. Exactly.
Let's move on to the next game.
And Space for the Unbound.
Yeah. Is that a clone of Binding of Isaac with a hilarious pun in this name?
No, it's actually a sort of old school point-and-click adventure.
Oh, interesting.
Though, to be fair, it's not point-and-click. You have the mouse, the cursor buttons, and one interact button. Also, for some reason, like a lot of these games, Cocoon also didn't use the mouse. And
maybe they want to have it for controller as well.
And they also weren't set up to immediately use with WASD. They used the cursor buttons and only them.
Oh,
which is like
interesting choice.
Playing these two games felt like I was back in the early 2000s. It's a bit wild.
Yeah, cursors is wild. I agree.
Yeah. Space for the Unbound is again a sort of old school point and click without the point and click.
Yeah.
And you play a teenager, and the game starts you off in a what would you call it, like a
world,
a caravan
a
thing.
video. Okay.
And you're talking to a young girl who has apparently written a story about a fantasy princess who's dying, and she's giving her wishes back to the world.
I think I might have seen this. Go on, please. Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'll tell you later.
But she hits writer's block basically.
Yeah.
And you get I think it's just called the Red Book.
Yeah.
So you can, with that item, dive into people's dreams and minds, and you help her get over this writer's block.
Right.
And once that is done, you two want to go to like the island, and you get to the pier, but then she remembers she left her wand, which is really just a stick that she has. How would you call
a stake?
No, just like she
a pole?
She has made a wand out of this with like glitter and stuff like that.
Okay, just make believe.
Yes, and she doesn't want to go back home because her dad is angry at her, and so you run back home and like dive like a usual adventure game, you have to dive into like the dream or the mind of a worker, so you can steal his ladder, so you can climb on top of the building, so you can skip the dad, and then you get into her room and you grab the stuff and get back out and get back to her. And on the way back, it starts raining, and raining really, really heavily. And when you get back to her, she's about to drown. Like, she has fallen into the water, and she tells you she can't swim, and she's grasping onto like the side of a log or something, and you apparently also can't swim, which is wild to me, but okay.
Yeah. It seems like they've constructed quite the conundrum there.
Yeah. So you try to help her by reaching out with the wand so she can grab it.
Yes.
But at the worst possible moment, there's a thunderstrike, and she.
Spoilers, by the way, for.
Okay. This is like the first 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, there's a lot happening.
All right.
And you try a couple of more times, but eventually you slip and you fall into the river. And you can't swim, so you drown.
Yeah.
And then you wake up, and you're in your class at the end of the day, and your girlfriend is waking you up and calling you an idiot. And
this is a really specific question,
Yes.
if I may interject one moment. But is this game set in Jakarta?
What is Jakarta?
The capital of Indonesia, I believe.
I believe so. Yes.
Yes, I remember this game. Please continue. Just asking.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Did you play it?
No, I didn't. Yes, I have a secret life where I can see.
I don't know what's going
play
on.
top-down isometric sort of adventure role-playing games exclusively. No, I've so occasionally I look at I used to. I haven't looked at it in a while, but the Let's Play subreddit, and I give feedback to a person who was Let's Playing this game in particular. And he was from Indonesia, and we had a short chat about that. It was fun, good interaction. I bounced off the game, definitely not for me. Saw the dialogues and stuff. It seemed charming, and I think it's similar to the Chia game, right? It's also, I feel like it gave you lots of insights into Indonesian culture and like living in Jakarta and stuff. And from your description, I didn't get this from watching the game a little bit or listening to it, but does it keep switching between like the actual real life level and then the fantastical princess level sort of reality sphere?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't
that
play
makes
for
it
too
interesting
long.
to me. I love these real world, shadow world kind of things.
Yeah. You know, my problem with the whole game was that from the moment you drown, I got the strong feeling that the whole setup of the game was, this is all a dream.
Oh, right, and nothing matters anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And from that point on, indeed, nothing mattered anymore to me. And I watched the next cutscene, which again, I will say, please guys, just let me play the game.
But doesn't at least the real life stuff in Indonesia world, does that not at least matter?
You would think so.
It doesn't? It also gets reset? Is it like this thing where you don't know which one is the real and which one is the dream story?
Yeah.
Spoilers.
I mean, I've read the story basically after it, and yeah, it didn't make me want to play anymore.
Yeah, okay. Well, it sounds like it's fine, just not for us.
Yeah, it's also apparently it deals very heavily with depression and suicide and all these fun topics.
Interesting. Didn't seem, what I watched of it didn't seem dark at all.
Well,
but maybe it's just not a dark treatment of a dark subject. I don't know, a heavy subject.
I feel like it, even in the very beginning, it got a little into that area, but who knows?
It's just the drowning of the princess and the
No,
guy.
also, like, the
That's a matter
interaction-
for depression, right?
The interactions with her father, and you hear her mother talking about the whole issue, and it felt quite depressing in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone should make a list of games about anxiety and depression.
Oh God,
I feel like it's a long list by now. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But maybe they should make a category next year to make it extra depressing.
Mhm.
Like, yeah.
Okay.
There's more, right?
There is one last game,
Yeah.
and that's Chance of Sonar, which I
Yes.
also played.
Please tell me about Chance of Sonar.
So the whole premise of the game is based on the Tower of Babel, where you have different groups of people unable to speak to each other, and you start at the bottom of the tower and work your way up and solve puzzles and learn the languages.
Oh, okay.
And I played it, and I think it's an incredible game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah.
You think it's for us? Is it for me and this is behind the scenes HeMakesMePlay talk now? Is it for me and Renee because we like language?
Yes.
Yeah, you would recommend it for us?
Yeah.
Maybe stop telling me about it then.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
Yeah, do give the non-spoilery version. Do it, Vincent. Dance for
Thing is, well, right. I actually played it all the way through in
Right.
like 2 days. It's incredible. And I think one of the major points it has going for it is that they needed to very consciously choose every word they use.
Oh wow, I see.
So just
Sounds like it's a game you can't localize.
um,
Or can you?
I think you can,
Yeah, okay.
because basically these languages have a limited amount of words, and the words and there's a lot of overlap.
Right.
So the whole game has like, I don't know, maybe 100 words, if even that.
I see. Mm-hmm.
But I felt like playing a lot of these games, many of them had an issue with editing, right? Where to put the gameplay, where to put the cutscenes, where to
Right.
how much to talk. Like A Space for the Unbound has just a lot of dialogue.
Yeah,
like
I
a
noticed
lot
when I was
of
watching
dialogue.
it. Yeah.
And Chance of Sonar is built in a way where they were editing themselves by basically just making the game the way they did.
Yeah, in
And
my
it works
mind, I
so
call
well.
that good pacing.
Yeah. And also the critique I had for some of the other games, Chance of Sonar is 100% gameplay.
Huh.
There's
Very intrigued.
yeah, it's so good.
Who made that again?
Rundisk, which is a French studio. And
What else did they make? Do you know?
Nothing else. I think they have.
This is their debut.
They have one other game that's just sort of. I don't know if it's even a game. It's more like an experiment, really.
Okay. Sure.
But
Like
Chance
Ian
of
McElharty kind of.
sort of like that.
Yeah.
Chance of Sonar is their first like proper game.
Cool. Looks like they knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, they really, really did.
Wow. I need to play this.
Yes, please.
Should we give this award to Chance of Sonar?
I will in a heartbeat. Like
Yeah,
some
I trust you.
some
Trust
of
your
these
judgment.
games are good, but Chance of Sonar is like phenomenal.
I have one more question though. Why do you think it's a game for impact? Like, what's the message, the post-social thing? Or is that a spoiler? Then don't say it.
Because, and it does that so well, because it teaches you the value of language
Oh shit!
really well.
What?
And-
What a tease, Vincent.
Yes.
Jesus. Okay.
And also how easy it is to make language and learning language easy, and how destructive it is to not have language.
Oh wow. I told you I need to play. You've
Yes.
literally created the bodily need for me to play this game now.
I know. I like.
Yeah. Because I love
um,
those topics. It's very
I-
interesting.
I got all these games and just expected a sort of okay game from Chance of Sonar, and
Yeah.
started at like 11 in the evening, and I played until 4 a.m. because I
shit.
couldn't stop. It's so
Alright.
good.
I was gonna play Secret of the Golden Idol with Renee next, but I might push him to play this one. Then.
Please do.
Yeah.
It's really
Strong endorsement here.
Yes.
Because Secret is also good, right?
And also, it's really hard at times. And it does that really well.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, just I
Cool.
was completely floored by how good this game is.
Why isn't it in the other categories?
I don't know. It should be.
Yeah,
It should
okay.
be in all of them. In
Game of the
every
year.
single one.
Heard it here
Best
first.
esport player.
Best
of the
esports
yes.
coach, John Sinar.
Yes.
Sure. All right. This was a fun category.
Yeah.
I enjoyed this.
Yeah.
I think now we're gonna get to the strong stuff, the hard stuff.
Oh yeah.
But we'll keep going after a quick break.
Sounds good.
Real quick bio break. Be right back. And we're back.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Before we move on,
Yes.
I wanted to talk about one more thing that I forgot to mention about the Chance of Sonar.
Please.
The controls. All you need is a mouse. It is
Oh.
so intuitive.
Is it like a side-scrolling platformer?
No, it's a basically top-down point-and-click adventure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, basically. But it's super intuitive. Any specific weird contraption they build where you would need to have a different version of the controls. It's all mouse. It works super easy. I could give this to anybody I know and they would figure it out. Like even my grandma would probably figure it out.
That's really impressive, and I do love me a game with like a minimalist design. Would you compare it to like Jonathan Blow games, like Braid or The Witness?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, I can. Okay, now I'm even more sold, Vincent. Thanks.
Yeah. This is. I was so surprised with this game.
Interesting. Yeah.
Okay, let's see what else.
Yeah.
The games.
I think the real meaty, chunky categories are going to be coming up.
Yeah, lots of Alan Wake with Baldur's Gate coming up.
Yeah. Though I do feel we've probably said most of what we want to say about Alan Wake and Baldur's Gate already.
Yeah. You're probably blocking that. We are at innovation in accessibility.
Oh, this is my category. This is for me, everyone.
Yes.
Yes.
So I will move you up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Again,
Yeah,
6 games, so you're blocking
Sure.
the last one.
That's
and the last
fine.
one is possibly the most important.
I
one.
know.
So, innovation and accessibility. Recognizing software and/or hardware that is pushing the medium forward by adding features, technology, and content to help games be played and enjoyed by an even wider audience.
Yes.
And the contenders are Diablo 4. I almost called it Diablo 4, which is a German name, which is, I don't know. Diablo 4, Blizzard Entertainment. Forza Motorsport, Turn 10 Studios and Xbox Game Studios. Hi-Fi Rush by Tango Gameworks and Bethesda Software. Marvel's Spider-Man 2 by Insomniac Games and SIE. Mortal Kombat 1 by NetherRealm Studios
Yeah.
and WB Games. And Street Fighter 6
There we go.
by Capcom.
So Mortal Kombat is on this list, and I might just be uninformed. Maybe it's also totally cool and possible and amazing to play Mortal Kombat blind. I don't know. That was the reason why Street Fighter 6 is so cool and why it's on this list. I've probably mentioned it many times before, but you can play Street Fighter 6 blind. It has like lots of stuff. Not only are the menus like accessible and they will be read out to you and stuff, but also in the game, while you're playing as Ryu or whatever, you get like lots of little helpers that make it playable, like a proximity alert, right? In fighting games, you need to know how close are you to your opponent, do the punches and kicks connect and stuff, and there's like this constant, they really thought about this, there's this constant beep that goes on, and you can hear by the frequency how close are you to the other person. And you know, I've watched it a little bit, like all the move sets of the characters and stuff, they have good sound design, right? And if that's good and it's every move is very unique and stuff, I can totally see how you can play that and be good at it even while blind.
That's impressive.
Yeah, and it's really cool, and that's why I've been meaning to try it out and probably also stream it and stuff. It's just I don't know. I need to get a controller and all that stuff. It's a bit of a setup, but
Sure.
it's on the long list of stuff to try out.
Yeah.
So I was super hyped about this and for this category, right?
Uh-huh.
And maybe I'm being unfair to Mortal Kombat, but well, suck it up, Buttercup. I didn't hear about you doing this, so sorry. But then, guess what? I heard that Diablo 4, that's actually also, like, there's a blind person who just played Diablo 4. And I could not corroborate this. Like, I didn't find, the clip or whatever of them doing it. But I just heard that that's a thing. And now I don't know. And I'm, like, so conflicted now.
But it's,
With Diablo 4, I'm less sure about how that works because I haven't seen it.
because I'm wondering. I know that people have played Street Fighter before number 6.
Sure,
as-
just on the sound design, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Where they had like a grenade that would tell them how far away the enemy was and stuff like
Oh,
that.
yeah. Mhm.
And I can totally believe that you can figure out a way how to do that in Diablo 4. I wonder how much of the work they do for you. And
Yeah, I was
Street Fighter
wondering,
6 sounds like they do a lot of the work for you.
Yeah, I have to. Yeah, I should be more informed, I guess, about Diablo 4, because it might be a case. I don't know if that's the case, but it might be a case of like how blind or heavily visually impaired people have and are playing WoW, like World of Warcraft, where at least this is one trick I know about. Maybe nowadays you can do it differently, but this one I know about, where you like focus on another player and like turn on follow mode and stuff.
Yeah.
And then you can sort of play the game, but it's you're heavily relying on other people to do it, right? Which is cool. It's the idea of this entire channel, but
Yeah.
do you know what I mean? Then it's not quite as award worthy for like making the game accessible.
Yeah. Also, like just imagining that, man, the follow thing in World of Warcraft gets broken so often. Like just
Yeah,
by
I can
accident,
imagine, yeah.
by somebody running around a corner too sharp, and then you run into the corner instead of following them around the corner because
Yeah.
you take the direct path.
Oh boy,
What?
do you not enjoy having a blind friend? It's like, oh, did you like all the VIP escort missions in games over all the years with horrible geometry and bad AI?
Oh, God.
Oh boy, do we have news for you. Play WoW with a blind friend and have that all the time.
Yeah.
Yes, and a person on TeamSpeak or whatever complaining about it.
Yeah. Where
Yeah.
am I? Where am I?
I can't see shit. What is this? Yeah.
Yeah, sounds like fun.
Yeah. You know what would be hilarious if Blizzard just like, instead of making the game actually accessible, they just double down on the fall mechanic and they just put like guide dogs in the game. And you can follow those.
Yeah.
And you can
Just
have virtual seeing eye dogs.
every quest giver gives you a dog that brings you to the quest area and
man.
then
Yeah.
brings you to the next quest.
It's so cool though. You could make them like mounts, like how they're like rare drops,
Yes.
like dragons, and like a murloc, a seeing eye murloc.
It's all there, Blizzard. It's all there.
Yeah.
Ah.
Oh man. Hold on. I think I have a patent that I have to put in
Yeah,
somewhere.
we
I don't
have
know.
to end the stream.
Yeah.
man.
Hold on a sec. Quick bio break. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'm not the genius I think I am, but so yeah, I'm a bit conflicted now about this category, and I don't know who to give it to, but I'm gonna give it to Street Fighter 6
Yeah.
because
that's
I used to play it as a kid.
fair. Yeah. I
and
also
that's cool.
I wonder how. I wonder about the accessibility of Hi-Fi Rush and Marvel Spider-Man 2. Because
Oh yeah,
I mean,
let's
Hi-Fi
talk about
Rush-
that real quick. Do you know anything about it?
I don't know anything about Spider-Man 2. I do know that Hi-Fi Rush is a rhythm game, which is by nature feels like
Yeah.
it would be more accessible than
Um,
non-rhythm games.
So let's obviously my focus is on blind accessibility. But let's remember as well that that's not all that this category is about, right? There's other types
Are
of.
you telling me there are
There are other
other disabilities?
Well-
this is ridiculous.
I hate to admit it, but yes, I am not unique, and my category of disability is not unique. And yeah, like sometimes it's being able to remap keys in games and stuff, right?
Yeah.
That can be a huge accessibility improvement, or like using other hardware devices. But that's obviously I don't focus on that because I don't know stuff about that. So I don't know if like maybe Mortal Kombat is really great about that, or like I could see how Hi-Fi Rush, because it's a rhythm-based game, maybe that's like really easy to play with like other input devices or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that could be it.
Yeah.
I also, for some reason, I can totally see them help with color blindness. Like the game is very vibrant in its colors,
Right.
but it feels like it would be very easy to.
Do they have
implement.
mechanical purpose, the colors?
Yeah, sometimes.
All right.
Like bosses sometimes have these vulnerable areas, for example, which have been around for forever. And yeah.
Right. What was the other game here?
We have Diablo 4,
Yeah,
Forza
Spi-
Motorsport,
yeah. Oh.
Hi-Fi Rush,
Okay.
Marvel Spider-Man 2, Mortal Kombat, and Street Fighter.
I think you can totally play Forza blind as well, and I'm just being horribly unfair because I'm not excited about racing games. So sorry, Forza.
Also, I don't know why, but a blind person
Driving? What are you
seems
saying?
like a risk.
You ableist pig dog. What are you saying? You don't want to be driven
I
around?
Take it back, yes.
In my
next time,
Tesla?
Next time we go somewhere, you
From
can
0 to 100 in under 1 second.
Yes.
Into a wall.
Yes, and then from
Yeah.
100 to 0 also in under a second.
Yes. That's exactly right. But just wait for self-driving cars.
Oh God,
and
yes.
I will be on the road.
All the time, yes.
Yes.
Ah,
He makes me ride. Coming up. Yeah. So Forza should probably also get this award. Honestly, can't we just all hold hands and everyone gets the award? I don't know.
hey,
I can't
don't
pick.
mind it in accessibility. I mean,
Yeah, but you have to pick one. Otherwise, it's not real.
yeah.
So Street Fighter. it
Laura
is.
Carvalho, that's what she said.
Oh, okay. Hold on. There's always a delay, so now I have to. What are you referring to? You have to
Is
pick.
that-
That's what she said.
That he makes me ride, maybe.
That's what. So many options here.
We should be more careful in what
Jesus.
we say.
Yeah. Watch out for my OnlyFans. He makes me ride.
I'm gonna go now.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a thing. Yeah. Now I don't even remember what we said, and maybe that's good. But yeah. Anyway. I love this category. These are all great selections. I hope to see more like this in the future. And honestly, things are looking up. Honestly, a big here's I'm gonna shit on. Like, let me be negative for a second. That's the thing that BG3 could improve on. Like, I really think so. I don't know. I think it's we're so close to like.
Have we ever actually looked at the accessibility?
Yeah, I think way back,
Pictures?
like at the very start. And there's like colorblind stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's the one thing that most games seem to have nowadays, especially CRPGs, like the Pathfinder games both
Yeah.
had it. And I think Pillars of Eternity has it as well, or have it as well. Not sure. But yeah.
And that's,
would
by
hope
the
for
way,
more,
from
but-
what I hear, like, not to shit on colorblind mode, because it's like you'd think it's just they add a grayscale filter to it and stuff. It's not that easy, from what I hear. I don't know this from personal experience. I'm just blind, not colorblind, so I don't know. It's like a different thing.
that would suck, being blind and colorblind.
Yes,
God damn
I
it.
mean, technically, but it's
Stop kicking me.
that's like really misleading. And okay, I have like hilarious anecdotes about colorblindness, but I'm not going to get into that because we're already like just talking for a
Yes.
hilariously long time. But it's not that easy to just make everything gray. Like they have to actually go into it and look what is semantically relevant. And I think depending on how you are colorblind, like you might still see some color and different colors show up in different shades of gray and stuff. And they actually have to put some thought into it. So it's cool if people do that. And it's cool that Baldur's Gate 3 has, like, I hope it's a good colorblind mode. I wouldn't be able to say because I'm blind. But
Fair, yes.
yeah. But I don't know. I would just wish for more, I guess.
Yeah, I can understand that.
And do you know what I mean? It feels like it's almost possible because if just the menus in Baldur's Gate 3 would be read out, it's almost it's like really clunky. You have to like bump around the world and you don't know what's happening, but it's sort of doable, right? And in combat, everything is turn-based.
Yeah,
And
I
if
think being turn-based by itself is already a huge boon.
Absolutely. And then if you just then you need to get clever about accessibility and so on. I think in the future this stuff will be with AI especially. It's like very interesting where the accessibility space is going, especially with like image descriptions and stuff, which is very far along. Like you mostly hear about the LLMs, but the image stuff is also very good. Like they have this, I use this all the time, by the way, on my phone. There's like from Microsoft, the Seeing AI app, and you can just take a picture of any kind of scene and it sends it to the big cloud, and then you get a description back of what are you looking at. And that's really useful in real life.
Wait, does that work on more than like one object?
It just describes scenes to you. It understands what's going on.
That's pretty cool.
It keeps evolving. I don't know what the state is right now of Seeing AI, but there are such services out there, and that's the level they're at. And probably, they're working on even better stuff. And if you think about applying that to games, like that, what I'm saying, Vincent, is then I don't need you anymore.
Yeah, honestly, I'm wondering.
I have AI Vincent describing scenes to me, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't have my charm.
No, of course not. Honestly,
But
this is sort of more fun to do it together. But yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I am wondering how it does that, or rather, what the results would be. I'm curious to actually hear this AI describe a scene, just to see if it does things vastly different than I would, or vastly more effective, for example.
We can try this out sometime and just hold up my phone to Baldur's Gate and see what it says.
I love that, yeah.
We'll have to set it up because I keep failing on doing stuff with my phone, but we can definitely try it out. It's too slow and stuff, right? It takes a while to process, and it's just still a bit clunky. But I'm saying, like, look at it in 5 years, right? And we might be talking about universal accessibility.
Yeah.
Very exciting for people like me.
Yeah.
But
now?
yeah, we've spent enough time on this wonderful award. It goes to Street Fighter. We'll see who gets it. I'll be excited about it.
Okay. On we go.
That's what she said. Wait, it's not funny at all. I'm not doing this, so that's what she said thing, right, I think.
No, leave it to Laura. That's even she with the delay does it better. Anyway,
that's what she said. Okay, I'm going to stop. I'm sorry.
Best performance.
Oh, this is a cool one.
Awarded to an individual for voiceover acting, motion, and/or performance capture.
Amelia Tyler. That's
Let
her
me
name,
look.
right?
She's not here.
Yes, it's so weird, right? But Asterion is on this list. Huh?
Yeah.
What happened here?
Neil Newborn. Which, hey.
Yeah, okay. I was.
He made us hate him within like 2 minutes. So
okay, I got ahead of
job
myself. Vince, could you please just read out all the nominees?
Yes. We start with Ben Starr, Final Fantasy 16.
Right.
Cameron Monaghan, Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Idris Elba, Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty. Melanie Lebert, Alan Wake 2. Neil Newborn, Baldur's Gate 3.
That's Asterion. Yeah.
And finally, Yuri Loventhal, Marvel's Spider-Man 2.
So do you want to indulge me for a second and play a little game and like just look at YouTube examples of some of these guys? Maybe not all, but the ones we are interested in.
Okay, where do we start?
With DEFCON apparently talking over us. How about Asterion? Just as an example, because we haven't had him in our game because I got pissed at him really early on and kicked him out of the party forever. Let's get an example of Asterion talking.
Asterion funny moments. This is great.
We don't watch it all the way, just one or two lines.
For this, how do I stop this music?
You just click stop.
Yeah,
there you go.
Thank you, Marius.
Yeah, no problem.
It could be anyone.
Okay, that's just music.
Oh, that's funny music.
I've killed my fair share of people, but wiping out an entire building with a cannon powered by the sun? Well, that will take some time to process.
There is only the absolute.
That's Asterion?
That's grotesque. Don't stare. you'll only encourage it. Mercy. You showed the goblins mercy. Ugh. The half-orc won't like this. I want to be clear. Letting Minthara tag along with us was your idea. So if you wake up with a dagger to your throat, that's on you.
Okay, I've heard enough.
Okay.
How do you feel about this guy?
He does a fine job.
Yeah.
I absolutely believe him to be a
Arrogant vampire who's 200 years old.
Yes.
But I'm not getting the hype. Do you agree?
Yeah. No, but then again, it's still the character that I'm just not hyped about.
Sure, that too, but yeah, I don't know. I should reserve my judgment because I feel it's like with Lae'zel, where if you spend some time with him, you might warm up to him and also start to see the nuances in the voice acting work. It's definitely very, very good voice acting, but it's like what you said. It's also what he's going for. I'm just not super hyped about. But people do really, really love him. I can acknowledge that.
Yeah.
Now, could you let's look at another voice actor. Like, for instance, Spider-Man, because I'm totally...
Yuri Lowenthal in Spider-Man.
Yeah. Totally out of the loop with this one.
Who is he? Okay. I have Yuri Lowenthal heard his voice doing this scene in Spider-Man 2. Let's see what the scene is about. Okay, he's jumping on a roof.
I wonder if the little spider will survive.
It's not him.
Where is he? Where is Spider-Man? Stay focused.
So, who is the Euro?
Is he just...
Spider-Man! Where?
That's him. Car over the bad guy.
There's terrifically little voice acting in this.
Yeah, I don't see how he could have heard his voice, I guess.
There was lots of growling and like shouting and stuff.
I guess.
This fits. This is exactly what I was expecting from this game.
Is he just the voice of Spider-Man in this? Or is it...
That will make sense.
No, I'm searching for Spider-Man 2. The issue is there are 2 Spider-Mans in that one, and I don't know which one he is.
Well, I'm rapidly losing interest.
Yeah, I mean, okay, from what little I heard, he was convincing in his anger and desperation.
Sure. Well, we gave it a fair shot. Let's look at one more example, then I've had enough. What would be the third highest contender? Because I thought, yeah, maybe Spider-Man will win this.
Well,
no, I'm not so sure.
Idris Elba, we basically know, I think.
Yeah.
And he's sure. Playing himself. So I vote Melanie Liburd from Alan Wake 2.
Yes, please. Because I have seen precious little Alan Wake stuff. I hope we don't spoil ourselves, but maybe it doesn't matter.
So the name Liburd. Okay.
You know her?
No, I'm searching on YouTube, right? And I try to jump to the end of the sentence to continue writing, but Firebot is blocking that specific button, the end button, to stop spammers.
That's true.
And I forgot about that.
Right.
But yes. We have a lot of behind the scenes stuff. An ending scene, which I do not want to watch. Okay, behind the scenes, introducing Saga Anderson. I think that's her character.
Sure.
Also, Peggy 18.
If you're under 18, look away.
Alan Wake 2 is a
doesn't help
psychological
you,
survival
Mario.
horror game. And the
sorry.
player takes on the role
Sorry,
of
sir.
2 different hero characters that
Okay.
Two exploring.
Let
two
her
worlds.
talk.
Echoes and Alan's.
Be quiet, men. Let her talk.
And
Character of Saga is
But I think her and her were there, but
It's just men yapping.
we will
Saga Anderson in Alan Wake 2. This is my first time working in this medium
Yeah,
and
but
doing
now
a
it's
game.
just the actress
It's just
talking.
nice to learn something new. The voiceover part of it can be very intense when you get in the booth, but I've learned so much.
Do the
all
character.
of us have been working with Melanie, and because of the writing process being ongoing,
That's the
there
heavy
are always
Finnish
new
accent.
I would give
ideas
him an
and
award for
writing
this
it
cool
more and
accent.
more
You can't give him
specific.
every
No,
award.
why not?
I'm
Best Eastwood
excited
Scott.
for the world to see Saga
like it.
because I think she's a brilliant role model. And just to see a woman.
Let's see if I can search for the character.
It's okay. She sounds good though.
I agree, but also
They all seem very excited about making Alan Wake.
yes.
Little did they
It's just-
know that
it's-
they picked the wrong year to release. Like if they had brought this out next year, they
Okay.
would have aced everything.
Saga Anderson official gameplay clip. Let's see if that works.
Sure.
And if not, then
They were done. It's fine.
Yeah.
Peggy 18.
Yes. Look away, children.
Who's Peggy anyway?
Peggy, you don't know. She lives down the street. Okay, she's walking in a dark forest with a flashlight.
That's the whole game, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what you just said is every mental image I have in my head when I hear Alan Wake.
Yeah, that and jump scares.
Right.
I expected jump
So why do people love this so much?
because it's so intense. See?
Sounds like somebody's home.
Oh, that's stellar work. Yeah, 10 out of 10. I can see it now.
Shut up, Marius. She's giving,
I know I'm being a
she's
dick.
giving it
I'm
her
sorry.
all. Okay, there's a home building.
This may look like an indie game, but I assure you it is not. They have good rain sounds.
Also looks very good. Lots of detail.
Yeah, that sounded very juicy.
Steal coffee!
That's a dude with a deer cat. She's shooting. Apparently they're shooting at it. And then
Stolen his heart!
she talk?
Occultist. A monster. Like Nightingale.
Alright, I've seen enough.
I like her tense,
Yeah.
out of breath voice.
I can totally see that she's doing a very good job. It's
Yeah.
like on par with all of the Baldur's Gate origin character actors. And she probably just says stuff throughout the game and it's good. I can also see, this was sort of more instructive for me now to actually see a little bit of Alan Wake because I can see just the production value is really high, right? And like this is not like playing Resident Evil 2 at the end of the 90s or whatever, where you run around with this like pixelated zombies everywhere doing one animation. It's I can see. I think I am beginning to understand. Right?
He's beginning to believe.
Yeah. But okay. For the upcoming Alan Wake discussion, this was very instructive.
Yeah.
As to who should get this award, hell if I know. Amelia Tyler, if you ask me. No idea why she's not on the list.
The three that we listened to were all really good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would not give it to Spider-Man, but that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, we heard very little, but I wish we had heard him in like a more reasonable tone of voice.
Yeah. I'm okay with giving this to the Alan Wake saga character, just because, like, if they had picked anyone except Asterion, it's just a bad list for me personally.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, But I agree.
But they're all good, and it's a total toss-up. I have no idea who will get this.
Mhm.
Very exciting, and also very exciting to see this high level of production in video games in general. Big
Yeah.
names too.
Kind of expect Neil Newborn for Asterion, but
Yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah, we'll
I
see.
would also vote Melanie Bird.
That's okay. I can totally get behind that.
Yeah.
All right, interesting. Can you
Next
turn
one.
DEFCON back on?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I was really digging those tunes.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Excellent.
Oh, there we go. Best audio design.
Okay, yes.
Recognizing the best in-game audio and sound design.
Yeah. For that, just now hearing the Alan Wake clip was
Mm-hmm.
very, very helpful.
So we have Alan Wake 2,
Yeah.
Remedy,
Yeah.
Dead Space, Motive Studio,
Yeah, what the fuck? Anyway, please continue.
Hi-Fi Rush, Tango Gameworks,
Mm-hmm.
Marvel Spider-Man 2, Insomniac Games, and Resident Evil 4, Capcom. So Dead Space and Resident Evil 4
Yeah, what the fuck?
are immediately
Why is Dead Space still a thing? Is that just the same game again?
Yeah, they remade it.
All right. Yeah, okay. We've been through that. For us, that's out then. So Hi-Fi Rush is like sound-based. It's probably really good music and stuff, but
Yeah.
I don't know if it has this high, like it's specifically about audio design, right?
Mhm.
Sound design, not just it has cool music.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
The thing is, like, Hi-Fi Rush is very good from what I heard. Not off the game. I didn't hear other people talk about the game. I actually heard the video game, and
Yeah.
that was very good.
Yeah.
But Alan Wake does the same,
Yeah.
but with 100 million more budget.
Yeah. I mean, from what I just heard, I can tell that, yes, that was very excellent.
Yeah.
That will probably be excellent throughout. I don't know quite about Spider-Man. I think what we saw was a cutscene. I don't know
Mhm.
how the gameplay is, but it's probably good as well. The one gripe I have, though it's fine, I can live with that. Why is BG3 not on this list? Because in my opinion, that game had excellent sound design. Right? Like we've talked about the voices and stuff, but also just the sounds in general in the game are all very crisp and just very high production value. The game sounds good, and more importantly to me, it sounds super clear. Like just from the sound, I can tell what's going on a lot of the time, or at least it communicates a lot to me. But it's also I can kind of live with this choice because it makes sense to me that other people don't have that experience, and that you wouldn't necessarily put up BG3 as like a good audio sound design game. That's not the first thing
Yeah.
that pops into your mind when you think about BG3. Whereas, and here's the thing why it makes more sense for Alan Wake, in a horror game, sound is like way more important and way more front and center, in my opinion anyways, because also in horror movies, and you can do this at home, dear viewers, if you can see, put on a horror movie that you think is scary and just turn off the sound. And yeah, if you're blind, this will not be very interesting.
Yeah, it's just lay there for 2 hours.
Yeah, while
and
you're
see how
watching,
you feel after.
put on The Witch and then, I don't know, do something else while you're at it.
This movie isn't scary at all. What is this?
Well, but that's my promise, right? That if you watch a horror movie that's normally scary without sound, it won't be scary at all, because sound does so much to get up and close into our business.
Yeah.
And horror doesn't work without it. And in fact, like it doesn't work the other way. Like you can totally have a scary radio play that's still scary, right? If you take away the visual aspect, it's still kind of scary. But for that reason, I think sound is just probably more front and center for people when it comes to Alan Wake. And it makes sense to me that it gets the award, and it's okay. I can live with BG3 not getting this. I just want to say, for the record, BG3 has excellent sound design.
I mean, you would know better than me.
I am the authority.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Just
Also,
my opinion.
as the authority, I'm going to move you down. The
God damn
camera.
it. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we agree on Alan Wake.
Alan
for this
Wake,
one.
fantastic.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Laura Carvalho, I am the law.
Yes, exactly. That's what she said.
Mm,
That's literally what she just said.
yes, but now I'm wondering.
am I
can you
doing
do-
this wrong?
I mean, I guess not. Anyway, best score in music.
Oh yeah, here's the music award.
Outstanding music inclusive of score, original song, and or licensed soundtrack.
I vote by BG3, 100%.
Alan Wake 2, composer Petri Alenko from Remedy.
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate 3, composer Borislav Slavov from Larian.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 16, composer Masayoshi Soken.
Yeah.
Square Enix. Hi-Fi Rush, audio director Suichi Kobori from Tango Gameworks and Bethesda. And The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, composed by Nintendo Sound Team.
Yeah, I care about this category. I think video game music is awesome. And anyone who watches us for a prolonged period of time will have noticed that.
Yes.
These are all good picks. These are all excellent. Especially between these three, Alan Wake, BG3, and Legend of Zelda, I myself struggle really hard to choose. But the other ones, I would say Hi-Fi Rush, like it keeps coming up. Cool game. One thing that, like, I shouldn't talk about it because I haven't heard the soundtrack, at least not completely. But one thing that's sort of a downer to people, and I understand it, being on Twitch myself now, is that a lot of the music was sort of licensed and couldn't be played on Twitch. And they had a streamer mode in the game, and you could turn it on, and then all the music you get was like not copyrighted and stuff, but they made it for the game, but then you didn't get the original experience, right? Not the one that was intended. And it's also how do you stand on like soundtrack music for a game, and it's like licensed music, right? And obviously there's nuances too. There's the difference between a game like Braid licensing like Jamie Sieber and like other people who are not super known and just buying their tracks and using them versus like, I don't know, like getting a Rolling Stone track in your game, right? And using that for
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
The game literally had like 20 very popular rock songs from the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, which you then, just because everyone loves those songs, do they automatically win this award? Because that's good music, right? Or what are we awarding here? The game music specifically made for a game? It's a tough question.
If you don't make a soundtrack and just put in like Abbey Road from the Beatles, and that's your entire
Congratulations.
soundtrack,
Yes.
do you win
or even
every
better,
music award?
Any Taylor Swift song, you'll win forever.
Right.
Yeah. And okay, so that's a bit tough. This is part of the reasoning why I'm not automatically giving this to Hi-Fi Rush. I forgot what the other, not one of the big three was.
Final Fantasy 16.
Oh yeah, I just can't speak to that. Can you? Have you heard it? It's probably amazing. I associate with that like big orchestral set pieces.
Yeah.
I've listened to like old Final Fantasy music. It's great. I've played some of it on piano. It's like cool. But it's also I don't know what I'm getting. I don't know. Has me not that excited because it's so consistently good. I don't know. It's mean.
Yes.
That's how I feel.
Yeah, that's how I felt when I watched what little I did watch about the game.
So okay, those are our reasons for those two not getting it. Now the big three, Vincent. Do you have an opinion?
I haven't heard the Alan Wake 2 soundtrack.
Right. I hear they had a whole musical designed and written for it.
Yes. I mean,
or like songs specifically.
If anybody would tell me, "Hey, Alan Wake 2 has a great soundtrack," I would believe them. It didn't matter to me. It wouldn't matter to me who they were. I have not heard the Legend of Zelda soundtrack either. But I do enjoy the Baldur's Gate 3 soundtrack, so I vote Baldur's Gate 3.
So let me make the case for Zelda, okay? Because I was also very impressed with it. Although
have you listened to it?
I have listened to some of it, and I've seen. This is from videos I've seen talking about Zelda, and from like friends telling me about Zelda. Like I know she's called Zelda, not Zelda. It's okay. Been at this for a while now.
It's a mix between Idris Elba
and
exactly.
Zelda played by Idris Elba. Yeah.
It's not what I would have gone for, but if it works.
So Zelda has like a theme track, right? Which I cannot imitate, but you would recognize it, right?
Okay.
Like just a melody line and stuff. And
Like from the old games or
yeah,
just in this
from
game?
the old
Okay.
games. You would recognize it. We don't have to play it now, but this comes up in every one of the games. And Nintendo is amazing about adapting this to the current theme of their game. And all of the Zelda games sort of have actually, like, it's sort of subtle. It's not very in your face, but they have very strong theming. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think it was Wind Waker or whatever, which is like basically it's also like, I'm not making this up. This is not just me, but it's sort of a copy of Twin Peaks. Like the whoever made it was really into Twin Peaks, and in weird ways it imitates that. But that has this sort of it really gets this whole being lost at sea and on a weird island. I hope that was Wind Waker. And okay, I'm not going to go into a deep Zelda round. I'm going to cut it a little bit short now, okay? But like, when what was it called? The one before Tears of the Kingdom. Help me out, Vincent.
I'll look it up.
Into the Wild, was that it?
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, that one.
I think so.
Yeah, that was already.
Roar Carvalho, Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the Wild. Thank you.
Into the Wild is a movie.
Yes, you're right. So Breath of the Wild was about, like, if I'm not mistaken, it was like Hyrule had collapsed, right? It was basically a post-apocalyptic game, and like there was an empire, but it's gone now. And like, I may be mixing this up. Maybe this is now the plot of Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know, but that's okay. I promise this is leading up to something cool.
Yes.
And the theme is sort of lost memory and amnesia and stuff, right? And so the theme of Zelda doesn't come up, sort of, because part of the whole deal, as I understand it, is that Link has forgotten who he is and that he is the hero of Hyrule and stuff. But then, and I just love this so much, there's a part in the Zelda games where you're like riding a horse, as you usually do in the newer Zelda games at least. And it's only like at night, if you're riding it at night and it's sort of fast, that the old sort of heroic Zelda theme that you know slowly creeps in from the background. And it's like, I love this so much, this idea that Link, who is in this weird state of amnesia, he's just going through these motions of heroism, right? And he has almost this kinetic memory which gets reactivated, and at that moment, only in this really transitory space of being in flight almost on this horse, and really moving forward, that's when he remembers the old glory of Hyrule and like being a hero and all that stuff. And when you hear it and you haven't heard before in the game, and then it all comes back, you also feel like that. And shit like that has me so excited about games and like music and all of it, right? This is what I'm here for. I love that stuff. And after, do you see now why I was building up to and why I think, oh yeah, the Zelda games have really good music and sound design. And that's why I'm really conflicted, because yes, Baldur's Gate 3 also has really good music, and like, I haven't listened to the soundtrack yet, but right, they have this whole down by the river. That's a really good song, and it's the main theme, and I love it. And it's also like there's more behind that. I haven't talked about that because I didn't want to spoil you, Vincent. We'll get to that once we're done with Baldur's Gate. And it also has other really good songs, right? The big set pieces. I believe when we fought the Merkul fight and stuff, the big god came down. That was musically very impressive. Just we were busy with other stuff at the moment, and it's just like, So it's really like, I don't know which one of my children to kill. Like, I love them all.
There is a video called Invisible Sound Design in Breath of the Wild, which I recommend a lot if you like this sort of stuff.
Thank you. I will check it out. Maybe that is the video I watched and which I just have badly reported on. But yeah. So I don't know. You have to decide, Vincent. You were giving it to BG3?
Yes, but then you talked about the sound design of Zelda.
I wanted to make my case.
Yes, yes. And the thing is, Baldur's Gate will win everything else. So maybe they just missed being the absolute best at soundtrack.
Wouldn't it be kind of weird and sad if Tears of the Kingdom doesn't win anything? Because they might not win anything because the contenders are so strong.
Yeah.
And they're always in a category with Alan Wake or BG3,
Yeah.
one of the two at least.
It's rough, but I still think they hopefully will win the action adventure instead of Alan Wake.
Yeah, maybe.
Come on. So
But okay.
what do we do here? Zelda?
Yeah, we give Zelda the vote. But I'm honestly predicting that BG3 will take it. No, actually, yeah, I don't know. I really don't know about this one. I need
Also,
to hear Alan Wake, I
I
guess.
find it hilarious that 4 of these 5 games have their either audio director or composer named, and Zelda just says composed by Nintendo Sound Team.
Yeah, that's weird. Good catch, Vincent. I didn't notice that. Because I do pay attention to some composers in the video game scene, but like Nintendo, weird.
But it fits so well to Nintendo, right? That
they're a weird
They are
company.
so close to in any way, shape, or form. It's just we do what we do and don't ask any questions. Just buy our games and enjoy them like you always do.
Yeah, the only one more enigmatic and weirdly closed off than Nintendo is Valve.
Yeah, just
they're like
also
on
since
another
yesterday,
level.
Counter-Strike 2 is out. I don't know. We
Yeah,
forgot
yeah.
to tell you. Bye.
Vincent knows this. I hope I haven't brought it up on camera before, but like you know where the Valve logo comes from, right? Like the guy with the valve in his face or whatever. Like you'd think that's a clever thing they came up with, right? It's like a fun logo, but it's not. It was just when they made Half-Life and stuff and they moved into a studio, it used to belong to a photographer, just the venue, the establishment, and they just found that shit lying around there, that picture. And they just took that and said, okay, this is our company now, and we're now Valve. Because this man has a valve in his face.
Yes.
And they just did that.
They had the foresight to see that this was a really good idea.
It's true. I mean, I'm not saying they're not brilliant. It's just that they're very mysterious and enigmatic.
Also, did you know that they just had the 25-year anniversary of Half-Life or 20? No, I think 25 year.
Huh.
Yeah, and they. I was reminded because you talked about the logo because they apparently not recreated, but like put the original logo back into the game.
Oh,
I
nice.
don't know the specifics, but
I approve of this.
Yeah, they also released like new map packs and a new patch
for Half-Life.
That's like
hilarious.
the first Half-Life.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Map packs.
Pretty
It's
wild.
called- For the deathmatch?
Something multiplayer. I don't know what
Wow.
exactly. Yeah.
We should play that one day.
Yeah, they made a whole website like they do apparently with like a mini game where you can grab the crowbar at the bottom and then smash head crabs. It's pretty good.
Oh, that's cool. I love that.
Anyway,
Yeah. So this award,
Game
tough.
Awards. Yes.
Amazing time for games.
Mhm.
Let's move on. I don't even know if we really picked one. We kind of did. Zelda.
Zelda,
Let's
yes,
move on.
with 100 out of 100 points, and Baldur's Gate has like 99.89.
Yeah, it's great. By the way, since this will keep coming up, but BG3
Uh-huh.
versus Alan Wake, last update I have of the ratings, like Metacritic ratings.
Yes.
BG3 is like, if I'm not mistaken, it's like at a 96.
Mhm.
And Alan Wake 2 is at like, I think it was like an 83 or something. I mean, you might look it up right now. It was in the 80s. It surprised me. I would have thought Alan Wake cracks the 90s easily from the way people are talking about it.
Well, yeah. I feel like I've heard like a lot of good things, but also some critiques regarding the gameplay and
Right.
especially the jump scares.
Yes, I've heard you criticize for the jump scares.
No, well,
But
isn't that enough? I don't know what you want.
You cannot be the only one. People in general don't like jump scares. But there's a lot of people who don't like it.
98% on Metascore.
90, okay, I take everything back.
89, sorry.
Okay. I don't take everything back.
German numbers are the other way around, and sometimes I get confused.
98 would be really high.
Yes.
But 89 is still, man, I wish it would crack the 90. I feel like it deserves it. But oh well. Still very high 80s.
I mean, all they need is to
One.
remove all the jump scares.
Possibly, yes.
Or at least like an option to turn them off or whatever.
Accessibility mode.
I want to play it. I really, really, really enjoyed Control, but not with jump scares. Thank you very much. Anyway,
Yeah.
let's see what the next category
Yes,
is.
please.
Best Art Direction for outstanding creative and/or technical achievement in artistic design and animation.
All right.
And the contenders are Alan Wake 2, Hi-Fi Rush, Lies of Pi, Super Mario Bros. Wonder,
Oh, wow.
and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
All right. Notice how from now on all the same games will keep
Yeah.
popping up.
Uh-huh.
So we might be a bit quicker about these categories.
Yeah.
Because we don't have to keep repeating the same points. So for me, this means like visual design, visual aesthetics, right?
Outstanding creative and/or technical achievement in artistic design and animation. Yeah.
That means primarily visual. Not the expert here. What would you say, Vincent?
From what little I have seen of Alan Wake 2, and if it's at all close to what Control accomplished, give it to Alan Wake 2.
Yeah.
Like, that's what they do.
I'm totally fine with this.
And the way people have talked about, like, the first time they see New York in that game, and apparently it's just incredible.
Yeah.
And I believe it.
So Tears of the Kingdom, nobody praises that for its supreme graphics or honestly the visual design, let's just face it.
Yeah.
I think that must have been also Breath of the Wild, right? Where you have the animal temples or whatever, or is that Tears? I keep mixing them up.
I don't know.
But that's cool visual design. I can recognize that. But again, I keep giving out awards for Breath of the Wild, so, which is
Stop
not
it.
fair.
I'm gonna come over there.
So for BG3, just to give it a fair shake, I would say it has really cool visual design, just from what you described to me, right? I'm talking about like characters, right, who communicate a lot through their visual design, like Catherick Thorne with the skeleton armor and stuff.
Exactly.
That was already cool in the trailer.
And the cool pirate / rockstar, what's his name? Galarian?
Who do you? Oh, the Gortash. Everybody loved Gortash's
Gortash.
vest. Like the, what was his name? Bartholomew. Huh?
What is Galarian?
Galarian is the world of Pathfinder, dear Vincent. I'm pretty sure. The fictional world in which Pathfinder is set.
Also pretty close
or
to
that might be
Galarian
Gloranta or something. I don't know.
I don't know. Please continue.
We're nerds, is the point.
And if you haven't figured that out
yeah,
yet,
what are you doing here, honestly?
It is the world of Pathfinder. God damn it.
Jeez, I shouldn't have second guessed myself. Oh boy. The Necromancer looked really cool from what you described. And similar, right? There are many examples. And yet, I can see, like, this is not a slight against the people behind the visual design in Baldur's Gate, but it's what they're going for is, when it comes down to it, Forgotten Realms fantasy. And there's only so much, like, creativity and new and exciting stuff you can squeeze out of that stone, right? A stone that's been around for a while and that we've seen in various ways.
Yeah.
Right? And it's just, yeah, like, it would be hard to, like, really shock us in a positive way for that, I think. But you get points deducted just because you're going for, at the end of the day, sort of generic fantasy.
Yeah. And on the other hand, Alan Wake 2 is exactly the opposite.
Yeah.
They try a lot of new stuff, something things that we have never seen before, where they mix like live action and game throughout, basically, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's wild.
So, although I am blind and cannot speak on the visual design of Alan Wake 2, I think this may be the category where you and I are most in agreement to give it to Alan Wake 2.
Yeah. Also, I will say Lies of Pi.
All right, we just ignored that one. Yeah.
It's a good-looking game. And
I believe it.
And yeah. That's all I've got to say on it.
It's cool. That's what she said. Lies of Pi is a good-looking game. I'm really not doing this right, I think.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
But keep trying.
Yeah, I will.
There.
That's what she's. Hey, that one works. I think that's how that works, right? Because that has sexual innuendo.
Has it?
That's the whole point, right?
Has it?
Kind of.
Has it?
Anyway, we're not as funny as we think. Let's move on.
Okay. Next award, Best Narrative.
Oh yeah, here we're gonna get out the box.
For outstanding storytelling and narrative development in a game.
Yeah. All right. Hit me, Vincent.
Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty, Final Fantasy 16, Marvel Spider-Man 2. So,
do we agree on ones that definitely shouldn't get it?
Well,
Cyberpunk, because it's kind of been around.
DLC / expansion thing.
Yeah. All right. Knock it off the list.
Yeah.
Spider-Man? I can't say really anything about the narrative, except that it's probably like Spider-Man, if that's what you want.
I've heard that they start doing pretty wild stuff towards the end of it.
Okay.
Where they really embrace their comic nature, which
does that mean multiverse stuff and so on?
Maybe. If it's multiverse stuff, then
that's
I'm
a turn
not
off for me.
Exciting, but in general, doing wild stuff in a Spider-Man game and embracing their comic nature. I don't know what exactly that means, but I am excited for that in general. But if there's multiverse involved, I'm out.
All right. Probably not where our award will go.
Yeah. And Final Fantasy 16 is...
yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I assume it has a good story, but it's also sort of a movie. I don't know. Maybe?
Yeah, I just don't feel it. I don't want to give it the award, and I also don't think it's going to get the award.
No.
But who knows? Maybe we're totally wrong. Yeah. So it's Alan Wake versus BG3 again.
Who would have guessed?
Yeah, this is a tough cookie. Definitely.
Yeah.
I am for BG3. Are you for Alan Wake?
Yes. And my reasoning for that is...
Yes, so we can't actually fight about this. So please, you make your case, I make my case, and then we rest. We let reality and the viewers decide, all right?
I totally agree that Baldur's Gate 3 has a solid story, but I do see the same issue that you had with art design, where it's creating a Forgotten Realms fantasy story, which it does very well, but
that's limited. Right?
That's limited. Yeah. And Alan Wake 2 tries to break limits.
Yes.
And that's it, really. That's the whole point.
Sure, we both... It's so funny, right? Because we haven't played it, we haven't watched it all the way through. We don't know the story of Alan Wake 2, but
really,
we have
what
both...
I'm doing is just... I'm switching out Alan Wake 2 for Control.
I know you're doing that, but that's okay because I from what little I've seen and what I've heard about it, I totally believe that Alan Wake 2 is really good in storytelling and it has lots of pedigree, right? There's Control, and all the way back to Max Payne, that already broke my mind, honestly, as a 13, 14-year-old, whatever, of what they were doing in a video game and stuff. So, yeah. I totally believe it. I would be excited to experience that narrative. And I totally, by the way, agree with your point about BG3 that, it's good to compare that to the visual design because it's the same problem. It's generic, it's limited in what it can do. Here's my case for why I think BG3 deserves this, because it's sort of, it's a trap. The name of narrative award is a trap because it makes you think of the main sort of storyline of BG3, which I agree is sort of weak. It's not that's not really deserving of this award if Alan Wake 2 is the contender. But here's my real case. That's not where the narrative strength of BG3 lies, because consider what types of games these are. They're completely different in how they approach storytelling. Yeah. Because Alan Wake, as far as I know, it's pretty much a linear story, which is fine, right? You just move through the game. That's one way to tell a story. BG3, in keeping with its D&D roots, it's more like a toolbox to assemble your own story. And the actual narrative you get out of it is not like the tadpoles and killing Gortash and the brain and stuff. It's like all the little individual decisions you made along the way. It's like, oh, and then we met this hag in the forest, and then we tried to help the wife of the dead husband, and then we resurrected the husband. Oh, and then we moved on to the Githyanki crash, and then. That's narrative. That's storytelling. That's telling someone about the events of what happened. And the strongest case I can make for BG3 is the fact that I've observed in real life that people tell each other about their experiences in the game. That's literally they're making a narrative out of it. They're narrating their own playthrough of the game. I've done this with Marco. We've had like weekends where literally we were sitting in the living room eating stuff and like telling about, like, he was telling me what he did in BG3 and I told him what we did, and that was exciting and interesting to us, right? And that's a strong selling point for narrative, because if your game's story is interesting enough that you tell other people about it, like beat for beat, that's an achievement, right? You can't do that with many games. And so far, because nobody has given me a fucking coherent narrative about fucking Alan Wake 2, I don't know if Alan Wake can even do that, though I'm perfectly willing to believe that it can. But BG3 is still the bigger achievement for me, because it's so you can individually assemble the narrative, and that's, you know, with my affection for D&D and history, that just, you know, subjectively that's more exciting to me in a way. And that's my case for BG3.
I agree with many of your points. And also...
And yet you remain incorrect
Yes.
on Alan Wake 2.
I will
Incredible.
also say...
Where's my luckstock? I need
Don Solarione, I would give BG3 award just for introducing emotional narrator and reversing the rule of show not tell. Narrator explains emotions of characters, that quite cool, wouldn't work in the movie.
Shit, Vincent, our viewers are smarter than us. God damn it, Don Solarione.
Play your second Dark Urge playthrough, Kiss Astarion, and then come back and nominate Neil Newbon for voice actor in BG3 for narrative.
All right.
We might,
I will take you up on your challenge. What was that Don Solarione said? I have to think about that. They reverse show don't tell?
Yeah.
Can you read that out to me again?
Don Solarione said, I would give BG3 the award just for introducing emotional narrator and reversing the rule of show, not tell. The narrator explains emotions of characters that quite cool wouldn't work in the movie.
Yeah, I have to think about this some more. I wish we had an example for that. Does she tell you like, oh, you feel this way or whatever? I mean, she's certainly not like an omniscient, neutral narrator, right?
I guess you have the inside checks at times.
Yeah.
But apart from that, I don't know. We might have to look out for that.
But it's such an interesting observation that it's like this mix between... Because in literature, you can totally do that, right? You can have a narrator that is sort of colored by your emotions or whatever.
Yeah.
The emotions of the main character. Like psychic distance would be the term if you want to be sort of fluid about it. And how much psychic distance the narrator has to the main character. And like, yeah, how does that work in BG3? How does it reverse show, don't tell? Yeah, because it tells you how you're feeling, right, instead of showing it. But it totally works. I've never been tripped up, and because I watch out for that stuff, and it pisses me off. I know. Yeah, I do. I notice that if people are in writing, if they're doing telling and not showing, or in D&D campaigns for that matter.
One more thing that I wanted to say in regards to Baldur's Gate 3. If we're talking about narrative and in general writing, we also need to realize that Alan Wake is like maybe 20 hours long, 30 hours long.
All right, and how long is BG3?
Baldur's Gate 3 has like hundreds of hours of narrative and voice acting and all that. And so far, I don't think we have found a piece of narrative that was bad.
No, some are stronger than others, but there's nothing rotten in it.
Yeah, and
I'm pretty sure.
Like creating that amount of functioning narrative.
This is
story is.
I mean, yeah,
incredible.
You're right; it is incredible. But I would be willing to completely factor or bracket that out, like length. Do you know what I mean? If it's about an award, I can't really give a good reason. Just intuitively, I would like to not let the super long juggernauts always take the cake because they can make more.
I'm still voting Alan Wake 2. And I see that I can see that quality is the more important factor, but I think
it's
quantity.
not just.
It's fair to mention that.
You should mention it, but it can also work against you, right? Because
Uh-huh.
it's also about economy. That's a value in itself. If you can tell a good story in like fewer words, oh boy, is that a skill. That is so. You know what's one of the most pleasant things for me? Like a short movie. Do you know what I mean? Like, especially nowadays where they're getting longer, like a 72-minute long movie. Oh my God, and if they then tell a good story with like very little time, that's a skill and a value in and of itself, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So that also sort of that can speak in Alan Wake's favor, right?
Yeah.
If it's still a good story, which we're sort of buying into.
Yeah, but I would say in Baldur's Gate 3 it's more the challenge of knowing that you have to create a story that can last hundreds of hours and then actually doing it and being consistently good in it.
Yeah, and also all the branching paths, right?
Yeah.
That's a weird thing. Like, it's sort of weird to quantify when you are doing criticism of like a story and stuff, right? But like, what value do the paths not taken add to the experience? Do you know what I mean? Because to me, this doesn't happen in movies and in fiction, except for silly choose your own adventure books, which nobody cares about. But in RPGs, and especially one like BG3, where it's so sophisticated, just the feeling that I know, okay, I'm making this choice, but I totally could have like fought the shadow druid lady or whatever, right? And like done this differently, and oh wow, I wonder what the other scenario is. For some reason that adds to the experience in a very real way, even though those are sort of ephemeral things that don't even happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's also, it can't happen in Alan Wake because it's a linear story and stuff. And it's apples and oranges, man. That's what this is. It's really tough.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like, I don't know. Which do you prefer, Moby Dick or Peppa Pig? Like, it's both are stories.
Yeah.
They're well told.
It's difficult.
Yeah. But okay, I think we're pretty firm in our choice, right?
Yeah.
This is one of the most exciting awards for me. I'm so thrilled to see.
Yes.
So we both, we both have our choice, and for some reason we're not at each other's throats. That's great. What do you, this is the last question for this category, what do you think, what do you predict will get it, right? Of course, you might not, get your wishes.
I think Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah. I think I would also predict that. Yeah. But we'll see. That would be hilarious if we're wrong about that.
It's jump scares, man. They break the narrative.
Laura Carval Hall. Bye, guys. Thanks for the stream.
Yeah, thanks for listening to us talk, I guess.
Yeah, I didn't expect this to take so long.
I know, but I'm also kind of enjoying it.
Yeah, and this is just who we are, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, but thanks for sticking around and listening.
All right.
Okay, let's jump to the next category.
This was also probably the most meat on its bones discussion. The next one will be more obvious.
Best game direction. I feel like we're getting close to the end here.
Yeah, we are.
Awarded for outstanding creative vision and innovation in game direction and design. Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Marvel Spider-Man 2, Super Mario Bros. Wonder, and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah. Yeah, I again would vote BG3, but I feel less strongly about this one. I don't have such a strong case to make. Like, if someone wants to pick Alan Wake 2, yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. I also, in this case, I would vote Baldur's Gate 3. And again, in part, because of quantity. Like connecting hundreds of hours of material into one narrative strand that makes sense and doesn't break the game world in some, or the immersion or whatever.
This is game direction, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and for me, part of the problem why it's harder to talk about is that is sort of a more vague term to me than narrative.
Yeah.
To be honest, I wouldn't even be able to define game direction, or for that matter, what a movie director does. We all sort of know. Obviously, I also have an intuition, but I couldn't give you a workable definition. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's also...
Well, you sort of tell people what to do. Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah, it's also...
Like, so what does the lighting guy do then on a movie set?
It is so dependent on the actual director. Like, how much does that person actually interfere with the other?
Yeah. And how much do you delegate?
Forces? Yeah.
Yeah, so a bit more vacuous. I pick BG3 for reasons. BG3.
Yeah.
All right.
Same.
It seems we are in agreement.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Don Solarione, one of these games allows you to fuck a bear.
That is indeed outstanding game design.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Uh-huh. Oh,
yeah.
Boy. And then we have... come on, focus. We're almost there.
I hope Geoff Keighley brings that up somehow. Like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Guess what? In this category, one of the games lets you fuck a bear.
I won't tell you which one.
Yes.
But you know.
One of these is not like the other. Yeah.
And then finally, we have Game of the Year.
Oh, wow. So here we are.
A game that delivers the absolute best experience across all creative and technical fields. Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Marvel's Spider-Man 2, Resident Evil 4 for some reason.
Yes, I know. It's wild.
Super Mario Bros. Wonder, and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
Can you imagine the internet if Resident Evil 4 wins Game of the Year?
I think people would literally drive to Geoff Keighley's
I know.
house.
Like, there would be deaths, right? Like, in the world where Resident Evil 4 gets Game of the Year, people would die over it. Somehow. I don't know how, but heart attacks, strokes.
Yes, probably.
I don't know.
That's a bad
Ripping
thought,
out their
but it's
own
also
limbs out of
hilarious.
anger. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Uh-huh.
But okay, we don't have to keep making that joke. That's weird in this list. I don't know which Game Award people are trolling us with this.
Kick out the remakes, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
But okay. So for me, it's the year of BG3, hands down. I can't have a different opinion. I don't even know how to make that case.
Yeah. I mean,
That's boring. Can't you pick Alan Wake more, Vincent?
We have been playing it for almost 200 hours now, and I'm looking forward to every single session. And I'm, weirdly enough, as someone who usually plays games a single time and then never again for a very long time, I'm looking forward to our second playthrough already.
Yeah, cool.
And
that's a strong endorsement.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess we're in agreement. Baldur's Gate 3 is Game of the Year.
Yeah. Also, I can't pick Alan Wake 2 because I haven't played it.
Yeah, it would be weird,
And
but I would forgive you for that.
I wish I could.
Yeah.
I really want to. I might look into it and then scream a lot. Who
Maybe
knows?
we can find like a pharmaceutical solution for you.
Yes.
Have you sedated while I make you play it?
Uh-huh.
And yeah, valerian root I hear is very good for the nerves. I don't know.
But
Yeah.
Baldur's
But
Gate.
yeah,
guess.
that's who I would give the award to, and it's also my prediction.
Yeah.
And I think most people agree. It would be really upsetting if Alan Wake gets it, and it's the only one close in my opinion.
Yeah.
Even Tears of the Kingdom, while good, it didn't make that big of an impact. I feel not as big as Breath of the Wild. It's just a little bit more of the same.
And Baldur's Gate 3 really introduced the idea of CRPGs to a lot of people who would never play CRPGs.
Holy shit, what that did to that genre. Can you imagine how many people saw this and are now, starting to make the next big CRPG?
Yeah.
And like, I don't know.
And
yeah.
How many suddenly the influx of customers for other CRPGs?
Yeah, and just what Larian will do, it's one of the most exciting things in games, and one of the few things to feel good about currently.
Wow, okay. Maybe we should end this.
Yeah, it's end on a positive note. Although here's more, not negative stuff, but just honorable mention.
Don Solarione, imagine the carnage on the streets if Super Mario would win.
People would jump on boxes.
Oh yeah.
And hit their heads against other boxes and eat mushrooms.
Oh boy, that might be interesting.
Yeah.
That's was that really on the list here? Super Mario?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Super
wow.
Mario Bros. Wonder.
Yeah, it's a game that's totally not on my radar. Maybe we missed out on it. Maybe it's huge.
I mean, it's Nintendo. A few weeks ago, I looked at the top 100 most sold games.
Yeah.
And a sizable amount of them is just Nintendo.
Right.
So, yeah.
They're big.
They're big, and they're very good at what they're doing.
Man, you're making this sound like the cartels or something. I don't know. It's like something to be scared of. Like, Mario smuggling cocaine and stuff. And yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. The Super Mario Kart, I think 8 just went out of the.
Or do you mean Super Sicario Kart? Sorry. That's kind of a good one, though. You have to admit.
No, stop it.
I was gonna say, has Nintendo ever won Game of the Year in the last years? Why would you know, right? Mean question. But I don't remember them getting Game of the Year ever.
Don't remember either.
That's a bit mean in a way. I don't want them to get it now, but it seems a bit. Do you know what I mean? It's like Gary Oldman never getting an Oscar. Like, what the fuck? It makes no sense. Like, somebody has it out for them.
I'm just
Vincent is Googling right now, I guess.
Yes. What are the winners here? Can we give them here? Okay, it was Dragon Age Inquisition, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, Overwatch.
Oh boy.
Yeah. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Nice.
And then God of War, Sekiro Shadows Die Twice, The Last of Us Part 2, It Takes Two, and Elden Ring.
Yeah, okay. So this is the best
It
work.
Takes
Man.
Two was Game of the Year?
Okay. I remember that actually. Didn't that also have what isn't he called, Reggie, like the developer? He was like on stage and like had a hilarious thing where he talked for too long and stuff. I might be wrong about this. Maybe I'm making this up.
No, that was the God of War.
No. I know about that one. That's not what I mean. It was years before that. It's like, can you find that performance on YouTube, Vincent? Do you think so?
Maybe.
Game Award. What's the creator's name? Because it was hilarious. I want to look at it again. Speech by.
On a speech that
It's
Christopher
the
Judge.
developer. No, that's the God of War guy.
It was Clinton wins Game of the Year. What?
It was the developer of Brothers, right? A Tale of Two. So and so, and then he made this other game. Wasn't that It Takes Two? Am I completely wrong about this?
I don't know. I've played Brothers, but not It Takes Two.
I might be completely wrong.
Joseph Fares?
Yeah, it might be him. And the hilarious performance.
Yeah. He made Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons, and A Way Out, and It Takes Two.
Can you, real quick, because I've gone this far, like YouTube, Game Awards performance, what was his name?
Joseph Fares.
Joseph Fares. Because it was hilarious. And that's part of the reason I'm excited about these awards. There's always hilarious shit like this happening.
Well, no, he's not going on for too long. He's just, if I recall correctly, he's the guy that...
You remember, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Let's just look at it, and then everyone will know why I'm talking about this so obsessively.
Let's take this one.
Thanks to the astronauts for that announcement. Now I'm here with Joseph Fares from Hazelight. Joseph, you were at the first Game Awards back 2014, announcing something named Codename Hazelight. Now we know it's A Way Out. It's coming out next year. So how does it feel to be back at the Game Awards 4 years later?
Look at me, man. How do I look? It's like, I'm telling you this, okay. There are like passionate people, there are crazy people, and there is me. I'm so passionate to be here. I'm so excited to be and meeting this industry people. It's crazy, man. Like, look, this is kind of insane. Like, we're here, we're serving this. Look, the Oscars should fuck themselves up. This is the shit. I'm telling you, this is the real shit. What is this? The interactive gaming.
Oh boy.
Look, I'm just saying.
He's not wrong, though.
On a sorry, I'm taking. Let me just give me a minute. Okay, can you swear here? Can you swear? Okay. Fuck the Oscars, you know?
Keighley is like, cut him off, cut him off.
Fuck you! This is bullshit. Look, here's the thing. The gaming industry is an interactive experience where you feel it in your
did
heart.
a lot of films, and now you're in games.
Talk about something normal.
I don't care, but okay, we're here to talk about a way out. Let's do that. I'm a little bit jet lagged, so that's why I'm a bit. And I'm excited.
So Joseph, a way out. I'm excited about it. You got a new clip of it tonight. What can you tell us about what we're going to see tonight?
What can I tell you?
Yeah.
My friend, I'm telling you.
Yes.
All right, this is what I can tell you. Look. This is insane. If the whole world tell me your game is shit, I'll tell them, no, it's not. That's how much I believe in it. All right? I'm telling you, like, if you play the game from the beginning to the end, and you see what it is, it's impossible you don't like it. Okay. Impossible. Make sure to play with a friend that's not a run and gun split screen shooter.
And your friend can play with you.
Yeah. This is the thing.
Yeah.
And this is my idea. It doesn't have anything with the EA shit going on. No. Look, I'm going to say to you one thing. EA has been very good to me. And to be honest with you, they're getting, because it's nice to hate EA, blah, blah. I don't care about that shit. What I'm saying is this.
He goes long, too.
Fuck up sometimes, you know? That's how it is. They fuck up. But that's what it is. Like, in this case, it's like they've been treating me very well. That's what I'm saying. I have 100% of the income to my team for the game I'm doing, you know?
And it's coming soon, right?
Yeah, it's coming. I'm talking too long.
That's
Let
okay.
me talk a little bit.
It's like we got a long show, Judge. We got to be fair to everybody.
Let me continue a little bit. This is my time to shine, man. You know, I'm proud of you.
You flew a long way. I know you did.
I mean, he is entertaining.
Yes.
But if you keep talking, we're not going to be able to get to the game.
I will show you. Right.
And Geoff is a pro.
Well, your game's coming out next year, right?
Yeah. So we have. Well, should we announce the thing?
I think you should announce the date. And we should show the trailer.
Now that he's got it.
Yeah.
Now
we can. This is
Keighley's
Let's
loose.
check out the trailer.
Wait. 1 second. Yes. Before we talk it right. So we have something that is. We call it the Friends, but it's my idea from the get-go, from the first. I'm a passionate man. Nobody will ever, even if I do AAA, this is an independent game, but even if I do that, it will always be the game I want it to be.
All right.
We'll come to the point soon.
A way out. We got to go. Here we go. A way out. Coming out next year. Check it out. Joseph Ferris. He's a passionate guy.
Yeah. So this is the kind of shit I'm hoping for. That in my opinion, that was a legendary performance.
Yeah.
And somehow every year there's like shit like this or similar stuff.
Yes.
And yeah, they've really managed to make this award something that sort of matters.
Yeah.
To people. Vincent and I looked this up. It's like, what was it? It's like,
compared to the Oscars, it has like 6 times the viewership or something like that. Or
yeah, almost 10, right? It was
Yeah.
like Oscars, what, 10, 13 million or whatever. It wasn't Video Game Awards like over 100 million.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how exactly they measure that, but still, it's somewhat, that's the ballpark.
Magic.
And it's insane.
Yeah. And it's a really good show.
So, yeah.
Not at all. And it's not, it's not as long and boring as the Oscars. And it's not just a self-congratulating mess. But
No.
it feels really...
I haven't watched the Oscars in years. Like,
I think
care about
that's better that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, they really make it entertaining, and Geoff Keighley obviously cares about games.
Hopa.
Are you okay over there?
I was just looking at my Lachsack app on the phone.
Oh.
I didn't get to use it once.
But
that's okay. We didn't fight, which is good.
Yet.
I think that's it for the Game Awards, right?
Yeah.
We went through all of them.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, Vincent, as a first, we will call it here. And actually not get to Baldur's Gate 3 today.
The plans were different, but apparently we talked for almost 5 hours.
Yeah, we did. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. That was not expected. Also, we weren't going to go very long today for random reasons. Vincent had his heater replaced this morning, and it was sort of like messing up our schedule and stuff.
Yes. But hey, I have a new heater.
Yeah, and we'll be back tomorrow, right?
Yes, probably also with a shorter stream.
Yeah, that's okay though.
But we'll figure that out. But yes.
Sure. But that's fine.
Tomorrow is good.
And then we'll actually play some Baldur's Gate 3, probably game of the year.
Very much.
Yes.
Very likely, yes.
And what are we doing again? We're saving the my father-in-law.
Exactly.
Archduke.
Yes.
Grand Duke
Absolute. Will's father. Whatever his name was, Siegfried or something.
Yeah, I'm excited to do that. And we learned about there's a dragon in the city. And we want to maybe learn more about that stuff and so on.
Yes. We get a dragon. We can ride it. Can you see it in front of your eyes? Tiny butterscotch riding a massive bronze dragon.
Oh man, I actually can't wait.
Ah,
so yeah, I'm excited about
so
tomorrow.
Fun.
But thanks for, I guess, talking with me, Vincent. This was fun, and I don't know if anyone finds it interesting. We might do it more often though, because we enjoy it. We'll see how that develops.
Yes, and certainly on the 7th of December, I think.
Yes, that's right. Good thing to mention. So again,
bye bye, boys. I enjoyed the podcast.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That's
Don
awesome.
Solarione, bye. See you tomorrow.
All right. And again, we will say for everyone, on the 7th of December, the Game Awards will be happening. And they are from 12 to 3 a.m., like from midnight to 3, at least in our time. That's Eastern, European Central Time.
I have it here. It's 7:30 ET, 4:30 PT. And
that's Eastern Pacific time, I believe.
And then 12:30 a.m. +1 GMT.
Yeah. So tune in if you want to watch it with us. We'll be excited to cover it. And of course, as always, at the end, I will say all the addresses we have. You can find the stream archive on YouTube, youtube.com/HeMakesMePlay. Also, all of our old playthroughs of Disco Elysium and Baba Is You and many other things. You can follow us on Twitter @makes_play, where we announce if we stream or anything gets canceled and stuff. And of course, we're on Twitch, twitch.tv/HeMakesMePlay_live. So that's it. Thanks again, Vincent. See you next time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.